Papandreou's handling of the crisis. On December 6 the Times apportioned part of the blame for Sunday's killings to the left by stating, "The action of the EAM and communist ministers imperceptibly withdrawing from the government on an issue which seemed to have been already amicably settled must be held partly responsible for the present crisis." The influential conservative paper still placed most of the responsibility on the Greek Prime Minister. It was a misfortune that Papandreou should have failed to use the opportunity of his broadcast on Sunday night to disassociate himself from the senseless and unnecessary display of force by the Athens police. In the same article, the Times also cautioned against British intervention in Greece and underlined the right of the resistance to participate in governing the country. In Greece, as in all other liberated countries, the Allied military authorities have a direct and overriding interest in the preservation of order while military operations are in progress. This interest, however, must not be allowed to imply any participation in the politics of Greece. The article went on to say that the resistance organizations had won the confidence of and loyalty of the people in a measure not easily emulated by patriots who have not shared the experience of enemy rule. The next day, December 7, 1944, the negative press reports continued, and even before British troops were fully committed in the battle, the Times editorial commented, "The disagreeable truth revealed by the news of the past 3 days from Athens is that British armed forces, originally invoked in the desire to avoid bloodshed, have become involved in a Greek civil war." The same editorial warned the British government against getting involved in Greek affairs, as well as echoing the sentiments of the Greek left. If Papandreou is now maintained in power by the ban of a foreign government on any alternative, his moral authority in Greece can hardly survive, and British lives sacrificed, fighting against Greeks on behalf of a Greek government, which exists only in virtue of military force. Neither Greece nor Britain can afford such an issue of this tragic struggle. Grievous errors, some recent, some of longer date, have been committed. For the Greek parties, the imperative task is to re-establish a government fairly representative of both wings under a head acceptable to both, and thus bring about a situation in which desperately needed measures of relief and reconstruction can be undertaken. For the British government, the paramount duty, and the only one consonant with British tradition and British interest, is to seek to bring about such a reunion, and at all costs to avoid taking sides in a Greek conflict. For the British Army, the only conceivable role, in the face of every difficulty and every provocation, is one of strict neutrality and favor to none. 65. Drew Pearson, the influential Washington Post journalist with close links to the State Department and the White House, in his weekly column lashed out at Churchill's policy, accusing the British of being in league with Nazi collaborators. He claimed that they wanted to secure post-war economic advantages in the region and planned to force the Greeks to cede the island of Crete. 66. The British suspected that the American Office of Strategic Services, OSS, which was often critical of how the British dealt with the Greek left, inspired Pearson's article. For almost the duration of the December uprising, the left continued to enjoy the support of the British and American media, which undermined Churchill and Papandreou, but sustained the morale of the Allah's troops and the supporters of EAM and the KKE. Inadvertently and indirectly, the positive press coverage encouraged the KKE and EAM to stick to their demands and remain intransigent over a peaceful resolution of the crisis. Initially, and for the wrong reasons, the slow reaction of the British forces seemed to prove Scientos right. During those crucial few days, Scobie's units, except for the rescue of Greek police officers, remained on the defensive. From the perspective of the KKE leadership, and certainly from that of Scientos, it was evident that the British were reluctant to get involved in a Greek imbroglio. General Ronald Scobie, the British commander of all Greek forces, was the wrong man in the wrong place and at the wrong time. Scobie had limited battlefield experience, and was ill-equipped to participate in the intricate and convoluted labyrinth of Greek politics in the aftermath of liberation. He failed to understand or appreciate the impact on the Greek psyche of the resistance, whose popularity and increasing mythology was in inverse proportion to the rapid decline of the popularity of the government. Papandreou and his ministers had to confront the economic and food crises as well as a burgeoning black market, while the resistance basked in the glory of its heroic accomplishments during the occupation. Naturally, it could not be held responsible for the current difficulties. That was the responsibility of the government and its British allies. Mass unemployment, coupled with a black market that sucked up most relief supplies, and hunger devoured the initial enthusiasm and goodwill generated by liberation. Under these circumstances, the glory of resistance remained the only staple in an otherwise bleak environment. Scobie, however, chose to ignore the resistance and perfunctorily dismiss its leaders. Scobie was the quintessential British officer and had had little exposure to guerrilla warfare and the politics of resistance. The British general believed that, regardless of the contribution of the guerrilla fighters, liberation came to Greece because of the victories of regular forces over the German army. To conventional officers like Scobie, the achievements of the partisans and covert operations were merely an adjunct to the real war fought by the Allied armies in the field. Now that the resistance groups had completed their allotted task, it was time for them to go back to their homes and resume their civilian lives. The relegation of guerrilla warfare as less than secondary in importance to the war effort, and the failure to appreciate the impact of the resistance, was prevalent among most British officers who had taken over Greek affairs from the men of the Sceaux. This was evident from almost the day of liberation up to and including the outbreak of hostilities in December. In the early days of jubilation that followed the withdrawal of the German army from Athens, Scobie's staff made preparations for a victory parade. Chris Woodhouse, the head of the Allied military mission in the Greek mountains and one of the few Sceaux officers left in Athens after liberation, was offered a seat in one of the automobiles that would take part in the victory celebrations. When Woodhouse inquired as to where the guerrilla leaders were to be placed, Scobie's adjutant remarked, "The guerrilla leaders, what has it got to do with them?" 67 The rapid removal of most Sceaux personnel from the country took away the few people who had a thorough knowledge and understanding of the delicate political situation in Greece. Had they remained, however, the conventional British officers who arrived in Greece were not inclined to listen to them. Woodhouse discovered that incoming officers had been advised to disregard us, because we had been too long in Greece and our judgment had become untrustworthy. 68. Disdain for the military capabilities of guerrilla forces in general, and those of the Greek left in particular, created a false sense of security along with the overconfidence that an irregular force was no match for the British Army. According to William McNeill, who in 1944 was stationed at the American Embassy in Athens when fighting broke out in early December, British military circles seriously underestimated the resistance they had to deal with. Armored cars and tanks were able to move freely throughout the streets, and no systematic resistance was made to British troops. Most Britishers thought that the leftists would yield after a few days, when they had seen British strength and determination. 69. From early November, Scobie began receiving warnings from Churchill and General Maitland Wilson, the commander-in-chief in the Middle East, that a confrontation with EAMLS was probable. On November 8, Churchill had telegraphed General Wilson and the ambassador, Rex Leeper, requesting urgent reinforcements to be sent to Greece and instructed Leeper that British troops should certainly be used to support law and order, even by shooting if necessary. 70 On November 15, General Wilson instructed Scobie to hold all troops already in Greece and to concentrate on Athens, whose neighborhoods would be declared a military area, and to order Elis to withdraw from the capital. Furthermore, Scobie was to disarm or if necessary imprison any Elis forces that refused to leave Athens. In the event of attack, Scobie had orders to use British and Greek forces to crush any opposition. 71 In addition to the warnings and in response to the escalating agitation by EAM and the KKE, Middle East Command increased British forces in Greece to 22,600 along with 5 squadrons of aircraft by the end of October. 72 Increasing the number of British troops further contributed to the climate of suspicion, recriminations, and mutual hostility that had infected relations between the left and the government. Matters almost reached the breaking point with the arrival in Athens of the 3rd Mountain Brigade and the Sacred Company on November 9, and relations collapsed after the violence on Sunday, December 3. Remarkably, and despite the deterioration of the political situation, Scobie was ill-prepared for a confrontation with Elis. Throughout October and mid-November, British forces were concentrated in Athens, Thessaloniki, Patras, and a few other cities. Little effort was made to maintain secure communications with Piraeus and the airfield outside Athens. To make matters worse, a great many of Scobie's troops were spread thin in the capital guarding government buildings and important installations. The rest of the country, with the exception of Epirus, the Drama district, a few islands, and the region around Athens, was under the control of Elis. Because of this deployment, the British, even before the outbreak of hostilities, were virtually besieged. Elis, meanwhile, enjoyed the strategic advantage of controlling most of mainland Greece along with having active supporters in almost every corner of the country. By the end of November, the Elis order of battle was based on approximately 49,000 men and women in 11 divisions, a regiment of cavalry, and a makeshift navy. Elis also maintained a reserve of 45,000, of which 22,000 to 23,000 were based in Athens. In late November, the Athens Reserve was designated as the 1st Elis Army Corps. Most of the rank and file of these reserve forces was of uneven quality, of limited fighting experience, and poorly equipped, but at least 6,000 were armed with rifles and another 3,000 carried revolvers and pistols. 73 A few of the men and women had attained considerable experience in urban warfare during the last year of the occupation, but a large proportion had little or no combat experience and many had never fired their weapons. Despite Elis' initial advantages, the insurgents were hampered by serious difficulties and liabilities. As mentioned earlier, Scientos had decided to wage the battle through the Elis Central Committee and essentially try to control the battle by himself. Bypassing the experienced Elis General Headquarters staff meant that Scientos had to fight a campaign without a proper command structure, communications, logistical organization, and a transportation plan to enable him to shift units quickly from one part of the battle to the other. Scientos himself had practically no command or military experience, and had taken no part in the Elis campaigns during the occupation. He had fulfilled his military service as a non-commissioned officer in the Greek army, but that was hardly adequate, and Theodoros Makrides, a former Greek officer and a senior commander in Elis, often referred to Scientos as the General of Sergeants 74. The regular Elis was a guerrilla army, albeit of uneven skill, armaments, and discipline, but had acquired considerable experience in irregular warfare. The Elis Reserve, in contrast, was a pale reflection and woefully inadequate as a military force, lacking experience as the rank and file had not had any opportunity to fight as a cohesive force until the December uprising. Scientos made matters worse by a combination of indecisiveness and naivete. In addition to dividing his forces by sending 3 Elis divisions to destroy Edes in Epirus, he also hampered the coordination of his forces by dividing KKE headquarters between Athens and a small village, Haschia, in northern Attica. The senior KKE cadres who were critical in securing supplies, maintaining communications, providing intelligence, and conducting a host of other critical duties wasted valuable time moving back and forth between the two locations, while the situation in Athens slowly spun out of the control. The British had kept a watchful eye on the movements of the regular Elis units outside of the capital practically from the first day of liberation. The increasing agitation of EAM in the streets of Athens throughout October and November was seen as a barometer of angry leftist sentiment, but hardly a military threat. They assumed that if, or rather when, hostilities broke out, Elis would attack Athens from the outside with help from KKE and EAM supporters in the city acting as a fifth column and not the primary force. As late as December 6, Scobie's staff was still concerned about Elis proper and reckoned that Elis had concentrated approximately 20,000 troops in Attica and that a full-scale attack seemed imminent. 75. The mistaken notion that an attack against the capital would come from outside partially explains why Scobie refrained from committing his troops in the street battles until after his army was besieged. In other words, both sides misunderstood each other's intentions. Scobie was husbanding his strength to meet the expected assault from outside the city, and until reinforcements arrived it was not prudent to provoke any street battles. Scientos, for his part, must have assumed that Scoby's restraint was an indication that the British were not yet committed to participating in a Greek civil war. Consequently, Ellis was thrown against Greek government forces and targets, while making a determined effort not to provoke the British. 76. Formal hostilities began on December 6, when Scoby's ultimatum for the withdrawal of all Ellis forces from Athens expired. In the early dawn, hundreds of grim Ellis men dressed in civilian clothes and armed with only rifles briskly advanced through the royal gardens and headed toward the side that led to Kifisges Boulevard, present-day Vasilis Assoias Boulevard. An iron fence surrounded the gardens, and the drab-looking Ellis fighters bunched up, as they had to climb over the railing to reach the street. Kifisges is a broad avenue where the ministries of foreign affairs and war and other key government offices were located. The object of the attack was for Ellis to seize the physical symbols of the state and quickly replace the Papandreou government with their own administration. As the Ellis men approached the government buildings, the early light of day revealed that British sentries guarded the front entrances. The attackers paused. They had no instructions to fight the British, only orders to capture the buildings. Some of the more aggressive officers urged their men on, while others held back and some even began retreating. The assault proceeded unevenly, quickly stalled, and was easily repulsed by the police detachments assigned to protect the buildings. 77. Within the week the fighting escalated, but for the most part it remained confined to Athens, and it was not until after December 14 that Ellis launched any direct attacks against British units. 78. On December 12, Scientos met with Scoby to discuss a negotiated settlement, but Scoby insisted on full compliance with his original demands: evacuation of Athens and the disarmament of Ellis. Scientos refused and the negotiations broke off. 79. Despite the relatively small field of engagement, Ellis failed to overwhelm the limited forces available to the government, while the British were not able to drive the guerrillas from the city. As a result, the British government was forced to transfer thousands of troops from the Italian front to Greece during the final phase of World War II. These forces were committed in a battle to destroy a major part of the Greek resistance that the British had so desperately tried to create 3 years earlier in order to fight the Axis. It was a cycle of violence that had already caused the death of many Greeks and would continue to claim thousands more. For the KKE it was a major defeat because it set in motion the transformation of Greece into an authoritative state, the rehabilitation of most of the collaborators, and ultimately the marginalization of the left. The December uprising did not necessarily guarantee another round of civil war, but the fact that the KKE came so close to victory set the stage for Gerolymatos to try and succeed where Scientos had failed. For the succession of governments that came after Papandreou, the December uprising confirmed the suspicions of the right that the communists and all the left were bent on seizing power. As a result, they lost an opportunity for reconciliation and instead looked the other way while the White Terror killed, tortured, raped, and humiliated Ellis veterans as well as anyone on the left. Certainly, individual Ellis fighters and units committed excesses and horrific acts against their fellow Greeks, some acting on their own, but many atrocities were organized by the KKE and calculated to instill fear and exact vengeance. The killings and atrocities on both sides were further enhanced by exaggeration and mythologized for maximum effect, thus demonizing both sides. Ultimately, the December bloodletting and how it unfolded set the stage for the last and most deadly phase of the Civil War, from 1946 to 1949. Fig. 6. A partial list from a monument in Parginiscala, Preveza, giving the names of individuals executed by the Greek government in 1944. The KKE holds an event every year to commemorate these deaths. Wiki Commons. Chapter 5. The Pogrom of the Left. The Prelude to White Terror. A revolutionary movement is first betrayed by its means, second, by its people, and third by its purpose. Theophilos Frangopoulos, Betrayals. "You are lucky to be going to Greece," ran the opening sentence of the pamphlet issued to each member of the 11th Battalion of the King's Royal Rifle Corps. They were embarking for Greece after a protracted period of inactivity in Egypt. Lt. Ron McAdam, one of the battalion's young officers, leapt with joy at the news that the unit was finally on the move. Any action was preferable to enforced idleness. Like most of the men in his battalion, McAdam could no longer stand the tedium and vast emptiness of the desert, where each day bled into the next without form or variation. McAdam had volunteered to join the British Army from his home in Rhodesia to defend a country he hardly knew in a war that had engulfed the entire world. 1 For almost 70 years he had not thought about his experiences in Greece, nor has he had occasion to visit the country, but in 1944 this young man found himself in a vortex of a battle far removed from the simplicity and monotony of the desert, and even farther yet from the vast expanse and lush countryside of southern Africa. On October 12, 1944, McAdam, along with most of the men of the 11th Battalion, embarked the Royal Navy cruiser, the Black Prince, in Alexandria, Egypt, and steamed north toward Piraeus. For the voyage, the young lieutenant had decided to deploy his platoon on the deck near the bow, to avoid the stifling interior of the ship. The autumn day was sunny but on the cool side, and McAdam recalled. The sea was clear and we could see the German mines bobbing in the water. We amused ourselves watching the ship's machine guns firing at the mines and the great showers of water cascading when one of them exploded. As we were nearing Piraeus, it became obvious that we were in the midst of a very large minefield and we had lost ships. The person in charge of the flotilla wisely turned it about and another set of minesweepers moved in and we eventually docked on 15 October 1944. According to the 11th Battalion War Diary, a German non-commissioned officer, 450 gold sovereigns, had given the British directions to a gap in the minefield covering Piraeus harbor. Unfortunately, the information proved false and the flotilla lost 5 ships. By October 16 the troops had disembarked and were proceeding to their objectives, passing through a dilapidated landscape stripped bare by the retreating Germans. The population greeted the British with applause and pelted them with flowers. After such a welcome, very few had any notion that they had traded a war in which the enemy was easily identifiable for one where death lurked behind doorways, in sewers, and on balconies and rooftops. A smiling face was no guarantee of welcome, at times it was rather a mask to lure the unsuspecting soldier into a trap. McAdam remembered, on arrival in Athens we were welcomed by the civilians, some of who obviously remembered the 9th Battalion that had been there in 1941. We spent most of the 16th to the 29th of October reorganizing the city. I was impressed, as we moved into Piraeus, that first day with the lack of any animals and that there were not enough men around. 3 McAdam's impression of the Greek interior was even grimmer. On the November 21 our company was ordered to Lamia. This was a small provincial town which actually when we got there, we found out was the headquarters of Elis. Our job was to take supplies to the countryside as they were very short of food and short of transport. The villages had been badly damaged by the Germans who as they left destroyed bridges and in fact had burnt down many houses. People were short of clothes, they had malaria and were without any drugs, they also had typhoid and it was a very difficult job to get the food out to them. 4. Like most British forces in Greece, the 11th Battalion was spread out, with each of its 6 companies trying to distribute relief supplies over a large area. Reports from the company commanders mirrored McAdam's observations. An extract from one patrol typifies the conditions the British encountered in the Greek interior and the obstacles they had to overcome in order to provide some assistance to the local population. Visited Karpanisi population approximately 2,100. Only 14 houses left standing out of an original 204. Remainder burnt by Germans. Supply center for 25,000 people in the surrounding villages. These can only be reached on foot, many 3 days' journey and mules are short. Food situation very bad, beans being the main diet. Last distribution of food early last October. This consisted of rice, milk powder and macaroni. Clothes urgently needed. No single person possesses anything but what he stands up in. Children looked miserably cold. Clothes were sent up recently by Red Cross, but unfortunately had not been inspected. They turned out to be light summer frocks and useless articles such as handbags. 80% of the population have malaria. No quinine or atabrine. 25 people have typhoid. More serum needed. There is no doctor in the whole area, the only medical officers being 2 Greek Red Cross sisters. The difficult conditions that prevailed in Karpanisi, with few exceptions, reflected the plight of the population in the rest of Greece. Little would change for large segments of the country over the next 5 years. Greece seamlessly passed from the harsh grip of the Axis occupation to the agony of civil war that dragged on until the summer of 1949. Even afterward, parts of the countryside continued to suffer deprivations for another 2 decades or more. On December 1, Macadam, as well as the other men in the company, became aware that Ella's troops were heading south toward the Athens area. A day or 2 later, they spotted large numbers of civilians streaming out of Athens to the north and northwest of Greece. Unsurprisingly, on the first day of the uprising, December 4, the relationship between the British and local EAMLs in Lamia started to unravel and got progressively worse as the violence in Athens escalated. On December 9, the 11th Battalion received orders to decamp for Athens, and by the evening was fighting its way to the center of the capital. The diary of the battalion describes a city desolate and shrouded in darkness. At Athens things were very different from what we had expected. There were no lights and not a sign of anyone about. Broken tram wires festooned the deserted streets, and these nearly accounted for more than 1 rifleman perched on the cab of each vehicle. Automatic fire and snipers' bullets whipped across practically every crossroads. There was nothing for it but to put the foot and the head down at the same time and run for it. Somehow we arrived without casualty. Firing and heavy explosions were going on all over the city, but in the immediate neighborhood of Constitution Square all was fairly quiet. 5. During the battalion's first night in Athens, Ellis had dynamited the front door of the house occupied by one of the battalion's platoons, number 9, and in 2 separate attacks penetrated as far as the hall before the British unit drove them back with heavy casualties. Similar assaults erupted throughout the night, engaging elements of the 11th Battalion in a series of firefights, but at different times, enabling the British to defeat the Ellis forces piecemeal. In the morning most of the houses around the battalion's positions were burning, but the British took 150 prisoners, including some women, looking quite respectable until a grenade fell, from one of the ladies' handbags. 6. From 8 to December 12, the scale of the Ellis offensive intensified, as Ellis regulars gradually reinforced the reserve units and joined in the fighting. Ellis also placed mines on the principal streets in addition to deploying artillery and heavy machine guns. Ellis demolition teams easily moved about the city via sewers, rooftops, and back alleys, blowing up houses and police stations. In a desperate attempt to break through the lines, Ellis squads also packed dynamite into tramcars and hurled them against British defense positions. In the face of these reinforcements and firepower, General Scobie, the commander of all British and Greek forces in the country, withdrew most of the isolated British units into the center of Athens, but inevitably had to abandon several supply dumps, which provided additional food and ammunition for Ellis. The Greek 3rd Mountain Brigade, however, located on the outskirts of Athens, before the outbreak of fighting, remained exposed and was forced to hold its ground for the duration of the hostilities. Ellis surrounded the brigade and subjected it to mortar bombardment and a steady stream of small arms fire for almost a month. The British could supply the brigade with food and ammunition, but only at night and with convoys of armored cars. Initially, the battle swung in favor of Ellis. The British forces were quickly forced back into 3 small pockets. The first included a small group of soldiers who had managed to retreat to the tip of the peninsula in Piraeus. They were immediately isolated from the main British force in the center of Athens, but managed to keep contact with the Royal Navy flotilla anchored in the harbor. A second British unit defended the main airfield at Hassani and a sliver of the shore leading to Phaleron Bay. Remarkably, Ellis did not make any serious efforts to capture the airport and paid for this blunder when later the British airlifted an entire army division from Italy to Athens, which turned the tide of battle. The third and largest concentration of British forces was in the center of Athens. Within this narrow perimeter, the British and the few Greek government units were compressed into an area just 2 miles long and 5 or 6 blocks wide, which included Constitution Square, the main government buildings, part of the business quarter, the district of Kolonaki, and the Grande Bretagne Hotel. The rest of the capital, as well as most of Greece, fell under the grip of the KKELS-EAM. After December 12, both sides settled into a deadly pattern. The British, under siege, had to repel attacks day and night as well as contend with sniper fire and ambushes in the unfamiliar streets of the capital. Ellis, with far superior numbers, sustained an almost constant offensive with waves of infantry, shifting from one part of the British position to the other, while maintaining round-the-clock sniping and ambushes. In some respect, the Battle of Athens was a mix of conventional firefights, but with streets and buildings as the primary targets, accompanied by the uglier side of urban warfare that blurred the line between civilian and soldier. A good number of the Ellis troops did not wear an identifiable uniform. Snipers, in particular, dressed in civilian clothes and operated from rooftops and balconies. They would fire at the British and quickly retreat within a house or apartment building and hide their rifle, making detection almost impossible. Very often, Ellis overstepped even these bounds in order to gain an advantage over the British. This is not surprising considering the fact that just 2 months earlier, the Ellis reserve units in Athens and, to a lesser degree, the regular Ellis in the mountains, had been fighting the Germans in a conflict in which the rules of war did not apply and allowed no quarter for guerrillas or civilians. The occupation forces did not hesitate to employ torture, killing of hostages, burning of villages, and other reprisal tactics against the resistance groups. Consequently, the mixed units of Ellis reserves and regulars could hardly fall within the strict definition of a conventional military force. At the same time, the British had condoned and applauded the use of guile and subterfuge by the guerrillas against the Axis. Indeed, the British, during the course of World War II, pioneered the use of deception tactics and strategy, some of which took place in Greece. 7 The Ellis-EAM had learned quickly from the British liaison officers attached to the various guerrilla bands. In addition to picking up British techniques, they could fall back on a long tradition of covert skills honed by Greek partisans in the struggle for independence against the Ottoman Empire. Although this may explain the use of deception tactics, it does not dampen the odious impression caused by the Ellis dirty tricks campaign. For example, Ellis troops occupied hospitals and disguised themselves as patients, going so far as to wear mock bandages, and attacked unsuspecting British patrols while lying in bed with their rifles concealed. On December 10, a British patrol of armoured cars in the southwest area of the Lykovitos district came under fire from an Ellis hospital, where nurses in Red Cross uniforms threw hand grenades from the windows at the passing British unit. The patrol responded with heavy machine gun fire, and after a while the Ellis troops inside the hospital raised a white flag. Despite this, when a British officer approached, he was gunned down by a sniper firing from the same window from which the white flag was hanging. In frustration, the commander of the unit forced 2 of the Ellis nurses from the hospital to stand on top of one of the armored cars to ensure the safe withdrawal of his men. Later, the same unit secured the perimeter of their position with booby-trapped barbed wire, which killed 3 Ellis troops, 2 of them women, trying to cut the wire. 8 I did not fear the frontal Ellis attacks, but the sniping was another matter, McAdam recalled from his time in Athens. Snipers were used a fair bit by Ellis and they were very effective. They caused an awful lot of fear in the troops because we never knew when we might expect them to be active. 9. The British deplored the Ellis tactic of using women and, occasionally, children to lure their soldiers into a trap. In a typical ambush, a young woman would call to soldiers from a balcony, and when one approached, for what he assumed would be a chat with a pretty girl, a sniper, hiding behind the girls' skirts, would open fire. In one incident, an armored car passing a street came across the same girl 5 times. Like the sirens of old, she beckoned the occupants of the vehicle to approach, and each time they did, a machine gun around the corner would open fire with deadly consequences. The 6th time, the British were forced to shoot the girl. 10 On other occasions, a little boy would stand on a balcony waving a Union Jack, while a sniper fired between his legs. Often battle-hardened British troops refused to fire at women and children, until circumstances forced them to reconsider. According to the war diary of the 11th Battalion, Lieutenant B.E.D. Collier ordered a rifleman to fire at a young woman approaching his house with a tray of food and wine. The rifleman obeyed, and then begged not to be given such an order again. He quickly changed his view when the German stick grenade in her right hand was pointed out to him. 11. Nevertheless, shooting at women and children was demoralizing for British soldiers, who, over and over again, had to keep coming to terms with this new twist in the inhumanity of war. Regrettably, the exploitation of women and children did not end with the Battle of Athens, but assumed a greater role in the next round of the Greek Civil War, eventually becoming a feature in all the dirty little wars of the 20th century and beyond. Another disconcerting factor for British soldiers was the inability to separate friend from foe, in addition to the language barrier. A few days before Christmas 1944, McAdam received instructions for his platoon to guard a bridge on Sigro Boulevard straddling the road between the capital and Piraeus, over which Winston Churchill was to travel to Athens from the airport. Churchill was coming to Greece to negotiate an end to the civil war with E.A.M. Ellis, and McAdam's job was to make sure that no one booby-trapped the bridge. The young officer had his doubts about securing the position, and even more so when local Greeks warned him that he would be eradicated during the night. I will never know if those people had my welfare in mind or the warning was simply a trick to chase me away. McAdam continued to speculate on that incident over half a century after the event. In this environment of subterfuge and deadly games of hide-and-seek between snipers, McAdam recalled, "We devised a simple technique for conducting patrols. We moved along a district and after securing one street, we fired a flare so that machine gunners and mortar bombers, behind us, could set their sights to cover us to the next block. On some patrols we had the assistance of a tank. The infantry would travel along on either side of the tank. Each soldier carried a rifle with tracer bullets to indicate the direction of a shot and its target. The gunner on the tank would then be able to locate the spot at which the enemy was firing from and would then remove the side of the house with an 80mm shell. 12. During the December uprising, the Greek government was practically a bystander and watched helplessly as the British and E.A.M. Ellis fought for control of the streets of Athens. The Prime Minister and the other members of the government, accompanied by their wives and children, as well as most of the foreign notables, withdrew to the Grande Bretagna Hotel. The hotel, one of the largest and most luxurious buildings in southeastern Europe, was constructed in the early 19th century under the supervision of Otto I, the first king of Greece. It was one of the few structures in Athens that offered state-of-the-art conveniences such as electric door locks, operated from above the headboards, light signals, house and city telephones in every room, and individual safes. 13 For the besieged government ministers, however, the hotel's most important feature was its thick exterior stone walls. For the duration of the battle, the Grande Bretagna accommodated well over 1,000 people, with rooms set apart for cabinet meetings, offices for the premier as well as for the other ministers, former Greek generals, and well-known writers, space for war correspondents, rooms for UNRA and for senior British officers. When the city centre was cut off, the hotel bar was transformed into a hospital for wounded civilians and military personnel, whose awful groans filtered throughout the main floor. A makeshift bar was created from one of the small rooms, although refreshments were limited to Samos wine, Retsina, and Ouzo. 14. In addition to Scobie and his staff, the 6 members of the former Soviet mission had tellingly decided to take their chances in the hotel rather than trust the hospitality of the KKE. Colonel Popov, the former head of the Soviet mission, spent his time sitting at a table in one of the main rooms of the hotel saying very little except to lament the quality of British rations. Yet culinary disappointments did not deter the Russian colonel from insisting that General Scobie provide him with a British armed guard. 15. In the early days of the siege, everyone had to accept minor inconveniences and adjustments. Because of the scarcity of servants, some had joined Ellis, many more were just too frightened to ignore EAM's call for a general strike. All the guests, regardless of rank or status, had to line up outside the kitchen for their meal of bully beef with biscuits, a second course of cheese, and a cup of tea. All the guests had to make their own beds and clean their rooms with the communal brooms, leaving the garbage in the corridors. In some instances, ingenuity often overcame adversity, with unexpected results. For example, old military maps from the Italian campaign replaced the stained and dirty tablecloths in the dining room. As one British historian has written, this had its consolations. Many officers were able during meal times to discuss their battle experiences, to point out which particular valley or mountain had been the scene of their feats of daring. 16. As the fighting crept closer, conditions in the hotel deteriorated accordingly. When Ellis cut off the water supply to central Athens, the ration was strictly limited to half a gallon per person each day for drinking and washing. This did not dampen the spirits of the guests, who had to join yet another line in order to collect their half-gallon in empty gin, brandy, or whiskey bottles. Despite the deprivations, Byford Jones' account of the December events offers a nostalgic description of the Grande Bretagne, including images of the two pianos in the hotel being played daily and often well into the night, accompanied by the din of battle raging in the streets. The bonding experience was further enhanced by the sure knowledge that the hotel, as well as its occupants, or the Royal Kingdom of Greece as it was called by the KKE and EAM, was one of the primary targets of Ellis. For the men and women trying to storm the British defences outside the walls of the Grande Bretagne, the battle held a different legacy. Despite notions to the contrary, Ellis EAM did not represent homogeneous organizations. The degree of commitment, loyalty, fighting ability, and even fanaticism within the ranks was uneven and varied in each unit. The Ellis formations included recruits from the countryside and mountain villages, from the working districts as well as from the upper and middle classes of the cities and towns. Some of the volunteers were naive young men and women who had rarely left their villages and could hardly differentiate between Marxism and monarchy. They fought because they trusted the leadership of EAM Ellis in their communities. Village priests often accompanied units raised in their parishes, thus lending another layer of credibility. Others, especially recruits from the urban centers, discovered the appeal of EAM and Ellis in the first stages of occupation and flocked to its banner because they came of age when the influence of the left, for the first time in Greece, dominated most of the country. Even for the sons and daughters of the largely right-wing upper and middle-class Athenian families, membership in EAM Ellis became fashionable. During the harsh winter of 1942, when most Greeks were trying to survive the famine, some of the upscale homes in Kolonaki hosted parties for the newly established EAM. The parties, explains Petros Makristakos in a recent study of the period, provided a curious link between the mass-based EAM and the privileged classes in Athens. In one such event, the mistress of the house, one of the daughters of the Papastratou, the owner of a major tobacco company, was open and sympathetic to every ideological current that appeared progressive. This particular party attracted the reactionaries, the children of the major right-wing families of Athens, who did not go hungry and the occupation had not interfered with their preoccupations. Now, however, that they saw that their class offered approval, the road to EAM was open. For many it was a way out of their tedious and stifling environment or a means of escaping the suffocating grip of their parents. In a short while, accordingly, EAM became a fad. Kolonaki, Psychiko as well as other wealthy districts became filled with male and female EAM members. 17. With the assistance of these new recruits, EAM succeeded in seizing control over most of the relief work in Athens and permeated all the professional guilds and student organizations. Invariably, for many of the sons and daughters of the Athenian establishment, EAM served as a transitional step to the KKE. EAM also attracted a large number of professionals, particularly among the ranks of university professors, who used their influence with the student body to secure the election of EAM candidates in the various university societies. 18. The fad quickly turned into a mass movement and spawned the revolution that exploded into the streets of Athens after liberation. The leadership of the KKE may have planned to use the December uprising as a means of increasing their representatives in the government of national unity, or influencing the formation of a new army, or even as part of a strategy of getting control of the Greek state in stages, but after the fighting erupted, they progressively lost control of events. In effect, the movement created through EAM and its subsidiary organizations became larger than the sum of its parts and represented a wide variety of liberal desiderata. Some individuals and groups exploited the fighting to pursue their own ends. Between 1943 and 1944, EAM and the anti-left groups fought bitterly over control of the student societies in the Greek institutions of higher learning, particularly over the student bodies of the University of Athens and the Polytechnic School. Other battles took place in the streets, in coffee houses, and in back alleys of Athens and in other cities. The various anti-left forces could count on the indirect support of the German authorities and the puppet government, and some did not hesitate to collaborate with the occupation security services in their common struggle against communism. Occasionally, the Athens security battalions raided the university, arresting dozens of students. Some of the unfortunate young men and women underwent extensive interrogation and torture in the dungeons of the Greek Special Security Service, and a lucky few escaped, but only after their parents used bribes to secure their release. At other times, the battles between left and right-wing organizations revolved around revenge and counter-revenge killing. For example, in 1944, a few months before liberation, the KKE assassinated a member of the far right-wing X organization just as he was about to board a bus. In retaliation, X dispatched 6 teams of 5 men each to terrorize EAM-LS and KKE groups. In early December 1944 the teams broke into the usual haunts of the left, shouting "hands up" in the air, and proceeded to search all those present, severely beating anyone caught with weapons. In one place they found a couple of groups with red paint in their possession for writing slogans on walls. The X-team forced them to drink the red paint and then went on to dynamite 2 KKE offices in the neighborhood. Afterward, they dragged 10 of the communists to the square, forced them against a wall, and went through the motions of a mock execution. 19. In response to the arrest of its followers and those of EAM, the KKE expanded the mission of OPLA, Units for the Protection of the People's Struggle, originally established as an intelligence unit in the winter of 1942-43, to carry out assassinations. After liberation, the mandate of OPLA was further modified to include torture and executions of KKE rivals, collaborators, and reactionaries. In the countryside and some neighborhoods of Athens, OPLA henchmen served as officers in the KKE's National Civil Guard, Ethniki Politofilaki. Although former police and gendarmes filled the ranks of OPLA, the communists also preferred to employ local cadres who were from the area or neighborhood of a designated assassination. This had the advantage of making identification of the prospective victim easier, as well as binding the newer members of the KKE closer to the party by implicating them in the killing. As the day of liberation approached and the grip of the German occupiers weakened, Athens was quickly becoming a killing zone. In this context, the KKE pursued narrow goals dictated by Stalinist principles such as purging of collaborators, rivals, potential rivals, and particularly members guilty of apostasy even at the expense of the party's broader interests. One such example was the ill-fated Kitsos Maltezos, a young Athenian poet, representative of the intellectual and cultural elite, and the last living relative of Yiannis Makrianis, one of the heroes of the Greek War of Independence. Although Maltezos fell victim to the KKE's assassination units in the last months of the occupation, How he was killed was typical of the murder of other KKE targets during the December uprising and provides a rare insight into the tactics of the communists. When Maltezos joined the youth wing of the KKE, he was more than just a trophy convert, as his connection to the legendary Makrianis gave the KKE another avenue for associating the EAM movement with the Greek War of Independence. Consequently, when Maltezos decided to leave the Young Communists in 1943, it constituted not only betrayal of the movement but also a dangerous precedent. Making matters worse, Maltezos openly condemned the communists and went over to the anti-KKE forces that had sprung up in reaction to the EAMLs. In early 1943, the KKE held a secret trial for Maltezos in absentia and condemned him to death. The execution was to take place at first opportunity. On February 1, 1944 at 9:30 a.m., Maltezos left his apartment and was making his way to Paine-Pastimiou Street to the nearest tram stop. When he walked across Sigro Boulevard to Amalia's, 4 men came up behind him and followed discreetly. As he passed the statue of Lord Byron and was about to board the tram, 2 of the men pulled out their guns and yelled "Now!" One of the men then called out "Kitsos," and when Maltezos turned, the first bullet struck him on the right temple, followed by several more in the chest. 20 In the midst of so much killing, the death of Maltezos, albeit cold-blooded, hardly seemed unusual in a city where killing had become commonplace. Yet this talented young man became a tragic symbol of his generation and a metaphor for the fratricide that had infected Athens, that would, in a short time, consume Greek society. Although the KKE ordered his execution, it did so with the cognizance and even urging of classmates and even friends of Maltezos who had grown up in the same neighborhood and who, up until the occupation, had shared the same values. Adonis Kiro, the son of the publisher of Estia, one of the oldest conservative Greek newspapers, and the scion of a powerful Athenian family, was a member of the KKE. In 1943, Kiro was instrumental in the KKE's decision to condemn Maltezos to death. The primary executioner, Mikes Gerolymatos, had been Maltezos' close friend in university and was also a classmate of Andreas Papandreou, Greece Prime Minister in the 1980s, when they both attended the American college before the war. Like Kiro, Gerolymatos came from an established and prosperous family and had also joined the KKE while in university during the occupation. In the eyes of his family, Gerolymatos had betrayed his class and they were anxious to avoid a scandal. The old establishment quickly sprung into action to protect one of their own. The Greek Special Security Service, who had apprehended Gerolymatos and conducted extensive interrogations that had revealed the names of the others connected to Maltezos' death, received orders to hand the young man over to the Germans. Gerolymatos' family preferred that he be executed by the Germans for carrying a weapon, an offense punishable by death, than going through the motions of a trial that would have revealed his membership in the KKE and, in turn, implicate sons and daughters of other prominent Athenian families. Despite the assassination of a high-profile man of Greek letters, the censored press did not report the killing until 2 days later and omitted the name of his assassin and any accomplices. On March 21, 1944, Gerolymatos, along with 11 others, was executed by firing squad. He died in obscurity, which suited everyone concerned. His family was spared further scandal, and the occupation regime escaped the embarrassment of appearing helpless by failing to protect a prominent Athenian. The KKE and OPLA were also relieved by the quick elimination of Gerolymatos, which avoided exposing their secrets in the course of a public trial. Not all the men and women from the Athenian elite succumbed to murder and assassination. The father of the former Prime Minister of Greece, Kostas Simitis, at the time a popular professor in the business school, was one of those who endeavored to get EAM students elected to the boards of student societies at the universities. Later he joined PEEA, established by EAM in the Greek mountains as a rival to the Greek government in exile in London and Cairo, and struggled against George Papandreou, the premier in 1944 and the father of Andreas Papandreou, who led the Greek Socialist Party, which claims EAM's ideological mantle, to victory in 1981. Men like Simitis, who came from well-to-do middle and upper-class families, did not join Elis and subsequently lost the opportunity to fight the Axis. As members of EAM they waged a passive battle against the occupation by distributing pamphlets, writing on walls, and by performing a variety of other nonviolent activities, all of which had its dangers, but lacked the romanticism of guerrilla warfare. Many became members of the Reserve Elis and in December 1944 got the opportunity to fight for the lofty ideals that had motivated them to join EAM during the occupation. Others, such as the young men who murdered Malt Ezos, went a step further and became followers of the KKE. As educated individuals, they made the intellectual link to the Communist Party, although whether they bought into the ideology because of guilt or conviction is difficult to ascertain. For most Athenians, however, the terror of the December uprising was not an issue of ideology, but of fear exacerbated by the misery of a general strike that paralyzed the city for 33 days. The KKE and EAM organized the strike as a means of placing additional pressure on the Papandreou government and used organized labor as a tactic of urban warfare. Electricity, water, and gas supplies ceased, and only a few telephones remained in operation. Once all workers went on strike, theaters, stores, hotels, and restaurants closed. Transportation came to a halt, as did the work on the docks, which prevented, for the duration of the fighting, the unloading of ships that carried foodstuffs, medicines, and other critical supplies needed by a desperate and hungry population. The strike spread to Attica and Thessaloniki, thwarting the first attempts to revive the economy, and more important, to feed the starving Athenians. 21. During the occupation, daily hardship and violence unfolded in a constant and predictable pattern, but people learned to adapt to the new realities and adjusted accordingly. Now, though, the random nature and intensity of urban warfare compounded the chaos and street-to-street gun battles of December. Firefights erupted suddenly, and then just as quickly the streets came under long periods of sniper fire, forcing people to remain indoors. The enforced confinement created an atmosphere of claustrophobia that Athenians suffered along with hunger and fear. Like many Athenians, Dionydotis was trapped by the outbreak of hostilities. In December 1944, she was a resident of the fashionable Kolonaki district, and although at the time she was only a young girl of 15, the deprivations caused by the national strike are still etched in her memory. After almost 60 years, she recalled, "We suffered during the occupation and had little food, but during the uprising we got to know real hunger. On some days it was impossible to go out, but regardless of the danger it was necessary to dispose of the garbage and waste in nearby makeshift dumps." 22 Doties added, "During the curfew, which started by allowing us out for only 2 hours, 12 to 2 p.m. and later until 6 p.m., our main concern was to get water from the nearest wells. Another great concern was how to cook our limited amount of stored food without electricity or gas. We resorted to chopping down and burning our kitchen chairs." 23 During the occupation, the small trees that lined the streets of Kolonaki as well as those of other Athenian districts vanished, along with the nearby forests. As was the case with all the areas within the British zone, an influx of people from other parts of the city displaced by the fighting streamed into the upscale district. The refugees added a new burden to the besieged residents whose spare rooms were liable to be temporarily requisitioned by the government to accommodate those fleeing the communist forces. Local residents knew only too well that once rooms were commandeered, they would become protected quarters long after the end of the crisis. If the Kolonaki residents had to play host to anyone, British officers and soldiers were preferable to the uncertainty of visitors imposed by the government. The British could be counted on to pay a small, but regular rent, and they would eventually leave. At the same time their presence would forestall any imposed guest. 24. The Athenians endured the December uprising, isolated in their homes, hungry, cold, and in the dark. For most people, the Battle of Athens was not a terrible spectacle of war, but short vignettes of bitter street fighting and long hours of sniper fire. Many were also mindful that a knock on the door could come from the police searching for communists or a visit by the KKE security forces searching for suspected collaborators. In either case, the issue of guilt or innocence was hostage to the whims of the grim visitors. For the most part, accusation was tantamount to condemnation, and nondescript men anxious to take vengeance in the name of ideology, nationalism, God, king, or country, or simply to settle old scores, often delivered justice in a seedy basement or back alley. For weeks following the liberation, some Athenians indulged in an exorcism of guilt by distributing blame on each other. It became common practice to denounce individuals for collaboration, and those singled out were then summoned by the authorities to give an account of their activities. At best it was a long process, often leading to arrest and extended periods of detention. Michael Ward, an SO officer who took part in vetting people accused of collaboration, relates that all these accusations had to be investigated, which in the nature of things involved long delays, and until a victim had at length cleared himself, he became a file number in the records of the Greek and British security services, forbidden to leave the country and unable to find work in a wide range of jobs. Denunciation, therefore, became the ideal means of settling many irrelevant private grudges and vendettas. 25. As Ward points out, the poisoned tongue of the informer could be aimed at followers of both the right and the left, with less regard for political susceptibilities than for private motives. During the course of the December uprising, the consequences for those denounced were often lethal. OPLA, the KKE secret police, generated lists of names of current and potential enemies as well as those accused of collaboration with the Germans or, for that matter, with the British. On the whole, OPLA agents were concerned less with accuracy than with simply purging large numbers of suspects. Similar conditions applied in the Greek and British security services, but they had more flexibility, and as Ward states, while the civil war in Athens was raging, it was decided to ship away all detainees, as and when they were arrested, to Tobruk where they could be interrogated at leisure and out of the way. 26. On both sides, self-serving individuals exploited the chaos to satisfy greed and ambition, or to cover up their own crimes. Kaidi Ekonomou fell into this category. Ekonomou was a young actress in the Greek National Theatre and during the occupation had lost little time coming to terms with the new order. In the fall of 1941, she married Kostas Petrotsopoulos, a notorious traitor and agent of the German secret police. Petrotsopoulos served his German masters by posing as an enthusiastic Anglophile anxious to render assistance to the Allies, but in reality he was working to betray Athenians hiding British soldiers. Occasionally, Ekonomou also played the role of informant for the Axis at the expense of her countrymen, all the while pretending she was a patriot. In time, Athenians saw through the charade spun by the couple, and used every opportunity to heap scorn and abuse during Ekonomou's performances. Theater audiences often assailed her with verbal abuse and obscene gestures, and even by sending her threats. 27. At the end of the occupation in October 1944, Petrotsopoulos left with the Germans, but Ekonomou remained in Athens, and to squelch the stigma of collaboration became an enthusiastic supporter of EAM. She took part in demonstrations against the monarchy and the Papandreou government and styled herself as a leftist liberal as well as anti-British. It was not enough, however, to dispel completely the aura of traitor and, like others of her ilk, Ekonomou chose to mask her past by denouncing Eleni Papadaki, another actress, as a collaborator. Papadaki had emerged in the 1930s, and particularly during the occupation, as one of the best actresses in Greece and is an example of the tragic convergence of fear, greed, and professional jealousy exacerbated by the occupation and resistance. In the charged atmosphere following the liberation of Athens, the National Theatre mirrored the divisions of Greek society, and some of the actors carelessly flung accusations of treachery and betrayal against each other with little regard for the consequences. The actors, managers, and even the stagehands had to distance themselves from the potential charge of entertaining the enemy during the occupation. Indeed, the maxim that the show must go on regardless of circumstances was often lost on a population coping with conditions of hunger, disease, and reprisals. Although few could criticize those in essential services such as sanitation, medical, fire, and ordinary police work, performers, especially high-profile entertainers in occupied Europe as well as Greece, were vulnerable to charges of collaboration since quite often their audiences included German and Italian officers as well as officials of the local puppet regime. 28 After the war, many flocked to radical and anti-establishment organizations partly because the puppet governments had sprung from the right-wing spectrum of society and partly to retroactively acquire bona fide resistance credentials. Most chose the mass-based EAM. Ekonomou joined the other EAM members of the National Theatre Actors Guild in purging from the organization a number of actors, including Papadakis, suspected of collaboration and treason during the occupation. During the course of the General Assembly of the Actors Guild on November 20, 1944, Papadakis was formally expelled to a chorus of death to the horde. 29 The actors, however, were hardly in a position to differentiate between traitor and patriot. They did not conduct even a cursory investigation, and some exploited the chaos and cacophony of accusations to eliminate competitors. Katina Paksanou, Papadakis' older rival, allegedly played a key role in the arrest and subsequent execution of the younger actress. Paksanou, according to this claim, had been the leading actress in the theater until Papadakis surpassed her during the occupation. Papadakis' crime was twofold: she had a relationship with Yanis Rallis, the last puppet premier, and she had quickly emerged as the most popular and successful actress in the theater. Rallis was a friend of Papadakis' father before the war and it had continued during the occupation. Furthermore, she was an easy target. As a high-profile actress, she was readily identified when in the company of German officers, but it was her affair with Rallis and his obsession with her that dogged Papadakis until her death. During the last year of the occupation, Rallis showered her with gifts and provided protection and patronage. The puppet premier was smitten despite the 25-year age difference. Kenneth Matthews, a friend and an admirer of Papadakis, in his personal memoir of the Greek Civil War, reflected on this unusual relationship. Of the fatal friendship with Rallis, I heard a little and shut my ears. There was no need to think it love. Prime Minister and young actress complemented each other, he with his powers could offer advancement, she with her glamour, flattery. I knew Rallis too. Born into a ruling family, he had the patrician's values and manners, with a monocle at his eye and a gardenia in his buttonhole. He could have strayed out of the courts or council chambers of the 19th century. He was fond of women. By a strange accident, I came into the possession of a letter he wrote in French, which portrayed him as a wooer, at great pains to charm and to please. Vanity, perhaps, destroyed him. Vanity, fogged principles, faulty judgment in that he did not foresee who was going to win. 30 years later, his son, George, declared that Rallis was convinced of an Axis victory, but during the first years of the occupation he did little else than express this point of view. In 1941, the Axis had first offered Rallis the opportunity to form a government and only turned to General Tzolakoglu when he refused. Ironically, Yanis Rallis slid into the quagmire of occupational politics and collaboration in the spring of 1943 when it had become obvious, even to the most obtuse sympathizers of the Third Reich, that the Germans were facing defeat. Yet, according to his son, Rallis believed he could save Greece from the clutches of the left and ensure that the country passed from Axis rule to liberation with little upheaval. 31 Nevertheless, the relationship between the naive actress and the love-struck premier caused a sensation in Athens and drew considerable fire from the left-wing underground press. 32 On October 15, 1943, the newspaper Ellinikon Emma, Greek Blood, condemned Rallis with considerable sarcasm. The puppet government of Athens does not take any measures to protect the people but is focused on the amorous fixation of its president, Yanis Rallis, towards the well-known actress, Papadakis. It should be noted that Rallis has given the object of his attention a platinum belt, worth hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, the premier plays the potent lover while the nation is dying of hunger. 33. 2 months later, the paper reported that Rallis was in the process of proclaiming a new law to facilitate his third divorce in order to marry Papadaka. 34. The rumor of a pending wedding was baseless, but the speculation persisted, and after liberation some people even believed that Rallis and Papadaki had married secretly. Most took it for granted that the two had carried on a love affair. Papadaka, at the same time, had little regard for the perception that her relationship with Rallis was aiding her enemies. She was usually conveyed to the theater by Rallis' automobile, and the chauffeur would formally step out and open the door for her, causing further resentment among her rivals. Papadaka nonetheless exploited her relationship with Rallis and her German admirers to save hundreds of resistance members from execution. She tried to save the life of one of the theater's seamstresses, who had been arrested by the Gestapo because her 2 sons were in the resistance and wanted by the Germans. Despite her efforts, Papadaka was not able to facilitate the woman's release because the Gestapo insisted that the sons surrender and only then their mother would be spared. When Papadaka brought the bad news back to the theater, the information was intentionally misrepresented to mean that Papadaka herself had insisted that the woman's sons surrender in exchange for their mother's freedom. The seamstress was executed and her sons assumed that Papadaka was responsible. During the December uprising they, as well as several actors of the theater, were instrumental in having Papadaki arrested by the KKE Civil Guard. 35. After the outbreak of hostilities in December, despite her close association with Rallis, and faced with the label of collaborator, Papadaki refused to leave her home in Patazia, at that time a relatively upscale Athenian neighborhood, for the safety of the British zone in Kolonaki. In the early afternoon of December 21, Kostas Belirikis, a medical student, and 2 other men from the EAM chapter of Patazia came to pick her up for questioning at the apartment of a friend. According to witnesses, Papadaki remained unconcerned even when her interrogators, addressing her as Mrs. Rallis, pressed her to confess her marriage to Rallis, slapping her across the face when she repeatedly denied the accusation. 36. At midnight 2 men transported the actress in a black Ford taxi to Galatsi, a modest settlement nestled on the outskirts of Athens that served as one of the KKE slaughter centers. The few who survived recalled that a water distillery scarred this otherwise bucolic setting of pine trees and rolling hills. Fresh victims came almost every hour and at all times of the day and night. The communist leadership served makeshift justice from a cluster of ramshackle houses, unfettered by legal procedure or rules of evidence. A typical trial consisted of a brief interrogation, usually taking less than a quarter of an hour, and those found guilty of an ever-growing list of crimes were sent to the grounds of the oil refinery less than 100 yards from the court. There, hundreds of luckless people, including a large number of police and gendarme officers, in some cases including their wives, were executed after being tortured. The standard means of execution was the axe or meat cleaver. In addition to the terror that such means of execution inspired, it was also quieter, aside from the screams of the victims, than the use of a pistol or a rifle. 37 Each victim had to undress and kneel with the head resting on a large stone. The executioner could decapitate the condemned man or woman, occasionally also children, slice their throat, or hack away with the axe or meat cleaver, reducing the individual to a heap of flesh and bone. Gendarmes and police officers usually suffered ghastly and extensive torture just prior to execution, but exceptions were made for well-known members of the right or collaborators. Upon arrival in Galatsi, Papadaka was taken to one of the houses expropriated by the KKE that served as a holding area for the accused. The commander of the unit, Captain Orestes, was a 22-year-old sadistic killer who was less interested in Papadaka's guilt or innocence than in her fur coat, or at least this is how he was later portrayed by the KKE. 38 An investigation by Nikos Andrikidis, a senior commander of the KKE Civil Guard, accused Orestes of not sharing the valuables of the victims with the party and instead giving them to his girlfriends. 39 Orestes was a nom de guerre, his actual name was Andreas Moundrichas. Before the occupation he was a student in the Faculty of Law at the University of Athens, during which time he joined the KKE. Orestes came from a middle to upper middle class family, most likely from Kymi in Euboea, and was typical of the young intellectuals attracted to the communist cause. It is not certain if he had joined the KKE during the occupation or he had been a member before 1941. The trial of Papadakis, along with that of 7 officers of the gendarmerie, was quick and decisive. Captain Orestes, followed by 2 of his henchmen, approached the accused and brusquely, in the name of the people, collected all their valuables, jewelry, watches, and money. At first, he decreed that Papadakis be held as a hostage and then moved on to the next batch of prisoners. A little later he remembered Papadakis and turning to one of his colleagues inquired, "What did she say her name was, and isn't she the one denounced by the Actors' Union?" After these queries, Orestes changed his mind and condemned Papadakis to death, specifying the use of the axe for the execution. 40. Once again, she was hustled into the same black Ford taxi and in a few minutes covered the 100 yards to the oil refinery. Vasis Makaronis, a former grocer and the one charged with killing the actress, recalled at his trial a few months later, she arrived in a car squeezed between 2 members of the civil guard. She was clutching her fur coat to ward off the devils of a cold day. Orestes showed up in another car and ordered her to hand over the fur coat. She meekly complied, but when he demanded all her clothes, Papadakis finally realized that the end was near, broke down, and started to scream. The guards then seized her and dragged her a few yards away to the side of an open pit. There, they tore off the rest of her garments and for a few minutes left Papadakis shivering and whimpering, waiting for the inevitable blows from the axe. At his trial, Makaronis testified that he felt sorry for the actress and decided not to use the axe. Instead, he sat her down at the edge of the open grave and fired 1 bullet into her right temple. Seconds after the shot rang out, Papadakis' body slid into the improvised tomb. 41. Whether this version of Papadakis' demise is true, or just the killer playing up for the court's sympathy, is not certain, just as it is not completely clear which person or persons were in fact ultimately responsible for her death. It is plausible, however, that the individuals who caused her arrest were the EAM theater actors who had denounced her as a collaborator and expelled her from the Actors Guild. Over a month later, on January 26, Papadakis' remains were uncovered along with 4 other victims in a series of shallow graves, not too far from the place of execution in the garden of a small villa. All her clothes were gone, except for a silk slip that was raised to her chest and a garter belt still fastened about her waist, suggesting sexual assault. According to the autopsy report, in addition to extensive trauma, large parts of her skin had been ripped off, before or after decapitation. 42 News of the discovery, as well as the dreadful condition of Papadakis' body, spread rapidly. Dozens of students from the School of Drama rushed to the grave site and attempted to guard her modesty by covering what was left of Papadakis with branches from nearby cypress trees. 43. They were not the only ones to visit these grave sites left by the KKE. North of Athens, in the suburb of Peristoriki, clusters of people hung about the edge of a mass burial site that stretched across an empty field etched along a rocky hillside. A desperate few strayed onto the field to pick through the decomposing human fragments in a valiant effort to identify fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, and children and at least spare them the indignity of a common grave. Approximately 1,500 victims of the KKE's pogrom were discovered there. The victims, according to witnesses, had been executed mostly with axes and knives. Some of the women and girls had been sexually violated and most had been mutilated. The bodies were dumped in trenches 200 yards long, and, during the course of the exhumations, the coroners and their workers came across an extraordinarily grisly sight: a bucket filled with gouged out human eyes. 44. Many of the dead were military and police officers, but the Peristoriki mass burial site also included a cross-section of Athenian society and members of the intelligentsia. 45. If there ever was a scene straight from hell, this was it, wrote Kenneth Matthews, the BBC correspondent in Athens. The bodies were being exhumed from a series of parallel trenches in which the diggers were still working. As each was uncovered, it was laid out on the lip of the trench, naked or half naked, just as it had been buried. Scattered in small groups on the hillside, the womenfolk of the victims kept up a low wailing which rose from time to time to a blood-chilling shriek of lamentation. Over all a charnel smell making the air sick, and the bright January sunlight, which picked out every detail in dreadful clarity. 46. Evidence of further atrocities materialized when the British, joined by newly recruited Greek National Guard forces, drove Elis away from the sections of Athens they had controlled. Each new discovery of executions and mass burial sites underscored the indiscriminate nature of the killings. Many of the KKE's victims were ordinary people who had, at one time or another, made disparaging comments about EAM, or a neighbor who had simply exploited the circumstances to settle a vendetta. In many such instances, the accused were apprehended late at night, dispatched with machine guns, and their bodies thrown down the nearest well. Hundreds of wells and cisterns had provided water to Athens and the surrounding districts for millennia, but after the construction of the Marathon Dam they had fallen in abeyance. In the course of the fighting, the wells became makeshift burial sites and a convenient place to leave corpses of murdered and executed Athenians. One such victim was a 27-year-old gardener, Gerolymatos Carlos, who remarkably survived execution and entombment in a well. The knock on the door for Carlos came at 3 a.m. on December 25, 1944, when he answered. A group of men burst into his home, dragging him outside along with his two sisters and a brother. Out in the street, more people were being rounded up from the neighborhood. The Elis detachment finally led 35 men and women first to the bank of the Ilissus River and from there to a partially built church in the area. The Elis men found a small house beside the church and decided to use it for the interrogations. They forced the occupants, a family of 4, to leave and proceeded to interrogate the prisoners. According to Carlos, first, they took our clothes and after some perfunctory questioning they marched us in single file for about 15 minutes to the edge of a large well. At that moment, they fired on us with automatic weapons. A few jumped into the well to avoid the gunfire, most, however, were killed or wounded. My brother and I survived because we played dead. I had thick and long hair, which made my head appear larger, so that when an Elis fired 3 shots in the direction of my head he missed and I was only grazed by 1 bullet. I continued to pretend I was dead. The executioners dragged the bodies to the edge of the well, stripped them and tossed them into the hole. When my turn came I could hear them saying, "Take off his shoes, they are new and should not go to waste." I was thrown 10 or 12 meters down into the well, my body and face hitting its sides, but the corpses of those tossed earlier broke my fall. For a few minutes I kept being struck by the other bodies they were throwing into the well. Not all of them were dead and I could hear a few still moaning. When the Elis men finished, they tossed stones, pieces of wood, empty cans and other trash in order to fill and cover the well. I was fortunate because I found a curved piece of metal that I held over my head to protect me. After 2 hours I managed to climb to the top and with considerable effort I moved one of the large stones that had covered the top of the well. 47. The KKE leadership was appalled by Papadakis' death, but remained silent and made no apologies for the other killings and atrocities. A few days later, Orestes, the commandant of the Galati execution center, was arrested and incarcerated in Avrov prison. It is not certain if he paid with his life for the atrocities he committed in the name of the KKE, and as late as 1948 he was still in prison. 48. A firing squad, however, dealt with some of his close associates not too far from the oil refinery, where he had arbitrarily and casually dispensed pain and death, often for no other reason than to claim the clothes or jewelry of the accused. Nikos Zachariadis later denounced the execution of Papadakis, and in the decades following the civil war the KKE absolved itself of all responsibility for Papadakis' execution by continuing to blame the entire episode on Orestes. Some of the senior communist leaders who had led the KKE during the December uprising even tried to spin the outrageous tale that Orestes was an agent of the British Secret Service and he killed Papadaki at their behest in order to discredit the Greek communists. Others claimed that Orestes came from a good family with solid communist credentials and was the dupe of a manipulative mistress who drove him to commit excesses. 49 In a lucid letter to his aunt and uncle, Orestes gave no indication of remorse and, aware that he might be soon facing the firing squad, he wrote an upbeat letter. Maybe he believed, despite the reality of his situation, that ultimately he would be spared the death penalty at the last minute. The letter is revealing in that it also suggests that Orestes was not a crazed killer or that he had any regrets, but that he was simply a soldier doing his duty. He wrote, "I am incarcerated in Avrov prison, because I have done my duty towards my country, humanity, and history." 50. Orestes was not a victim of circumstance and not transformed into a pitiless and sadistic killer because of the exigencies of war, but was guided in his actions by KKE policy. The burden of guilt remains with the KKE. The Communist Party orchestrated the arrests and mass executions and thus created an environment that desensitized young men and women in its ranks and enabled them to commit atrocities. Phoibos Gerolymatos, an officer in Elis and one of the early left-wing historians of the Greek Civil War, however, admitted that murders such as those of Papadaki could not be covered up under any circumstances. 51 Gerolymatos' bold admission of KKE responsibility for the atrocities also strongly suggests that killers such as Orestes were not acting on their own initiative or out of some sadistic impulse, but under the order of the KKE leadership. Perhaps not the entire leadership, however. Some senior KKE commanders directed men like Orestes to instill fear in order to intimidate the population and are equally responsible for the reign of Red Terror that held sway when Athens was under communist control. In so doing they gave the fanatics on the right an excuse later to persecute and inflict death and torture against those on the left. While the KKE condemned Orestes, it did not, however, disown Makaronis, the man who either tortured Papadaki to death or, moved by pity, simply shot her. He, along with all the executioners from the oil refinery, was arrested a few months after the end of the December uprising and eventually condemned to death. Remarkably, following the cessation of the city's hostilities, they resumed their civilian vocations. One of these men, employed as a ticket collector, was wearing the sweater of one of his victims and a relative of the victim identified the garment. Makaronis was a humble grocer, typical of the thousands of loyal communist cadres who followed the KKE's directives to the letter and one of the functionaries who undertook the party's dirty work. In this respect, he was little different from some of the men who filled the ranks of the security battalions and practically identical with those who later tortured confessions and declarations of repentance out of suspected communists. Men like Makaronis, who had resented being at the beck and call of wealthy neighbors or prosperous farmers, or who harbored a grudge against civic officials, or had been awed by the expertise of professionals, suddenly were in a position to humble, humiliate, and destroy their betters. Such individuals, for the first time in their lives, could exercise power by exploiting the chaotic conditions that prevailed in Athens, but others only did so at the behest of the KKE, which instituted a reign of terror against the wartime collaborators that quickly expanded into a general purge of all vestiges of the political, economic, educational, professional, and cultural establishment of Athens. Astonishingly, the KKE took the decision to implement such a radical and brutal course of action after the tide of battle had turned against Elis. Part of the motive was revenge. The KKE was striving to punish collaborators and opponents while it still had the ability to do so. The executions also indicated the outline of a clumsy attempt at social and political engineering by trying to decapitate the old order through the elimination of its current and prospective leaders. In addition, the KKE made a concerted effort to destroy all rival Marxist organizations, and during the course of the December uprising, OPLA hit squads killed dozens of members of the rival Archive Marxists organization as well as followers of Trotsky. The Archive Marxists originally formed a secret group within the Socialist Labour Party, which later became the Greek Communist Party. In 1924, the KKE expelled the archive Marxists, who, in turn, went on to establish their own political party. Their membership, during the interwar period, often surpassed that of the KKE. 52 The KKE murdered any archive Marxists who were unlucky enough to be captured to settle old scores and eliminate their closest rival. Another consideration is that such vicious policies were born out of fear. By the third week of December, even the most optimistic Greek communist must have realized that it was no longer possible to overcome the British defences in the centre of Athens, and it was only a matter of time before Elis would concede defeat. The high point of the Elis advance against the British and Greek forces in Athens came on the night of 15 to 16 December 1944. After the collapse of any prospect for a diplomatic settlement with the British and the Papandreou government, Elis prepared for an all-out offensive against the British positions in the centre of Athens. The objective was to overwhelm the enemy by striking simultaneously against the British defences from 3 different directions. Coordinated assaults are a difficult feat for well-trained and disciplined armies, but next to impossible for the haphazardly organised Elis forces. When Elis launched the attacks on the night of 15 to 16 December, the assaults were not synchronized and the British were able to defeat them piecemeal. During the course of the battle, British armoured cars and tanks easily shifted from one sector to another, giving the hard-pressed infantry additional firepower at critical moments in the fighting. Elis troops, on the other hand, did manage to break through on the east flank of the British lines. In the late night of December 13, 2 days ahead of the main Elis offensive, about 1,000 Elis troops stormed the area of the infantry barracks, which were the quarters of the British Armoured Brigade and a few other units. The Elis unit succeeded in penetrating very close to the barracks by using troops dressed in British and Greek police uniforms. By the time the defenders realized the ruse, Elis had captured half the barracks, but instead of trying to capture the British artillery and mortars, they diverted their attention to burning and looting the supply dump as well as killing the civilian radio operators. In the morning the 2nd Battalion, King's Royal Rifle Corps, supported by armour, cleared the barracks, inflicting heavy losses on Elis. Once again, however, rumours of Elis atrocities were further chipping away at the self-styled moral superiority that the left-wing forces had enjoyed from the beginning of the battle. This time a story was circulating among the soldiers of the 4th Division that the body of a non-commissioned officer of the parachute brigade attached to them was found in a horrible state. The man had his legs and arms cut off and then was buried alive. The paratroopers became outraged and, although they had taken over 120 Elis prisoners in the previous engagement, after this alleged atrocity the number of prisoners captured fell off considerably. Despite the determination of Elis to seize the barracks and the high casualties this engagement inflicted on both sides, the attack failed. As long as Elis had engaged in hit-and-run, sniping, sabotage, and other irregular tactics, it could inflict significant losses against the British and perhaps bring about a political outcome to the December uprising. Although Elis enjoyed numerical superiority and was fighting on familiar ground, it could not successfully make the transition from guerrilla warfare to conventional battle. The failure of the Elis offensive spelled the end of any prospects for a military victory in Athens and hence the collapse of the left's effort to influence events in Greece. From this point, Scobie's forces grew stronger, with the increasing flow of reinforcements, while that of Elis grew progressively weaker each passing day. Toward the third week of December, 2 British divisions as well as a brigade of the 4th Indian Division and several miscellaneous units arrived in Phaleron Bay and began the process of relieving the beleaguered British forces in Athens. A new officer, General John Hawksworth, took operational control of all the British and Greek government units. Except for rushing to the rescue of a sector under immediate threat and slowly opening a link with the centre of Athens, Hawksworth's corps did not launch an all-out offensive. The storm of criticism in Britain as well as in the international community over British intervention in Greece had forced Churchill to attempt a compromise resolution of the crisis with EAM Ellis. Churchill, joined by Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden, made the difficult journey to Athens on Christmas Day to preside over a conference that included representatives of the Papandreou government, the KKE, EAM, and Ellis. The meeting took place at the Greek Foreign Ministry on 26 to 27 December, in a bleak room with no heat and lit by hurricane lamps. All the while, sporadic gunfire accompanied the proceedings. Unfortunately, none of the parties saw any reason to make serious concessions and reach an agreement to end the fighting. The British terms remained the same. Hellas had to disarm and evacuate Athens and the surrounding area. For their part, the KKEAM Hellas delegates remained intransigent and, refusing to concede defeat, declined to accept the British terms. Furthermore, they insisted on a predominant role in any coalition Greek government. It may be that they did not appreciate the scale of British reinforcements, or that they were counting on international pressure, especially from the Americans and Soviets, to force Churchill to accept a compromise that left them with Hellas intact and in control of Athens. The conservative politicians, especially the royalists and the ultra-right-wing cabals that had emerged during the uprising, were not in a hurry to see the British stop demolishing EAM Hellas. When the conference began, some of them tried to walk out rather than sit with the bandits, and were only prevented from doing so by the British. They were not to be disappointed. After 2 days of fruitless negotiations, the meeting broke down. The only point of agreement was the future appointment of Archbishop Damaskinos as regent, pending the outcome of a referendum on the future of the Greek monarchy. It fell on Churchill, after his return to London on December 29, to convince a very reluctant George II to accept the Greek cleric as regent. It was not a pleasant task for Churchill, who, according to Roy Jenkins, had to spend half the night, with Eton, bludgeoning the stubborn Greek king into accepting a regency. 53 Eventually, Churchill had to tell George II that if he did not agree the matter would be settled without him and that we would recognize the new government instead of him. 54. In the meantime, some of the communist political leadership chose to grapple with the inevitable consequences of military defeat by a means so terrible that afterward even the most stalwart defenders of EAM Hellas were hard-pressed to find excuses. In a fit of short-sightedness, the KKE decided to take hostages in order to guarantee that the right would not seek retribution against members of the left. This fateful decision was made around the middle of December, in a secret meeting of senior communist leaders at the home of Mitsos Partsilides, secretary of the EAM Central Committee. Partsilides' house was out of the way and set within a large garden, an ideal location for confidential discussions. Only a few of those present opposed this drastic action, and afterward orders were given to EAM Hellas as well as the various organs of the KKE, such as OPLA and the National Civil Guard, to round up hostages. A quarter of a century later, Kaidi Zevgu, who had taken part in the decision, wrote in her memoirs, "Instead of sitting down and analyzing which people should be taken and under what conditions, some of our members, at times, simply set an artificial number and filled it. Many mistakes were made, which considerably damaged our reputation. We are still paying today for these consequences." A little later, Zevgu had an opportunity to see the significant cost of her decision as well as that of her colleagues. "One day I was on the road to the party headquarters at Chasia and shared a ride with Krissa, a member of the KKE's Central Committee. I could see something in the distance moving like a snake on the ground. A few moments later we understood it was a column of hostages, which was coming from the direction we were going. Both Krissa and I were shocked. We turned our heads the other way and remained silent. The spectacle was unsettling. A column of people exhausted and worn out by fatigue with despair on their faces, herded by armed guards on the other side of the column. I still remember that the head of the column was a very old man who was barely dragging his feet. As I said above, it was one of the mistakes of the movement. The reaction, the right, exploited such mistakes to cover up the orgy of terror that spilled out after December and continues, whenever it can, until today and will not allow the national schism to end. 55. The voices of the victims, however, are rarely heard above the din of recriminations and finger-pointing over the atrocities of the December uprising. Despina Makafoshidae was a proud woman devoted to her family, her friends, and her part of Athenian society. She came from a family of well-to-do professionals, who ensured she received an excellent liberal education and that she could speak German, English, French, and some Italian. In the great debate over monarchy, she remained for the rest of her life a committed Venneisist and opposed the return of the king. In 1940 to 1941, she was a volunteer nurse, and during the occupation she labored in the soup kitchens of the Greek Red Cross. 56 Effectively, Makafoshidi's liberalism and anti-monarchism did not set her too far apart from the general goals of EAM. Her daughter had been a member of the left-wing organization for 1 year. Her reward for surviving the famine and the exigencies of foreign occupation was to be taken as a hostage by the KKE. Toward the end of her life she decided to compile her experiences as an attempt to make sense of that terrible ordeal. 57. Makafoshidi's poignant account begins with the joy of liberation, which was all too brief, and the outbreak of the December uprising. From her home in Psychiko, a suburb of Athens, without radio, telephone, and limited travel to the city, she and her friends could only get snippets of news of events in Athens. In the first week of December, she noticed that some acquaintances who were members of EAM started acting strangely, and one of them warned her daughters to leave as soon as possible. After December 20, Makafoshidi, to her horror, watched as the Communist National Civil Guard start rounding up men and a little later also women as hostages. Her turn came a few days later. A group of Elis men came to her, and when she inquired what they wanted they replied, "You and your 2 daughters." One man then said, "You have 5 minutes to get ready, bring 2 blankets, and if you have food ready bring it along." 58 From this point on, life, as Makafoshidi and her family understood it, vanished as she and her daughters became hostages at the mercy of the KKE. They organized us in a column of 3 across, the men were placed ahead of the women and we proceeded along Kifisias Boulevard. The sky darkened and a light rain began to fall. As we headed towards the mountains a strong wind began to flail our faces, but the guards yelled at us to move faster. We passed the suburbs of Galatsi and Kaisli, and only when we reached a small town in the late evening, they stopped and allowed us to rest on the sidewalks and on the ground. There we sat in the cold December night. Eventually, they led us to an abandoned community center where we spent the night. 59. Makafoshidi and her daughters, along with dozens of other women whose names had been placed on a list of suspect reactionaries, were forced to walk for days. At first they left behind well-known suburbs northwest of Athens and then headed further north into unknown parts of the hinterland, past small villages in the mountains. In some places, the locals were kind and offered the hostages what little food or milk they could spare. As they moved from place to place the column grew longer. The guards had little sympathy for the hostages, and regardless of whether they were old, young, pregnant, handicapped, or sick, those who could not join the column were shot, stabbed, or on some occasions beaten to death. A group of RAF prisoners, who fared little better under Elis captivity, witnessed one of these wretched civilian columns, mostly old and elderly men, women, and children. They were all scantily clad and most without shoes. Some were leaving bloody footprints in the snow. Like drunken cowboys urging on a herd of cattle, their guards repeatedly fired shots over their heads. When an old man collapsed, moaning, he was shot and thrown into a ditch. Nikoloides Fortis, an architect at the Athens town hall and one of the hostages, remembers, "We were compelled to march 30 miles a day. Children were taken from their mothers because they were unable to keep up." He saw 2 women murdered, the first because she had hidden 30 gold sovereigns in her clothing and the second because she failed to make that known to the guards. 60. For Makafoshidi and her daughters, the ordeal came to an end in the first week of January after both sides began negotiating a truce, but for some of the others the agony went on until the end of the month. After the collapse of the talks on 26 to 27 December, General Hawksworth launched a major offensive on January 3, 1945 that drove Elis from Athens in just 2 weeks. On January 11, 1945, delegates from Elis met with General Scobie and asked for an armistice. Elis agreed to evacuate Athens and Boeotia as well as fall back 25 miles from Thessalonica. Although Scobie and Hawkesworth preferred to push their offensive until Elis was completely destroyed, political considerations and events beyond their control spared the left the humiliation of total defeat. Fig. 7. Arms surrendered by Elis following the Varkiza Agreement, February 12, 1945. Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs, photo exhibition of the Diplomatic and Historical Archive Department. Meanwhile, the German Ardennes offensive had threatened to break through the Allied lines and, even though it failed, the British needed to reinforce their armies on the northwestern European front. They could not afford the public relations nightmare of continuing to fight EAM Elis, which, for most of the world, represented the Greek resistance. After protracted negotiations, the British, the Greek government, and the KKEAM Elis formally ended the Battle of Athens with the conclusion of the Varkiza Agreement on February 12, 1945. The agreement ultimately achieved little in the long run, except to end the fighting in Athens. Both sides could claim victory, the British and the Greek government, because they actually won the battle, and the KKEAM Elis because they did not lose the war, but merely won campaign. The December uprising left Athens in shambles, with thousands of people homeless and a large number of its citizens permanently scarred and its population bitterly divided. Despina Makafoshiadai begins her unpublished memoir by lamenting, "As long as I live," she passed away in 1990, "I will never forget December of 1944. I, along with thousands of other Greeks who suffered a great deal, believe that Greece should not forget that cursed month, which unleashed a great storm that was brewing for years." 61. During the 33 days of fighting, the once proud neighborhoods of Kolonaki, which had been synonymous with upper-class privilege, were squeezed from all quarters by the fighting and reduced to a beleaguered enclave. The Elis attacks against the fashionable districts also symbolized the assault of the left against the political hegemony of the traditional political and economic establishment. In 1944, however, the authority of this elite was in tatters. The ravages of the occupation along with the chaos of liberation and civil war had humbled and distorted the once affluent and influential Athenian families. The powerful groups and individuals who had reigned over Greece before the war, and whose imprint was stamped on all aspects of Greek political, whether republican or royalist, economic, and cultural life, had been decimated by the occupation and rendered almost irrelevant by the resistance. During the crisis, the village peasants and the humble folk of the working-class districts fighting with Elis were ever so briefly the masters of Greece and Athens. Astonishingly, for the first time in the Greek political dynamic, the village ruled the city. The survivors of the middle and upper classes clung to whatever represented the old political authority, whether this meant following the monarchy, the government, the British, or even the ultra-right-wing paramilitary bands that had sprouted just prior to liberation. Still others sought another alternative by trying to leave the country. However, there were few places in the world that were accessible, except for the very wealthy. Just about all of the Greek shipping magnates, for example, had escaped to London and New York. They were first on the death lists of the KKE, perhaps even ahead of the collaborators. Young women discovered that marriage to foreigners offered one of the few practical avenues of escaping from the prospect of a grim economic future in war-torn Greece. To these women, British officers and even ordinary soldiers were their passport to a fresh start, especially since many wrongly assumed that any man from the United Kingdom was wealthy and a member of the British aristocracy. Later, in the case of Americans, the equally mistaken notion was that they were all fabulously rich. After liberation, during and after the December uprising, just about every social occasion in Athens included its share of what Michael Ward, one of the few officers in Athens at the time, described as Kolonaki girls, almost all known to each other and encountered repeatedly at party after party, gyrating on the floor with their British boyfriends. There was something exotic about going out with a foreigner and escaping in the mildest way the strict control exercised by many middle-class parents, and to be frank, there was the chance of marriage to an Angelzaki, Englishman. 62. At first dozens, then hundreds of these young, Mostly middle-class women managed to walk down the aisle with their trophy Englishmen and later were transported to Britain to begin their new lives. Doties also recalls that language was not a barrier. In the spring after the Detembriana I went to work, after school, at a British officers' mess as an interpreter. By then I was 16 years old. Few people knew English then in Greece. At the canteen my main occupation turned out to be interpreting for couples who were planning to get married. The Greek girls didn't know any English and, of course, the British soldiers didn't know a word of Greek. Yet, they were intending to get married. The girls wanted to know where the men lived and how well off they were. The British soldiers presented a rosy picture. In other words, they told them a bunch of lies, and that is why most of the girls returned within a year or two. As it was natural, the girls were hoping for a better life in England. The only girl I know who didn't return to Greece was my husband's sister. She braved it in Flixton, outside Manchester, in quite poor conditions until her family was able to send her financial help. She stayed married and still is with Frank. 63. According to Ward, who also acquired a Greek bride, most of these unions did not survive more than a year or two, and the majority of these women decamped back to Greece. 64. Individually and collectively, the Greek war brides were symptomatic of the social distortions that buffeted Greek society in the post-war period. They may be viewed as a metaphor for the relationship between the British and the Greek right, destined for disappointment. Eventually, and to some extent because of the December uprising, the conservative element of Greek society, including that of Athens, was reconstituted and reinvigorated after 1945 as the new right. By the end of 1944, the old monarchist, Venizilist schism had mutated beyond recognition and its adherents melted into the forces of either the left or the right. Prior to the occupation, the Venizilist Republican and Royalist factions had monopolized the Greek political scene. Although Greek liberalism and anti-monarchism had become synonymous with the Venizilists, it did not necessarily mean that all the members of the Venizelos faction subscribed to liberal convictions and loathed the monarchy, or that every royalist rejected liberal ideas. Rather, personal rivalry and competition for power often blurred their ideological differences and, on occasion, they easily shifted from one group to the other. The parties and factions of the left, in contrast, were small and marginal in pre-war Greek society. During the period of the resistance, however, the roles were reversed and the influence of the left overshadowed that of the traditional political parties. At the same time, membership in the left or right did not necessarily emanate from defined constituencies of liberals, socialists, communists, royalists, or conservatives. In this context, it is difficult to determine the ideological proclivities of those who joined EAM as well as those who fought for Elis. Yet, it is evident from the extant sources that many who followed EAM Elis did so out of patriotic and nationalist motives. The same can be said for those who supported the other resistance organizations. For example, Elis and EADS included a large number of professional and monarchist officers, while approximately another 1,000, many of them Republicans, joined the notorious security battalions. After liberation, thousands of resistance fighters, regardless of their ideological proclivities, were labeled leftists simply because they had fought with Elis or participated in EAM. Ironically, this stigma included the professional officers in Elis, most of whom had been loyal to the crown, just as thousands of Republicans decided that the monarchy was the best guarantee against communism and went over to the royalist camp. Hence, the fear of communism and professional opportunism converged in the emergence of the new right and contributed to the establishment of the anti-communist Greek state. The breakdown of most marriages between British servicemen and Greek wives was also indicative of the changing nature of Greece's foreign policy. For over a century, Greece had relied upon Great Britain as its primary external patron. Great Britain's triumph in World War II had come at the cost of its position as a preeminent global power. As the war came to an end, Britain's commitment to Greece steadily decreased, and was eventually replaced by that of America. U.S. support, however, came with a significant price. American largesse saved Greece from collapse, but U.S. political patronage extended to the right, more specifically to the very conservative right, and propped up a conservative end. In the words of Talleyrand commenting on the Bourbons after the fall of Napoleon, they learned nothing and forgot nothing. The chasm in Greek society that had been exacerbated by the Axis occupation and the first and second rounds of the Greek Civil War solidified and, aggravated by the atrocities inflicted, was, perhaps, beyond hope of reconciliation. Furthermore, the unwillingness of the British, because of political considerations, to inflict total destruction on Hellas meant that the left could count on a large number of men and women, brutalized by the White Terror, to join ranks of the Democratic Army and inflict the third round on the devastated country. Arguably a large number of Hellas and EAM followers accepted defeat and attempted to reintegrate in society, but a great many could not avoid persecution by their political opponents. The failure of the succession of governments in the aftermath of the December uprising to effect even a modicum of compromise between the adherents of the left and right, and their inability to control the lawlessness of the right-wing gangs roaming the countryside, practically guaranteed another confrontation. The next, and final, round of the Civil War, 1946 to 1949, was the most destructive and left deeper wounds and divisions in Greek society that continue to linger into the 21st century. Chapter 6. Balkan Machinations. KKE, CPY, and the Macedonian Conundrum. The Greeks have acted foolishly. Joseph Stalin. In the early hours of Friday, February 14, 1992, a cold wind swept through the streets of Thessaloniki. Although a working day, schools, universities, government offices, and most private businesses were closed. At first hundreds, then thousands, then hundreds of thousands of Greek citizens converged onto the main square of Greece's second largest city. Soon the protesters flooded Thessaloniki's vast Platia Dikasterion as the human tidal wave clogged the streets, avenues, and boulevards that led to the square. 1 This tremendous sea of humanity thundered over and over again, "Macedonia is Greece." Dignitaries included the mayor, bishop, and politicians from Athens who stood at the newly built stand and with impassioned speeches tried to raise the emotions of the crowd. The speeches struck chords of shared historical memories and fears. The chants of "Macedonia is Greece" reached an ear-piercing crescendo, echoing accelerated by Thessaloniki's concrete buildings. Some bystanders feared that the authorities would lose control of the demonstration. Frenzied human waves almost cascaded over one another and pressed against the uneven lines of those in front. Remarkably, there were neither fatalities nor serious injuries, and after several hours of cheers, chants, and speeches, the demonstration came to a peaceful end, with the crowd slowly dissipating from the square and adjoining streets. Rarely, if ever, in European history have so many people assembled to scream their lungs out over the name of a country. The crisis unfolded after the former Socialist Republic of Macedonia declared its independence in 1991 from Tito's rapidly disintegrating federal Yugoslavia and immediately assumed the name Republic of Macedonia for its new sovereign state. Reactions in Greece were immediate and consisted of a melange of indignation, anger, and fear. The event caught the attention of the world media, which attempted to explain why the Greeks had become unhinged over the use of the name Macedonia by one of Yugoslavia's breakaway republics. At the same time, newspaper, television, and radio reports tried to fathom why the contagion of nationalism had also spread to Greek communities in Europe, Australia, and North America. Demonstrations were televised worldwide, showing thousands of protesters carrying flags of Greece and placards demanding that the new Yugoslav Republic cease using Macedonia as its name. What caused these powerful emotions that moved hundreds of thousands of Greeks to protest worldwide? The fact that Bulgaria and Turkey, Greece's traditional rivals and enemies, recognized the new republic on January 15 and February 5, 1992, respectively, fed the frenzy of the masses as they imagined a new enemy bordering Greece's northern frontier with the intention of incorporating the Greek region of Macedonia. Greek indignation and fear spoke to memories of war, famine, and slaughter, tragic events shrouded in history and legend. The dramatic changes that ushered the death knell of the Yugoslav Federation raised the specter of a grim war spilling over its boundaries into northern Greece. The images in the media of mass killing, torture, rape, and systematic destruction sweeping some of the former Yugoslav republics were proof that the past ethnic enmities and territorial ambitions had returned. For many it was also the long shadow of the civil war that mixed fears of the past with memories of the events of the 1940s. Because so much of the civil war was fought in northern Greece, the memories of the conflict were fresher. Macedonia had been the primary battlefield with respect to the fighting, but also the prize that the KKE was willing to offer first to the Yugoslavs and in 1949 to the Bulgarians. For many people in northern Greece, the competition for Macedonia had been the catalyst for violence and wars in the Balkans since the 19th century. An irrational segment, egged on by ambitious politicians, suggested that conflict was going to resume and that Macedonia would degenerate into a battlefield. Point 2 The key to why the independence of a former Yugoslav republic with the assumed name of Macedonia should have caused such an emotional upheaval in Greece can be found by understanding how the history of Macedonia is intertwined with the Greek Civil War of 1946 to 1949. The struggle for Ottoman Macedonia had dominated the strategies and politics of the newly established Balkan states in the later part of the 1800s. Indeed, 19th-century Ottoman Macedonia offered a buffet of ethnic and religious minorities. Many of Macedonia's residents were Greek, Slav, or Muslim, with smaller communities of Vlachs and Roma, and a significant number of Thessaloniki's residents included Sephardic Jews. In effect, this diverse population was a microcosm of Balkan societies and minorities. The new Balkan states were anxious to claim their co-religionists still living in Ottoman territory. Accordingly, Greece, Serbia, Bulgaria, and to a lesser extent Romania concentrated their energies and limited resources on territorial expansion. Each of these countries found historical, linguistic, or ethnic grounds with which to claim the territory and inhabitants of Ottoman Macedonia. To the Greeks, history was the handmaiden of irredentism, and they could boast that the region was a part of their heritage and culture from ancient times. Indeed, this was the case not just in Ottoman Macedonia. Almost from the inception of the Greek nation in 1830, ambitious politicians and dreamers called for the expansion of the new state to incorporate the territories of the Byzantine Empire. In the imagination of the 19th-century Greeks it meant Macedonia, the Aegean and its islands, Crete, and Asia Minor. The Bulgarians argued that they and the inhabitants of Macedonia shared kinship of ethnicity and language. The Serbs had the weakest case and could only make vague references to Serbia's medieval empire, which for a short time included the territory of Ottoman Macedonia. Complicating matters even more was the inability of the decaying Ottoman Empire to stem the violence occasionally plaguing the unfortunate region at the end of the 19th century. 3 Hostilities, of course, were instigated by the competing Balkan powers, whose agents and armed bands waged an unrelenting struggle for control of Macedonia's population, either through fear or with the promise of a better future. The origin of the Macedonian question, which later bedeviled the policies of the Greek communists in the 20th century, was rooted in the diplomatic arrangements that settled the Great Eastern Crisis of 1876 to 1878. The crisis was the result of the victories of the armies of Tsar Alexander II over the Ottomans and had threatened to destroy the Turkish Empire, thus creating a power vacuum that favored Russian ambitions in the Balkans and Near East. To contain Russian expansion, Britain, France, and Germany assembled the Congress of Berlin and by aligning against Russia succeeded in preserving the Ottoman Empire with only some loss of its territory in the Balkans. Macedonia's potential to explode had been exacerbated even further by the creation of an autonomous Bulgaria. The decision of the great powers to revise the Treaty of San Stefano, March 3, 1878, at the Congress of Berlin, which under Russian pressure had created a large Bulgaria, into 2 autonomous mini-states under nominal Ottoman tutelage, caused much bitterness among Bulgarian nationalists. The great powers' decision to exclude Macedonia from the new state had convinced Bulgarian irredentist circles in Sofia to work toward overturning the provisions of the treaty and fulfilling their dream of a greater Bulgaria that included Macedonia. Predictably, it was not long before Bulgaria's aggressive designs on Macedonia came into conflict with Greek and Serbian aspirations and laid the foundations for a protracted and violent competition. 4. The Congress of Berlin, the subsequent Treaty of Berlin, June 13 to July 13, 1878, and the Treaty of Constantinople, 1881, altered the geopolitical dynamics of the Balkans. The Treaty of Constantinople awarded Greece the regions of Thessaly and southern Epirus at the expense of the Ottoman Empire. The acquisition of the new territories brought the Greek frontier alongside that of Ottoman Macedonia. This redistribution of Ottoman territory stipulated by the treaties transferred to Greece and Serbia areas that bordered on the three Ottoman vilayets, provinces, that constituted Ottoman Macedonia. This development practically ensured that Macedonia was the next cause célèbre for the nationalists in both countries and, a little later, in Bulgaria. For the next 4 decades, attempts to acquire the region for their respective states became the primary focus of the Balkan states. The first phase of the struggle, from the late 1870s to the mid-1890s, was relatively mild, at least when compared to what would follow. The majority of Macedonia's population defined identity on the basis of religious affiliation rather than ethnicity. Greece and Serbia focused their endeavors on winning the hearts and minds of the locals through a vigorous campaign of nationalist and secular propaganda. Both countries officially were Eastern Orthodox, so appealing to religious sentiment under these circumstances offered little advantage. Ethnicity, language, and history underscored the propaganda efforts of these Balkan states. Bulgaria, in contrast, separated from the Ecumenical Patriarchate unilaterally and on May 23, 1872 established the Bulgarian Exarchate as a national church. Subsequently, the Bulgarians used religion in combination with nationalism to win over the Christians of Ottoman Macedonia. 5. By 1895, hundreds of Greek, Serbian, and Bulgarian schools, funded by associations such as the Greek Association of Hellenic Letters, the National Society, the Serbian Society of Saint Sava, and the Bulgarian National Committee, sprouted throughout Macedonia. These organizations and schools aggressively competed with one another in an effort to convert their pupils to the respective national causes of the three countries. 6. Considerable propaganda material was also disseminated from the consulates, which the three governments had established in Ottoman Macedonia's major cities in the 1880s. 7. The Macedonian struggle underwent a dramatic shift in 1893, when a group of young intellectuals established the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, IMRO, in Thessaloniki. The organization's leadership rejected the Greek, Serb, and Bulgarian identities and countered them with a vision of an autonomous Macedonia within the Ottoman Empire. 8. To fulfill this goal, IMRO dedicated itself to creating conditions that would compel the Ottoman government to enact the provisions of Article 23 of the Treaty of Berlin, which obliged the Ottoman government to implement a series of internal reforms in its European provinces. Violence and terrorism constituted the core of IMRO's tactics. The leaders of the movement assumed that the Ottoman government, often referred to as the Sublime Porte 9, would implement Article 23 only if pressured to do so by the great powers. In order to attract the attention of the Europeans to Macedonia and persuade them to intervene with the Sublime Porte, the IMRO intended to unleash a campaign of revolutionary terror. IMRO planned an urban terrorist activity combined with a mass, peasant-based, uprising in the countryside. This strategy, the leaders of IMRO believed, would reduce Macedonia to a state of political and economic chaos, rendering the region unsafe for foreign investment and provoking Ottoman reprisals against the local population. In turn, they hoped that these developments would thrust Macedonia to the forefront of the European powers' agenda and force the Ottomans to grant the region the autonomy demanded by the revolutionaries. 10. In 1903, IMRO launched the long-awaited insurrection. 11. The Ilinden Uprising, named for Saint Elijah, on the night of August 2 of the same year prompted the Ottoman government eventually to deploy 175,000 soldiers to Ottoman Macedonia in an effort to crush the rebellion. 12. The course of the uprising exposed IMRO's limits. So long as the bands restricted their activities to cutting communications, fighting small-scale engagements against isolated Ottoman units, or burning Muslim settlements and massacring their populations, they were able to hold their own, or at least survive to fight another day. As soon as they challenged the Ottoman forces to conventional combat, however, as was the case at Krushevo, August 12, the result was catastrophic defeat. 13 Without external support from a nearby state, IMRO guerrillas could not stand up to even poorly trained, but numerically superior Ottoman forces. The Greek communist insurgents would fare little better in the Greek Civil War whenever they abandoned guerrilla tactics and tried to hold a town or fight a conventional battle. By late October 1903, the Ottomans brutally suppressed the uprising, and IMRO suffered extensive losses. 14 Yet the revolt had at least fulfilled the purpose of attracting the great powers to the issue of Macedonia. Consequently, the Ottoman government agreed to the implementation of reforms specified in the Muirsteg Agreement concluded between Austria-Hungary and Russia on September 30. The most novel feature of the reforms was the stipulation for the reorganization of the Ottoman gendarmerie under the guidance of foreign military and police personnel. 15. This provision for what can be loosely defined as the first peacekeeping operation in history, however, did not substantially contribute to the restoration of order in Macedonia. On the contrary, the weakening of IMRO escalated guerrilla warfare in the region that had been instigated by the competing Balkan states. Beginning in early 1904, Greek, Serb, Bulgarian, and even Romanian bands poured into Macedonia in order to take advantage of IMRO's decline. By 1907, as many as 110 Bulgarian, 80 Greek, 30 Serbian, and 8 Romanian bands may have been operating in the region, fighting each other and the Ottomans in an effort to uphold their country's claims to the area. 16 Regardless of the exertions of the bands and the reform efforts of the great powers and the Ottomans, the Macedonian problem did not find complete resolution until the early 20th century as a result of the two Balkan Wars of 1912 to 1913. 17 In these wars Greece and Serbia acquired most of Ottoman Macedonia, with the Greeks securing 51% of the territory. The Balkan and Ottoman armies and the irregular bands that accompanied them committed atrocities that shocked the West and made the word Balkans in the eyes of Europeans synonymous with barbarism and ethnic hatred. 18. Not just Greeks inhabited Greece's new province, despite government propaganda. The new territorial acquisition also now included large numbers of Muslims, Sephardic Jews, Slavs, and Vlachs. The government in Athens made a determined effort to Hellenize the minorities, but only when an influx of over 600,000 Greek Orthodox refugees victims of the population exchange between Greece and Turkey were resettled in the new province did the Orthodox Greeks represent 88% of Macedonia's population. The refugees were the byproduct of Greece's unsuccessful attempt to annex Asia Minor in Turkey, 1919 to 1922, and the victims of brutal Turkish revenge. They brought with them memories of mass killings, death marches, and mass rape, and they passed on the memory of these atrocities to their descendants. Equally significant, many filled the ranks of the Greek Communist Party and its leadership. In the 1920s and 1930s, the Communists achieved modest electoral victories at the polls, in part, thanks to the votes of the Asia Minor Greeks. Ultimately, war and occupation in the 1940s propelled the Communists to a dominant position in Greece and set in motion the events that led to civil war. The Axis invasion and occupation of Greece also added a new chapter to the Macedonian history of violence and destruction. The Bulgarian army attacked Greece on April 20, 1941 without declaring war. As a member of the Axis, Bulgaria was awarded Eastern Macedonia and Western Thrace by Germany. Almost immediately, a regional genocide by the Bulgarians exterminated over 15,000 Greeks and expelled another 100,000. 19 Bulgarian policy dictated either conversion to Bulgarian identity or, for those who refused, execution, torture, death by famine, or for the lucky few, expulsion. Many local Slavs were quick to shed their Greek citizenship and instantly transform into Bulgarians. Because they identified as Macedonians, They subsequently tainted Slavophones in Greece as collaborators and foreigners. During the course of the occupation, northern Greece underwent yet another twist as the Yugoslav communists took advantage of their superior numbers and organization to force their Greek communist counterparts to serve the interests of a greater post-war Yugoslavia. This action underscored the notion in Greek society that Slavophones were dangerous aliens. As a harassed minority, some Slavophones looked to the KKE for protection because the Greek communists had recognized Macedonian self-determination in the 1920s. The Greek communists, however, were not the only alternative for Slavophones in Greek Macedonia. Many looked to the North and Tito's partisans for support and even assistance to create an independent Macedonia. The Macedonian issue, as a result, played a critical role in the relationship between the Greek and Yugoslav communists. The Comintern in the 1920s forced the Greek communists to accept autonomy of Macedonia within a Balkan federation operating under the principles of self-determination. This would weaken Yugoslavia and Greece while strengthening the position of the Bulgarian communists, since they could claim to be finally realizing the territories awarded to Bulgaria under the Treaty of San Stefano, albeit in a modified form. This decision undermined the KKE's efforts in attracting Greeks to their communist cause and alienating many of their supporters among the Asia Minor residents of Macedonia. The impact of the KKE's decision to accept Macedonian autonomy resonated during the occupation and the Civil War and continues to reverberate in the 21st century. The fixation of the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, FYROM, on Macedonian identity, and the paraphernalia of an imagined link with Alexander the Great, as well as illusions that the Greek province belongs to the former Yugoslav Republic, are relics of Balkan mythology and the Greek Civil War. For the residents of northern Greece, the references to Macedonia by the government in Skopje conjure memories of death and destruction, memories that have been passed on from one generation to another. The establishment of FYROM in 1992 resurrected the Macedonian issue and remains a thorn in the side of Greece's foreign relations with the new Balkan Republic. To some extent, the Macedonian issue, with all its manifestations, is a metaphor for the failure of the KKE to understand Greek nationalism. The Yugoslav and Greek communist parties rose to political significance in the first half of the 20th century, and both achieved prominence by their success in establishing effective resistance organizations during the Axis occupation. Surprisingly, and despite the proximity of their respective countries, the Greek and Yugoslav communists only made contact in 1943. This was because the CPY and the KKE, as was the case of all communist parties, were at the mercy of the divide-and-rule policies of the Comintern, effectively the arm of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU. In theory, the Comintern was supposed to encourage, along with international revolution, solidarity among the world's communist parties, but Stalin's paranoia and ambition precluded any such effort. 20 In practice, the Comintern became the mechanism by which Stalin could advance his international agenda, with the interests of local communist parties subordinated to those of his CPSU. The Macedonian issue exemplified the Comintern's interference in the affairs of communist parties for the benefit of the USSR. The Soviets, in an effort to secure the loyalty of the powerful Bulgarian Communist Party, BCP, had the Comintern rule in favor of the establishment of a Macedonian and a Thracian state and compelled the KKE and CPY to adopt this policy, which the KKE did in 1924.21. This was a public relations nightmare for the Yugoslav and Greek communists, but it proved especially damaging for the KKE, which, unlike the CPY at the time, was a legal political party and had to account for its pro-Soviet policies in a public forum. In the intensely nationalist atmosphere within Greece in the 1920s, the KKE's political position on the Macedonian issue caused a sharp downturn in the party's electoral prospects and popular support, which reached a nadir of 1.41% in the 1928 general election. 22 This was the price that Greek communists paid to belong to the International Communist Brotherhood. It would prove to be a millstone around the neck of every Greek communist and deny the party mass support. The Comintern imposed its policies on other communist parties by managing their internal affairs. By the 1930s the Comintern was able to remove the leaders of other communist parties at its own discretion, particularly in the weaker Eastern European communist organizations. It was the Comintern that appointed Nikolaos Zachariadis Secretary General of the KKE in 1931 because the Greek communist leader had demonstrated his loyalty to Stalinist principles. 23 Tito was placed in charge of the CPY in 1937 after the previous Secretary General of the party, Milan Gorkic, fell victim to the Great Purges and was executed. 24 The Great Purges within the USSR forced communist parties to remain insular and discouraged relations between them, lest they be associated with individuals whom Stalin considered disloyal to him and the USSR. Furthermore, the CPY and KKE's fluctuating membership, and frequent purging of leadership, provided an additional barrier that inhibited close ties between the two communist parties. 25. World War II proved to be the catalyst for the two organizations to establish a closer relationship. 2 years after the Axis invasion of Greece and Yugoslavia, the KKE and CPY found common ground through the exigencies of occupation and resistance. Both organizations, in the early years of the Axis occupation, were more concerned with survival than with making contact with foreign resistance groups. 26 Another consideration was that while the CPY had managed to maintain contact with the Comintern during the war through the Comintern's regional transmitter in Zagreb, the KKE lacked such equipment or access via a third party. Subsequently, the KKE leadership was not able to contact any part of the communist world, including the CPY. 27 Although the exact date when the KKE lost contact is unavailable, most likely it was sometime in the spring of 1941. 28 At the beginning of the occupation, however, the CPY was not a unified organization and its regional committees remained relatively independent. Under these circumstances, the Regional Committee of the Yugoslav Communist Party of Macedonia did not receive directives from the CPY Central Committee until 1943. As a result, in 1941 the Regional Committee of Yugoslav Macedonia, under the leadership of Metodij Shatarov, 1941 to 1943, had detached itself from the CPY and was taking its orders from the Communist Party of Bulgaria, CPB. 29. Unlike the CPY, the Bulgarian Communists did not organize an active resistance against the Axis. Two considerations guided the policy of the Regional Committee of Yugoslav Macedonia, the first and the official reason, stated by Tito in a September 4, 1941 dispatch to the Comintern, was that Shatarov had adopted a position in favor of a Soviet Macedonia and of awaiting the coming of the Red Army. 30 To ensure that Macedonia resisted passively, Shatarov refused to distribute the proclamation of the CPY Central Committee calling for military actions and issued a directive that all arms should be surrendered to the authorities. 31 The other reason, proposed by Tito in 1948 at the Fifth Party Congress of the Communist Party of Yugoslavia, was that leaders of the Regional Committee for Macedonia had sabotaged the uprising in Macedonia, for, in their opinion, Macedonia was not occupied but liberated by the troops of Tsar Boris, while the German troops played a positive role because they helped liberate Macedonia. 32. Until the CPY was able to reassert control over Yugoslav Macedonia and weaken the authority of the occupation forces by active resistance, contact between the Greek and Yugoslav communists remained difficult. Greek and Yugoslav Macedonia was the nearest point of contact between the two communist organizations. After the Germans successfully eliminated the short-lived CPY-run Republic of Uzas, based in western Serbia, December 1941, the Central Committee of the CPY was forced to flee to eastern Bosnia. This turn of events increased the distance between the Central Committee of the CPY and Vardar Macedonia and made it difficult for the CPY to assert its control over the communist Yugoslav Macedonians. In a February 26, 1942 telegram, the Executive Committee of the Communist Party of Bulgaria, as part of their argument for increased influence in Vardar Macedonia, noted, "For about 3 months the Macedonian comrades have had no ties with the CPY." 33. This was an unacceptable state of affairs for the CPY. As a result, the Central Committee of the CPY decided that in order to reassert its authority over the Vardar Macedonian Communists, it had to dispatch a special envoy to represent the interests of the Yugoslav Communists in the region. Tito chose Dobrovoć Radosavljević who, because of the difficulties in mobility imposed by the occupation forces, did not arrive in Vardar Macedonia until 6 months later. 34 As the special representative of the Central Committee, Radosavljević laid the foundation for much of Yugoslavia's later success in dealing with the Macedonian issue. 35 The CPY had begun its struggle to regain control over the Yugoslav Macedonians, which provided the motivation for contacting the KKE. Svetosar Vukmanović Tempo's arrival in Macedonia accelerated Radosavljevic's previous efforts to bring the Vardar Macedonian Communists into alignment with the CPY. He arrived in Skopje in February 1943 with two immediate duties: developing the partisan resistance and asserting CPY's control over the Macedonian Party. 36 For the CPY, these tasks were interrelated. Tito explained the CPY's goals in a January 16, 1943 letter to Radosavljević, the substance of which would have been familiar to Vukmanović: with the correct stand in the national question, with organization and participation in this national liberation war, our party can raise all of the Yugoslav peoples to an armed uprising, preparing the conditions for the solution to other problems. 37 Vukmanovic's description of his mission parrots this formal letter. As Tito's representative, he stated that his mission was to implement, together with Macedonian communists, the CPY line in the conditions of war and the occupation of the country. 38. In effect, Vukmanović planned to initiate an armed uprising that would provide the foundation to solve the Macedonian issue in favor of Yugoslavia. One of the means by which Vukmanović sought to ensure control over the Vardar Communist Macedonians was by upgrading the regional committee to the newly named Communist Party of Macedonia that would operate within the framework of a communist Yugoslavia. He and Tito believed that such a measure would appeal to Vardar Macedonian nationalists, although it had the potential to backfire, a possibility that haunted Vukmanović. His fears were confirmed in June 1943 when the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Macedonia issued a document stating that its goal was the unity of all Macedonians, without regard to whether they were earlier Bergophiles, Serbomans, or Greco-Mans. 39 Vukmanović, realizing that such a statement would undermine Yugoslav control over the region, quickly corrected this tremendous political mistake, and by August 2, 1943 the Macedonian Communist Party Central Committee released a new document that emphasized the role of the Yugoslavs in the struggle for Macedonian independence. 40 It was while Vukmanović was attempting to stabilize the Vardar Macedonia Communist Party in the face of overwhelming nationalist sentiments that contact and negotiations between the KKE and CPY were established. Unfortunately for the KKE, when the CPY and KKE finally made contact, Tito's primary objectives were to extend his control over Vardar Macedonia and keep his options open with respect to acquiring Greek and Bulgarian Macedonias. Toward these ends, the Yugoslav communist leader adjusted his policy and was ready to seize any opportunity to secure a greater post-war federation. For its part, the KKE could only negotiate with Tito from a position of weakness. The KKE, even before the war, had been devastated under Metaxas. The regime had left the Greek communists in tatters and racked with suspicion over who collaborated with the Metaxas authorities. As a result, KKE prospects at the beginning of the war were not great. The KKE's situation improved after the Axis occupation of Greece and particularly with the German invasion of the USSR in 1941. The German attack against the Soviets transformed the war into a struggle between Nazism and communism, thus enabling all Greek communists to take up the struggle against the Axis with the blessing of Moscow. The KKE had succeeded in leading a large resistance movement by setting up EAMLS, a political and armed resistance, respectively, and had managed to convince most people that these were separate from the Greek Communist Party. Although the KKE emerged from the sidelines as a substantial organization during the occupation, it was at a disadvantage in its relations with the Yugoslav communists because of its pre-war commitment to the future disposition of Greek Macedonia. The KKE recognized this weakness and adopted the only possible tactic to avoid discussing the Macedonian issue for as long as possible. When forced to take a position in 1943, likely as a result of Bulgarian and Yugoslav pressure, the KKE pleaded ignorance and tried to hide behind meek denials that an actual issue existed in the first place. 41. The KKE's policy of evasion over Macedonia continued into 1944, when Zevgos again noted, the minorities which live in other countries will acquire full national, economic, social and political equality of rights after the war. 42 But it was an issue that the Yugoslavs would not concede, regardless of the cost to their Greek communist allies. Fundamentally, CPY pressure on the future of Greek Macedonia and KKE efforts to avoid dealing with it characterized the relationship between the Greek and Yugoslav communist organizations during the occupation and throughout the course of the Greek Civil War. The desire of both communist parties to cooperate and establish direct contact was genuine, but with different motives. The minuet of the Yugoslavs and the Greek communists over Macedonian independence, nevertheless, went on during the occupation and until the final year of the Civil War. It took many forms, and in June 1943 the pretext was the organization of a joint Balkan headquarters for the Greek, Yugoslav, and Albanian partisans. Toward this end, on a blistering hot June day, 3 die-hard communist partisans met in one of those nondescript villages somewhere in the mountains in northwestern Greece. Prior to the Axis occupation, the 3 individuals and the communist parties they represented had been marginally relevant in the rough-and-tumble world of Balkan politics. Yet, the 3 insignificant communists were meeting to redress the land boundaries of the Balkans, at best a volatile and toxic exercise. The participants, Vukmanovic, a Yugoslav communist and Tito's henchman for Macedonian affairs, Enver Hoxha, a cold-blooded killer and the head of the Albanian Communist Party, ACP, who after 1945 would isolate Albania from the world and impose a harsh communist regime, and Gerolymatos, perhaps the least significant participant, representing the KKE. Fig. 8. Tito at the Bolshoi in 1945. 3 years later, Tito and Stalin would become archenemies. Wiki Commons. Ostensibly, Vukmanovic had summoned the Greek and Albanian communists to meet about establishing a joint Balkan headquarters to coordinate the activities of their respective resistance organizations. Vukmanovic, however, had a hidden agenda and with the connivance of Hoxha tried to force Gerolymatos into a discussion about the future fate of Greek Macedonia. The KKE leadership had some suspicions that the meeting was a trap to satisfy Tito's appetite for a greater post-war Yugoslavia at the expense of Greece. Accordingly, Gerolymatos admitted, when pressed, that he did not have the authority to sign on behalf of the Greek Communist Party. 43 The Greek Communist, however, had another agenda and the KKE had sent him with the purpose of contacting Moscow through the Yugoslav channel. 44 Communist solidarity notwithstanding, the relationship among the Yugoslavs, Greeks, Bulgarians, and Albanians operated on 2 tracks, a common goal of promoting communism and the aim of gaining regional advantage in advancing their respective national agendas. The crafty Vukmanovic later offered an idealized version of why he proposed a Balkan resistance headquarters, stating that he was convinced that the idea of forming a Balkan HQ was realizable and would contribute to the strengthening of the struggle against occupation. 45 After the discussions concluded, on June 20, 1943, Vukmanovic and Hoxha produced a document, Conclusions of a Meeting of Delegates from the Central Committees of the Greek, Yugoslav and Albanian Communist Parties, held on 20 June 1943. 46 The document included generalities about cooperation among the communist organizations as well as the future fate of Macedonia. Vukmanovic and Hoxha signed it as members of their respective central committees, but not Gerolymatos. Despite the KKE's attempt to sidestep the Macedonian issue, the agreement signed by 2 out of the 3 communist representatives revealed Tito's plans for interfering in Greek Macedonia. Gerolymatos quickly realized the implications that this document would have for the KKE and demanded the removal of any references to Greek Macedonia. He insisted that his objections be included in the following statement, the KKE delegate considers the Macedonian question sensitive and that it must be looked into by the KKE Central Committee. 47 Vukmanovic, however, was not to be denied. Immediately following Gerolymatos' protest he had Hakhaad, the other delegates do not share the view of the KKE delegate and consider it necessary and beneficial to give the Macedonian people the opportunity to conduct their own national liberation struggle. 48 The Yugoslavs were prepared to pursue a policy with respect to Greek Macedonia regardless of the protestations of the KKE. Two additional meetings between Vukmanovic and the KKE followed later in the summer of 1943. The first took place at Elis headquarters in Castania at the end of June and went on until 9 or 10 July. 49 The main participants were Vukmanovic, Kosi Cox representing the ACP, and Stefanos Sarafis, Andreas Tsimas, and Aris Velichiades from Elis. 50 Although Vukmanovic once again attempted to impose his vision of a Balkan headquarters, the Greeks resisted, claiming that because they carried out operations in accordance with the Allied command of the Middle Eastern Theater of Operations, they could not join any organization that would subordinate those obligations. 51 Ultimately, they only agreed to the exchange of liaison officers and shared information, pending approval from the EAM Central Committee. Nevertheless, despite failing to establish a Balkan headquarters, Vukmanovic managed to get the Greek delegation to accept the formation of Slavophone units within Elis. 52 This agreement would later provide the foundation for the Slav National Liberation Front, SNOF, in October 1943, and further aggravate KKE-CPY relations. The final meeting took place on 8 to 10 August 1943. On this occasion representatives from Elis and the KKE Central Committee, accompanied by Georgios Scientos, the acting Secretary-General of the Greek Communist Party, came to negotiate with the Yugoslav and Albanian communists. The arrival of such high-profile KKE leaders bolstered the confidence of Vukmanovic, who claimed that after his personal meetings with Tsimas he held great hopes that the Greek Communist Party would change its position with respect to the Balkan headquarters. 53 But Vukmanovic was again to be disappointed. Sarafis writes in his memoirs that Scientos denied Elis the right to participate in a Balkan headquarters. 54. Although Vukmanovic failed on this count, and was in fact later admonished by Tito for overstepping his mission, he did secure part of his objectives in achieving the admission of Slavophone Macedonians into Elis. 55 When contact was re-established with the CPY, Tito reprimanded Vukmanovic for having fallen for a British ruse. It was later determined that Gelos had actually composed the admonishment, and Tito signed it, for it was a practice of the Central Committee, though not a frequent one, to have a letter written by the Central Committee member most involved with the relevant question, and then have Tito sign it. It also proved effective in diverting criticism from Tito. Elizabeth Barker noted that at the meeting, Scientos agreed that the Yugoslav partisans should cross into Greek territory and encourage the local Slavophone population to join EAM/Elis, under guarantee of national freedom and equal rights. Slavophone Macedonian units could be formed, though they must be under Elis. Macedonians should be told that they would win the right to self-determination only through armed struggle. 56. The Slav National Liberation Front was organized in October 1943 and almost immediately created friction between the KKE and CPY. The KKE made matters worse by choosing Ilias Dimakis, known in Greece as Gotsis, to command SNOF forces. Unfortunately, for the KKE, Dimakis was more committed to Macedonian autonomy than to the Greek Communist Party. 57 At first, SNOF was a valuable asset to Elis, Sarafis observed. They were well disciplined, repeatedly took part in actions against the invader and showed patriotic spirit. 58 Slavophone Macedonian particularism, however, quickly trumpeted military considerations. In May 1944 the remnants of the Axis-trained Slavophone gendarmerie surrendered and joined SNOF, further heightening tensions between SNOF and Elis. The addition of the former expanded the manpower and weaponry of SNOF and increased its units from the battalion to divisional level. 59 Yet now Elis included collaborationists with blood on their hands, exposing the left-wing and communist-dominated resistance to charges of treason as well as ethnic betrayal. Although the SNOF created a public relations nightmare for the Greek communists, the KKE took little action to check the growing strength of the Slavophone Macedonians in Elis until the end of the occupation. 60. Adding to its difficulties, the KKE could not change Allied perceptions that it was a junior partner of the Yugoslav partisans. John S. Kaliopoulos argues that by 1944, the KKE realized that Tito had the unqualified and very public support of the Allies and was expected to play a decisive role in the Balkans after the war. 61. There was some consolation for the Greek communist leadership. According to an OSS report, June 24, 1944, the KKE had obtained Tito's assurances that his independent Macedonia does not include Greek Macedonia. 62. The KKE, for its part, attempted to control and contain the potential damage by the SNOF units and incorporated them individually into Elis. This ploy backfired, and the Yugoslavs, in a thinly veiled threat in June 1944, stated that the CPY thought that the Greeks should accept the formation of one such brigade, if not, we ourselves shall start to form one. In that case, we shall inevitably come into controversy with the Greeks. 63. Although the KKE's response to this communiqué is unavailable, the aggressive tone of the CPY message reflected the evolving client-patron relationship between the Greek and the Yugoslav communists. The Yugoslavs were angered by the Greek attempts to break up the Slavophone Macedonian units because by the summer of 1944 Tito had decided to deal with his problem of Vardar Macedonia by exporting Yugoslav Macedonian nationalists to the Greek communists. Although the CPY had used Macedonian nationalism as a means of gaining control over Yugoslav Macedonia, Tito was exploiting the Macedonian issue as a means of downgrading the influence of the Vardar Macedonians and the radicals within his own party. 64. Nevertheless, the Vardar Macedonians proved to be the most difficult for Tito to dominate. The CPY included many prominent Macedonian nationalists rather than dedicated communists in the Central Committee of the Macedonian Communist Party. Most prominent among these was Dimitar Vlahov, later the first premier of the People's Republic of Macedonia in 1946-65, who had formerly been a member of the United Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization. 66. He was also born and raised in Aegean, Greek, Macedonia. 67. It is plausible that Tito would have seized Aegean Macedonia if he had had the opportunity, but maintaining order within Vardar Macedonia was ultimately far more important. Despite the rhetoric of a united Macedonia, political expediency and opportunism guided Tito's policy until his break with Stalin. Macedonian self-determination and independence were not the only issues over which the CPY criticized the KKE, but these were issues with which it had the most at stake. In a meeting between Tito and a member of the KKE in late 1944, Tito censured the KKE for its policy toward Macedonia and the British. 68. The KKE representative maintained that they were forced to make concessions because of pressure from the British. Tito responded that the British tried to do the same with us, but we were ready to suffer for 3 more years. We declined help. 69. When the KKE representative claimed that they had managed to liberate our own country, Tito tersely replied that the KKE representative should thank your liberation to the Red Army because their actions had forced the whole German army to relocate to Yugoslavia. 70. Unfortunately for the KKE, the Germans withdrew from Greece and a small number of British units, instead of the Red Army, arrived to help with relief. When liberation came in October 1944, the KKE nonetheless controlled the largest guerrilla force, Elis, in the country with a resistance organization, EAM, of over 1 million active and passive members. Yet unlike the Yugoslav partisans, the KKE and the left-wing resistance lacked a singular leader such as Tito. Zachariadis could have fulfilled that role, but he was an inmate at Dachau and had no impact on events in Greece during the occupation. In the absence of a strong and charismatic leader, Stalin was indifferent to the fate of the Greek communists. As mentioned earlier, following instructions from the Soviet Union, the Greek communists acquiesced when British forces landed in Greece in October 1944. The communist-controlled EAM Elis would have easily gained control of Greece and imposed their own government. Instead, they compromised and accepted the British-backed government of George Papandreou. For almost 2 months the country enjoyed relative peace, but events quickly degenerated into an urban conflict after December 3, 1944. The December uprising certainly set the stage for the last round of the Civil War, while becoming a symbol of protest for Greek radicals into the 21st century. In the period after the December uprising and during the course of the White Terror, the Greek communists found it exceedingly difficult to navigate the fine line between revolutionary action and legitimate political pressure. Compounding this difficulty was the fact that the White Terror forced many LS fighters to seek shelter in the mountains. Some estimates suggest that as many as 3,000 LS fighters, operating in groups of 10, had taken to the mountains in the Peloponnese and northern Greece. 71 The persecution of the former resistance guerrillas by right-wing groups forced the LS Tatars to rearm and fight in self-defense. Zacharyadis and the Politburo decided to prepare for an organized military response and sought help from the Soviet Union. Their entreaties to Stalin for diplomatic recognition, let alone military support, at least for most of 1945, however, fell on deaf ears. Peter Stavrakis writes, the Soviets seemed to be content with probing the British influence in the Balkans, most likely knowing that it was coming to an end. 72 Stalin, meanwhile, was determined to avoid a breach with the British over Greece. Immediately after the outbreak of the December uprising, Stalin had even forbidden Georgy Dimitrov, his faithful Bulgarian satrap, to grant asylum to the defeated LS fighters. Although a storm of protest from British and American newspapers castigated Churchill's government for pitting the British army against LS during the uprising, the Soviet media remained silent. In 1945 to 1946, however, the White Terror had alienated a sizable segment of the Greek public, many of them had been members of EAM, and this, as well as the failure of the Greek government to contain the economic crisis and the black market, created excellent conditions for a communist insurgency. Zacharyadis was aware of these circumstances and could not miss such an opportunity. An interview Zacharyadis gave to Springe of the Manchester Guardian on August 25, 1945 in Thessaloniki sheds some light on his thinking and reveals, partly, why the communist leader believed he could achieve success in a civil war. In the course of the interview, the journalist asked Zacharyadis why he gave an anti-British speech to a crowd of 50,000 left-wing Greeks in Thessaloniki. Is it because you want the British to leave Greece? Zacharyadis replied, yes, and Springe commented, are you aware of the consequences? To which the communist leader said, I am aware that a civil war, to which we are aspiring, shall follow. It will be a question of 2 months. After that everything will be all right. 73. Fig 9. Joseph Stalin and Vyacheslav Molotov at the Yalta Conference, 1945, during which Stalin assured Churchill that he would uphold the percentages agreement. U.S. National Archives and Records Administration. Despite the conditions in Greece in the summer of 1945, Zacharyadis' optimism was undaunted. The odds, however, were against him. The White Terror was running its course, the economy near collapse, mass unemployment, poverty, and a revolving door of successive Greek governments offered little prospect for improvement. More significantly, the Greek government had to rely almost exclusively on the British army for internal security. By excising the British, Zacharyadis and the Communists would improve their chances of a successful government takeover. The anti-British theme of the KKE's propaganda as a cause for an armed struggle against a foreign enemy is reflected both in the new name of the communist forces, the Democratic Army of Greece, DAG, and in the oath of allegiance taken by recruits and conscripts. On December 27, 1946, the KKE adopted the name Democratic Army of Greece instead of continuing with ELIS, Greek Popular Liberation Army. Zacharyadis believed that the word popular in ELIS was a code word for class struggle, while democratic was sufficiently bourgeois to appeal to all Greeks. 74 The DAG's oath of allegiance also aimed to steer away from allusions to civil war and to remind the recruit that the struggle was against a foreign occupation and fascism. 75 The KKE and the supporters of the EAM found common cause in the British presence, which could easily be construed as a foreign occupation. The Greek government was reorganizing and expanding its own military, but the chaotic situation within Greece was making this a painfully slow process. In February 1945, at the end of the December uprising, the Greek army numbered 30,000 men, and by December 1945 it only reached the strength of 75,000. Under these circumstances, Gerolymatos was optimistic about defeating a small army using mostly inexperienced conscripts. The conflict, Gerolymatos believed, would last only a short while and would sidestep Stalin's policy of gradualism. A quick communist victory would leave little time for Soviet recriminations. It would even give him a military reputation, denied earlier owing to his incarceration in Dachau. 76. A delegation of Greek communists led by Mitsos Partsilides visited Moscow in the middle of January 1946 to sound out the Soviet leadership for their immediate assistance, but failed to secure an audience with Stalin. The only tangible response Partsilides could bring back to Greece was a message from the Central Committee of the Soviet Communist Party that the KKE was to take part in the elections now. Later, review the situation. In accordance with the way it develops, the center of gravity may move as necessary, either to legal methods or to armed struggle. 77. Further indication of Soviet disinterest in providing military support for the KKE came in November 1946, when André Zdanov, the head of the Information Bureau of the Communist Parties, the Cominform, did not mention Greece in his address on the anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. 78. It was a deliberate snub and a clear sign that the Soviets were not prepared to sanction the KKE's call for an armed struggle. Yet Gerolymatos was planning some form of armed response against the Greek government. One can extrapolate Gerolymatos' intentions from the decisions of the KKE in early 1946, which called for a military response to the White Terror. At the party meeting in February 1946, Gerolymatos stated that since our enemies are continuing the one-sided civil war, we will answer with the same means, weapons. Now has come the time for us to make the historic decision for armed struggle. 79. Ole Smith concludes, the partisan movement was to be regarded as a defensive weapon first, if the government did not give in, and a democratic development should prove impossible, then the partisan groups should play a more active and offensive role. The KKE should wait and see, use both parliamentary and legal methods, and armed action depending on circumstances and opportunity. 80. After the meeting, the KKE dispatched a number of well-known LS officers to organize the disparate bands of resistance fighters who had sought the protection of the mountains. When the shift from uncoordinated raids to full-scale civil war took place is not clear, but what is certain is that by fall of 1946 the KKE leadership was bringing all the various guerrilla bands operating in the mountains under its control and into an organized force. Even at this point, the KKE still held back from committing its fighters to a full-scale conflict, because throughout 1946 the KKE leadership remained uncertain about how to secure Soviet support. In 1947, Stalin decided, with strong encouragement from the Yugoslavs, at least to allow the KKE to obtain aid from nearby communist states. Stalin's change of mind was partly in response to Tito's support of the Greek communists, and partly in reaction to the Truman Doctrine the U.S. President presented to the joint session of Congress in requesting aid for Greece and Turkey on March 12, 1947. In effect, the escalation of full-scale civil war in Greece was in part a byproduct of Soviet and American rivalry and the development of regional factors linked to Tito's machinations for territorial expansion. Stalin's fear that American intervention in Greece could lead to U.S. aggression against the Soviet satellites in the Balkans was one possible consideration. It remains an open question whether Gerolymatos would have confined his activities to the political arena, had Stalin not given the KKE the green light to launch an armed conflict. The Greek communist leader was loyal to Stalin, yet he could not have remained indifferent as former LS fighters headed to the mountains and organized into loose bands to protect themselves from the practitioners of the White Terror. The destabilization of the Greek state served Tito's regional ambitions well. The Yugoslav leader was planning to incorporate the Greek province of Macedonia as part of a Yugoslav-dominated Balkan federation that included Bulgaria and, of course, a communist Greece and Stalin's blessing. This would not have been possible without a sympathetic government in Athens. Although Tito did not think very highly of the Greek communists, they provided him with the means to reshape the Balkans and establish Yugoslav hegemony. In 1950, Zachariadis claimed that the KKE had decided for military action after Tito and his clique promised us the most substantial aid. This played a decisive role in our decision because in Yugoslavia, the main factor in the Balkans at that time, our new revolutionary movement did not have an opponent who could pose insurmountable obstacles. 81. Furthermore, when Zachariadis arrived in Moscow in May 1947, 2 months after Truman had made his pivotal speech, Stalin was ready to help the Greek communist insurgency. According to declassified Soviet documents, Moscow's policy with respect to the Greek question was, at this point, a reaction to the Truman Doctrine, and was viewed by the Kremlin as a direct threat to the USSR from the south. 82 Stalin, however, was careful not to display openly his support of the Greek communists. Aid had to come from Soviet satellites and be distributed by Yugoslavia, Albania, and Bulgaria, but none of these countries, including the USSR, ever afforded diplomatic recognition to the rebel government established by the KKE. As a result, Zachariadis and the KKE became hostage to their Balkan neighbors' goodwill, which only endured as long as Stalin was in a position to exercise his influence over his Balkan vassals. It was Zachariadis' misfortune that Tito was the most effective of these with respect to sustaining the DAG in the field. He was apostatized from Soviet communism in 1948 because the Yugoslav leader became too independent from Moscow. Tito's fall from Stalin's favor created an almost impossible dilemma for the KKE. The Greek communist leaders, led by Zachariadis, despite their material dependence on Yugoslavia, secretly decided to side with the Soviet Union against Yugoslavia after Stalin cast out Tito from the Comintern, the post-war organization that replaced the defunct Comintern. 83 Ideology, not for the first time in the history of the Greek Communist Party, had trumped local tactical advantage and political common sense. At least this was the perspective from the Soviet Union, the Yugoslav leadership, and Zachariadis' detractors. Regardless, Zachariadis had to choose between the Soviet Union and Stalin, a loyalty that he had cherished all of his life, and Tito, another Balkan leader, who without the backing of the USSR offered the Greek communist leader no guarantee of success. Perhaps Zachariadis was unwilling to submit to another Balkan communist and saw this as an opportunity to rise above the Yugoslav leader, providing he would be successful in establishing a Greek communist state. For centuries Balkan people competed for territory and legitimacy and did not acknowledge any of their neighbors as superiors. Instead, it was more common for the Balkan peoples to view one another as competitors. In the complex world of the Balkans, loyalties are layered by religion, history, tradition, and equally important claims to lost territory. Zachariadis, despite his commitment to international communism, could not fail to see that Tito was not committed to the historic affinity between Greeks and Serbs. He was not Eastern Orthodox or Serb, but a Catholic Slovene Croatian with little connection to the Greek-Serbian alliance, which fostered trust and close relationships between the two peoples. The Greek communist leader was also aware of Tito's ambition to acquire the Bulgarian provinces of Macedonia and to dominate the Balkans, an ambition shared by a succession of Balkan leaders. The mantle of communism hardly disguised Tito's appetite for Balkan territorial expansion. In contrast, Stalin was a larger-than-life figure who transcended regional attachments and prejudices and, as it turned out, one who opposed Tito's plans to acquire Greek territory, at least as perceived at the time. The Soviet leader could barely tolerate Tito's rapid rise to the top of the communist world pyramid and was not inclined to allow the Yugoslav upstart to achieve any further successes at his or Greece's expense. Stalin adopted a position that maintained Greek territorial integrity. Ironically, it was Zachariadis who ultimately prepared to surrender Greek territory by agreeing to give Greek Macedonia to Bulgaria. At the same time, Macedonia was one of the main battlefields of the Greek Civil War. The initial strategy of the KKE was to isolate Macedonia, Greece's northern province, and use it as a staging ground to expand the war to the rest of the country. The other part of the KKE's grand strategy was to secure a large town and hold it as the capital of a provisional Greek communist government. To accomplish these ends, the KKE leadership had to rely on Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania for logistical support as well as for bases and safe havens for the DAG to fall back on after engaging the Greek army. To a great extent, Yugoslavia carried the main burden of supplying the insurgents as well as providing staging areas for the hit-and-run tactics of the Greek communist forces. A critical element of the KKE's strategy was exploitation of Greek Macedonia as a resource region to sustain the DAG units in the field. The insurgents often requisitioned food and livestock at the expense of the villagers. The expropriations and the forced recruitment of young men and women caused severe shortages of both foodstuffs and workers in the region. 84 These actions, combined with the negative accounts of deserters and government propaganda, eventually eroded support for the KKE in the region. The choice of Macedonia as a staging ground for the Democratic Army had the advantage of securing easy access to supplies from Yugoslavia and Bulgaria as well as a steady stream of Slavophone Macedonian recruits for the Communists. The KKE could also count on moral and material support from many of the residents of the region who had settled as refugees from Asia Minor and were sympathetic to the Greek Communists. The refugees were the backbone of the KKE voters since many had ended up as low-paid tobacco workers with considerable grievances. The Slavophones in northern Greece were generally hostile to the Greek authorities that had historically employed heavy-handed policies in order to assimilate the minority. The KKE led many Greek Slavophones to believe that they could establish an independent state by separating the Greek province of Macedonia and merging it with the People's Republic of Macedonia in Yugoslavia, if the KKE emerged victorious in the civil war. The high proportion of Slavophone Macedonians in the Democratic Army gave credibility to the claims of the Greek government that not only did the KKE represent external interests, but also it was made up of foreigners. The number of Slavophone Macedonians was a critical factor to the DAG, but it is open to considerable debate. One difficulty in determining how many Slavophone Macedonians served with the communist forces is that their numbers fluctuated in each year of the conflict and increased significantly by the end of the Civil War. 85 The dependence of the DAG on Slavophone Macedonian recruits left the KKE leadership with little choice but to support first Macedonian self-determination and eventually independence. Ultimately, the calculation paid off. The Slavophone Macedonians provided a steady stream of recruits, volunteers, or press gang, and their numbers sustained the DAG as a viable force, particularly in the final year of the Civil War. At first, Stalin's refusal to directly support the KKE's armed struggle had left them with one option: guerrilla warfare. Irregular fighting gave the Greek communists early successes but in and of itself could not achieve victory. A guerrilla campaign can sustain an insurgency for a considerable period of time, as long as there is ongoing logistical support, but victory can be achieved only if the guerrillas evolve into a conventional army to defeat the government forces. 86 Generally, the insurgents must bring a third party into the conflict that will provide them with military assistance. These preconditions also depend on the failure of the state to maintain and supply its forces in the field. None of these key ingredients was available to the Greek communists. The KKE eventually received support from communist countries, but it was Yugoslavia that provided material aid and training camps as well as a place of refuge for the communist insurgents. Unfortunately, for the KKE, Tito had a price: Greek Macedonia. After the KKE had lost the first round of the Greek Civil War in 1943, the CPY had become even more aggressive over Greek Macedonia. Vukmanovic, not known for his subtlety, was particularly blunt in his assessment of the situation in Greek Macedonia. On August 2, 1945, in a speech in Skopje, Vukmanovic declared, "Comrades, you know very well that there is a part of the Macedonian people, which is still enslaved. There are tens of thousands of Macedonian men and women who suffer today under the yoke of the Greek monarcho-fascist bands. 87 Tito, during the course of a speech, on October 11, 1945 in Skopje, was even more emphatic about the right of Slavophone Macedonians within Greek Macedonia to independence and unification with the Yugoslav and Bulgarian Macedonians. He proclaimed, "We will never renounce the right of the Macedonian people to be united. We are not indifferent to the fate of our brothers in Aegean Macedonia and our thoughts are with them." 88. Most likely these comments were intended for domestic consumption, but the KKE as well as the Greek government took them at face value. Compounding the challenges confronting the Greek communists, by the end of World War II the relationship between the CPY and the KKE had become completely lopsided. Unlike the Greek communists, the Yugoslav communists dominated the post-war Yugoslav government and by 1945 were in the process of taking outright control, which further enhanced their regional power and increased their prestige within the communist world. 89. In the late summer of 1946 when Zacharyadis launched the third round of the civil war, one of the reasons he did so was because the Yugoslavs had promised substantial military aid. 90 The Yugoslavs allegedly made these guarantees during a meeting among representatives of the Bulgarian, Greek, and Yugoslav communist parties in the town of Petric along the Greek-Bulgarian border on December 15, 1945. 91 At this meeting the Yugoslavs promised to underwrite the KKE's armed struggle and committed to coordinated plans with them for active war against the Greek government. 92 Tito made one of his close associates, Aleksandar Rankovic, responsible for coordinating logistics among the communist parties. 93 Rankovic's significance within the CPY. He was head of the secret police as well as a member of the CPY Politburo underscored the Yugoslavs' level of commitment to the KKE's armed struggle in Greece. Meanwhile, the Yugoslavs became increasingly vocal in their support of the Macedonian Slavophones in Greek Macedonia. Although the CPY directed its attacks at the Greek government, it created pressure on the KKE to accommodate the Macedonian Slavophones. Tito continued to face his own problems with the Macedonians in Yugoslavia. As early as January 1945, Vukmanovic, the most vocal proponent of the Macedonian cause within Tito's inner circle, noted that not only was there resistance to the new regime in Yugoslavia, but one of the most significant dangers was of regionalist tendencies. 94 In a June 6, 1946 cable from Belgrade, George Clutton, the first secretary of the British Embassy, reported that Macedonia still remains a problem to the Yugoslav government. The present measure of control by Belgrade is intensely resented and this is somewhat confirmed by the complaints of the Bulgarian opposition parties. 95. The CPY also used Macedonian nationalism as an excuse for domestic shortcomings. In 1946, Vardar Macedonia was one of the least developed regions in Yugoslavia, as a result of interwar policies of the Yugoslav governments. 96 The CPY attempted to attribute the economic problems to the unnatural boundaries between the Macedonian regions. According to Borba, the publication of the Yugoslav Communist Party, the true cause of the region's economic backwardness was the artificial division of Macedonia, which separated the port of Thessaloniki from its hinterland. 97 Dimitar Vlahov, who by 1948 was vice president of the Yugoslav Presidium, embraced this point as another reason for incorporating Greek Macedonia into the Yugoslav Federation. 98. Fig 10. Dimitar Vlahov, an influential Bulgarian Slavophone politician, member of IMRO, and later a member of the Macedonian Communist Party. Wiki Commons. The KKE's post-war position on the future of Macedonia at the 12th plenum of the Central Committee of the KKE on 25 to 27 June 1945 continued to reflect the Greek Communist Party's pre-war policies. The KKE had reluctantly accepted, to some degree, the decisions of the Fifth Congress of the Comintern in June and July 1924, for an autonomous Macedonia and Thrace. 99 Although the Greek communists remained steadfast to the Comintern, advocating the surrender of Greek territory was anathema to most Greeks. The KKE temporized and made references to self-determination for Macedonians, but tried to shy away from proclaiming outright independence. After the occupation, this policy became impossible to sustain. Throughout 1945, however, Gerolymatos continued to avoid committing to Macedonian autonomy and stated, "We are against any forced change of the boundaries of 1939 from any side. The only democratic solution we recognize is the principle of the self-determination of peoples." 100 But this was a classic example of doublespeak in which the KKE seemingly promised a great deal while essentially offering little in return. The 1939 boundaries were to remain intact, albeit only against forced changes. The KKE recognized the right of self-determination, but Gerolymatos did not define what he meant by the term. The Yugoslavs, for example, interpreted self-determination as a means of peacefully changing the border between Greece and Yugoslavia. At the 7th Party Congress of the KKE, Gerolymatos explained that respecting Slavophone Macedonian rights was to avoid conflicts, misunderstandings and discussions over Greek Macedonia, which is inhabited by 90% Greeks, a fact which renders it an inseparable part of the Hellenic land. 101. Despite the exertions by the Yugoslavs to secure Greek Macedonia, after June 1947 Tito began to scale back the rhetoric on Macedonia, ending it completely by January 1948.102. There was no official reason from Belgrade as to why Greek Macedonia was no longer important. One consideration is that the Bled Agreement, concluded on August 1, 1947, implied that the Bulgarians were prepared to hand over Piran Macedonia, Bulgarian Macedonia, to Yugoslavia. Although there was no formal settlement, the Bulgarians decided to permit Macedonian cultural workers from Yugoslavia access to Piran Macedonia. 103 The CPY now had an effective outlet for Macedonian reclamation of territory, a place to relocate recalcitrant Macedonian nationalists, and no need to relocate them in Greek Macedonia. Furthermore, certain groups within Piran Macedonia had genuine enthusiasm for unification within Yugoslav Macedonia. A British cable describing the Piran representative at the First Macedonian People's Front Congress in Skopje in 1946 declared, "The people of Piran Macedonia wished to be united with their brothers within Yugoslavia." 104. Another reason for the shift in Yugoslav policy toward Greek Macedonia was that it was no longer necessary to fight for annexation because of the declining influence of Yugoslav Macedonian nationalism. Vardar Macedonia continued to remain a troublesome republic, but it had achieved significant political improvement by 1947. A contributing factor to Macedonian stability was that the purges of the Yugoslav Communist Party during the same year, conducted by the secret police, had eliminated Macedonian nationalists who refused to accept Yugoslav tutelage and identity. 105 Another reason that Tito gave up on Greek Macedonia may have been that he did not have much confidence in a Greek communist victory, especially after the proclamation of the Truman Doctrine brought significant U.S. military and economic assistance to the Greek government. Under these circumstances, for Tito the annexation of Greek Macedonia was becoming less important and would soon be eclipsed by dramatic developments in the communist world. On June 28, 1948, the Komiform expelled Yugoslavia from the community of communist states. The grounds were that the Yugoslavs had slandered the USSR and that the CPY was no longer a true Marxist organization. In fact, Stalin had grown weary of Tito's territorial ambitions, particularly the Yugoslavs' designs on Bulgaria and Albania. The Yugoslavs became anathema to all communists and lost their Balkan allies and with them all the agreements with respect to territorial changes. For a few months, the position of the KKE regarding the Tito-Stalin split remained inscrutable, but there were indications in Belgrade that the Greek communists were siding with Moscow. On August 8, 1948, the plenum of the Executive Council of the NOF, the Slavophone Macedonian organization, removed Michael Karamadžev from the secretariat. Superficial reasons for his expulsion were spun, but Gerolymatos ousted him, according to a secret report in the Greek Foreign Ministry, because he remained loyal to Tito. 106 The Greek communist leadership had taken immediate action to secure the support of the NOF, fearing that the Slavophone Macedonian organization would remain loyal to Tito. Slavophone Macedonians by this time represented almost half of the DAG's rank and file. In a secret telegram on July 28, 1948, a Yugoslav agent noted that the Macedonian Slavophones were threatening to confront the Greek Communist Party, KKE, and even organize their own Macedonian units 107 if a Yugoslav informer was cognizant of the questionable loyalty of NOF forces. The KKE was certainly aware. This is why the policy of purging the NOF, whether by imprisonment or execution, continued unabated throughout the fall and winter of 1948 to 1949. Evangelos Kofos writes, by December the Cominformists appeared to have won, as evidenced by the fact that pro-Yugoslav elements had fled en masse to Yugoslavia. Safely at Skopje, they accused the leadership of the KKE of lacking love and trust for the Slav Macedonians 108. Zachariadis did not limit the purges to NOF. They extended to the highest levels of the KKE leadership. The most prominent example was the removal of Markos Vafiadis as commander of the DAG. The Tito-Stalin split magnified the tensions between the two Greek communist leaders and reached a breaking point in November 1948 when Vafiadis presented his platform to the KKE Politburo, which was critical of Zachariadis' military direction. Vafiadis emphasized the necessity of returning to intensive, guerrilla-type activity, by small, mobile lightly armed contingents, saboteurs, and snipers, able to choose where and when to fight 109. This alternative strategy failed to impress the KKE leadership. On November 15, 1948, Zachariadis succeeded in securing Politburo support in denouncing Vafiadis as a defeatist. 110 To maintain morale, the Politburo announced that the party sent him away to recover from a mysterious ailment. 111 The fact that Vafiadis went to the Soviet Union for medical treatment rather than Yugoslavia underscores the point that Tito was not the primary cause for the rift between him and Zachariadis. Even so, the Yugoslavs had lost their most powerful ally in the KKE and the DAG and, through him, their principal means of influencing the Greek Communist Party. Almost immediately after Vafiadis' sick leave, General Popovic, his Yugoslav liaison, was removed from the DAG headquarters. 112. The CPY's reaction to the KKE's purges of all pro-Titoists was remarkably cautious. The Tito-Stalin split had caused an existential crisis within the Yugoslav Communist Party itself. Yugoslav portrayals of the rift typically depict the CPY resolutely convinced of the righteousness of its cause and confident of ultimate triumph. 113 The reality, however, was starkly different. The CPY was divided and key members actually defected, or attempted to defect, to the Soviet Union for many of the same reasons that the KKE ultimately chose to support the CPSU. 114 This change in allegiance made it difficult for the Yugoslavs to continue to influence the KKE. Further compounding the difficulties of the Yugoslavs, the communist parties of Bulgaria and Albania denounced the CPY. On July 12, 1948 at the 16th plenum of the Central Committee, the Bulgarian Communist Party declared that the Federation of South Slavs and the eventual annexation of the Pirin region to the Macedonian People's Republic are possible only on the supposition that Yugoslavia remains faithful to the common front of socialism. 115 In December 1948 at the 5th PCP Congress, Dimitrov argued, "Our party has always advocated and continues to advocate that Macedonia belongs to Macedonians, within the framework of a federation of South Slavs." 116 The Yugoslav response was through Rankovic, who on January 12, 1949 stated, "How can one enter a federation, when the Bulgarian Central Committee has joined from the very outset in the slanderous campaign against our party and country?" The Yugoslav Communist Party have always been, and remain, advocates of the unification of the South Slavs. 117. The CPY leadership was concerned about the negative impact of Bulgarian propaganda on their ranks, but ultimately it had little consequence. The Communist Party of Yugoslav Macedonia had the lowest expulsion rate and fewest supporters of the Cominform in the aftermath of the Tito-Stalin split. 118 A British cable at the time noted, The ministers who were removed in governmental reshuffles in October 1948 and March of this year paid the penalty for inefficiency rather than political error. 119 It would not be until the summer of 1949 that the CPY discovered the benefits of the purges. In the interim, the CPY had to remain on its guard against Bulgarian chauvinism, and this to a large extent minimized its interaction with the KKE. The CPY also lost its Albanian ally. The entire communist world, except the KKE, directly attacked the Yugoslavs. It is possible that the CPY was not yet completely certain of the KKE's response to the Tito-Stalin split. The urgent report by a Yugoslav agent, codenamed Bitolan, to the Central Committee of the CPY on July 28, 1948 about the potential of the Macedonians forming their own units was contingent upon the KKE remaining loyal to Tito or siding with the Cominform, as the party had not yet transferred its attitude to the ranks. 120 Until there was a clear indication of the KKE's position, the CPY leadership decided to wait. In effect, it had little choice since it was now ostracized by the other Balkan communist parties. By the summer of 1948, the CPY had become aware of the KKE purges of pro-Tito Greek communists. Furthermore, many of the lower-ranking members of the KKE did not keep silent about their opposition to Tito. British journalist Kenneth Matthews, who was kidnapped by the DAG in mid-October 1948, noted that a DAG brigade commander, Stathakis, openly declared, Tito was in the wrong and would have to give way or go under. Perhaps both. 121 By November 1948, the Central Committee of the CPY received reports that the KKE leadership had remained loyal to the Cominform. 122 Regardless of this information, and considering the tension between the Greek and Yugoslav leadership that had developed, neither party took any definitive action until January 1949. The official falling out between the Greek and Yugoslav communists came about on January 31, 1949 with the resolutions of the Fifth Plenum of the Central Committee of the KKE, which made it clear that the Greek communists decided to remain loyal to the Cominform and Stalin. Officially, it was on April 1, 1949 when Zacharyadis, on behalf of the Central Committee of the KKE, notified the Yugoslavs that the KKE sided with the Cominform, but surprisingly the Greek communist leader appealed to the CPY to continue supporting the Greek communist forces. 123. The Fifth Plenum also conceded almost everything that the Yugoslavs had demanded with respect to Macedonia, as the resolution stated that the Macedonian people will realize their full national restitution, as they themselves want it, with them offering today their blood to win it. 124 Free Greek Radio, after the Second Plenum of NOF in 1949, parroted the KKE resolution and called for the union of Macedonia in a complete, independent, and equal Macedonian nation within the framework of a People's Republican Federation of Balkan Peoples. 125 The statement directly echoed the Bulgarian policy on the future of Macedonia. On July 1949, the Greek and Yugoslav communist parties finalized the motions of mutual demonization that was the communist practice of terminating ties between states, organizations, or individuals. On July 23, Yugoslavia closed its borders with Greece. 126 Edvard Kardelj, a central figure in the CPY Politburo, told a press conference of Yugoslav journalists that the leaders of the KKE now considered participation in the struggle against Yugoslavia more important than the fight against Greek reactionaries and foreign intervention in Greece. 127 Naturally, the reporters had no questions, they had become accustomed to accepting the pabulum of information fed to them by the party functionaries without comment or dissent. Tito and his partisans had waged a savage resistance against the Axis occupation under the slogans of justice and liberty, only to banish these ideals in a communist Yugoslavia. A month after the Yugoslavs closed the border with Greece, the Greek National Army crushed the DAG at Grammos and Vitsi. Stalin decided to abandon the cause of the Greek communists. The Soviet leader was convinced that Britain and the United States would not accept a communist Greek state, and he faced the additional problem that the USSR lacked a significant battle fleet with which to challenge the Anglo-Americans in the Aegean. 128 From the beginning, Stalin had been skeptical about the chances of the DAG to achieve victory, and he had refused to recognize the provisional Greek communist government. Stalin's sentiments about the situation in Greece had manifested in a tirade against Yugoslav delegates in February 1948. After railing at them over the proposed Balkan Federation of Yugoslavia and Bulgaria, Stalin turned to the civil war in Greece. No, they have no prospect of success at all. What, do you think Great Britain and the United States, the most powerful state in the world, will permit you to break their line of communication in the Mediterranean? Nonsense. And we have no navy. The uprising in Greece must be stopped, as quickly as possible. 129. The debate on whether Zachariadis should have stayed with Tito continues, and there are several theories as to why the Greek communist leader remained loyal to Stalin. It is plausible that Zachariadis' allegiance to Stalin was a lifelong commitment that he could not discard. The Soviet Union was the apex of communism, and denying it and Stalin for Tito would have been a rejection of everything Zachariadis had fought and sacrificed for all his life. Siding with Tito, in addition to kowtowing to a fellow Balkan communist, also held the prospect to reverting to guerrilla warfare for the foreseeable future. Certainly, the landscape of northern Greece was conducive to irregular warfare and forbidding ground for conventional forces. But a guerrilla war without an end in sight in the inhospitable mountains of Greece held few prospects for victory and would, at best, result in a protracted struggle. Besides, the Greek national army was becoming well trained and well led and would soon confine the communist insurgents to a war of hit-and-run tactics over remote mountain ranges. It would also mean the return of Vafiadis, the acknowledged master of guerrilla warfare, along with the loss of face and influence for Zachariadis over the KKE. The issue of Macedonia is more difficult to explain. Although in the 1920s the Comintern forced the KKE to accept, at the very least, Macedonian self-determination, Stalin was, at most, indifferent to Macedonian aspirations, more so if they expanded Tito's Yugoslavia. In addition to the consequences linking the KKE with Macedonian independence and the odium of surrendering Greek territory, Zachariadis guaranteed the KKE's marginalization in Greece for the foreseeable future. The Athens government could convincingly argue that support for the Greek communists was tantamount to rolling back the Greek victories in the 1912–1913 Balkan Wars. Yet Zachariadis at the pivotal point in the Greek Civil War embraced Macedonian independence, knowing full well the negative impact this would have on most Greeks. The question remains, why did Zachariadis chart such a course? Did he believe that the Greeks would choose communism over Macedonia? Not likely. Perhaps, he had little choice. A large percentage of the DAG included Slavophone Macedonians, and the price of their loyalty was independence. Chapter 7. The Politics of Hate and Retribution. Cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war. Mark Antony, Julius Caesar. Major Nicholas Mouscoundes, the head of the Greek General Security Service in northern Greece, kept his office spare. The plain desk, chair, and file cabinet underscored the solitude of the room. It was a space devoid of any personal items, with the exception of a large icon of Jesus Christ hanging on the wall directly behind the major's chair. A God-fearing man, he attended church services every Sunday, regardless of circumstance. Major Mouscoundes was Spartan in his habits, taciturn in his demeanor. He was overweight and bald, and known as a man who got things done. Perhaps most important, he also had a reputation as a fierce nationalist and a fanatical anti-communist. 1. On a blazing hot afternoon in August 1948, a man in his early 30s was sitting on a hard, straight-backed chair in the director's office of the Thessaloniki General Security Service, which was the branch of the government that was responsible for combating the internal threat of communism. Grigoris Staktopoulos, the man sitting in the chair facing Mouscoundes, had been a journalist up until the moment he became a pawn of the General Security Service. In 1948, before the Security Service picked him up, Staktopoulos was making a modest living as a stringer for the British wire service Reuters and as a reporter for the Greek newspaper Macedonia. He had achieved little in his personal and professional life to distinguish himself. According to some accounts, he was an unpretentious run-of-the-mill journalist, conscientious as a reporter but only modestly ambitious and not very imaginative, gentle to a fault, a bachelor much tied to his mother and sisters, for whom he was the principal means of the support. Two individuals less well disposed to Statopoulos described him as restless, egotistical at times, something of a show-off, who always pretended to know everybody and everything and was ready to tell you so, especially if you were a foreigner. 3. Statopoulos had been educated at the elite American-run Anatolia College, where he became fluent in English. His education enabled him to work as a translator and interpreter. 4. During the occupation, he was one of the hundreds of thousands of EAM followers, and like some of them he had drifted to the KKE, not an ideologue or a committed Marxist, he had joined in order to secure employment as a journalist. Edmund Keeley, who wrote one of the few accounts in English of the Polk affair, writes of Statopoulos, to ensure the family's sustenance he was apparently ready to work for almost anybody of whatever political persuasion who would use his special qualifications as an English-speaking newspaperman. 5. In this respect he was similar to many Greeks trying to survive in a bankrupt country. Some parts of Greece would come under communist control for a brief period and then revert back to government authority. Accordingly, for many of the poor and desperate, adopting the label of communist or nationalist was another type of currency no different than bartering for cigarettes or black market goods. Absolute ideology was a luxury for those with means on the right and for devout communists, who had paid too high a price in prison, abused at the hands of the authorities, to give up their Marxist beliefs. For ordinary people, survival was the only priority that mattered. Although Statopoulos' past was not remarkable, he became the prime suspect for the assassination of the American George Polk, the CBS Middle East correspondent in Greece. There are several versions of Polk's last hours in Thessaloniki, but none provide a satisfactory explanation of why the American journalist disappeared and was not seen again until his lifeless body was found floating in the Thessaloniki harbor. One theory has it that Polk had arrived in Thessaloniki on March 7, 1948 after his plane had been diverted from the Kavala airport, his original destination, because of heavy rain. He proceeded to make some indiscreet inquiries about establishing contact with representatives of the KKE, who could secure for him an interview with Markos Vafiadis, the commander of the Democratic Army of Greece, whose successful guerrilla tactics had garnered him an international reputation. Polk paid a visit to the American consul, who warned him against making any attempts to contact the insurgents or travel to territory controlled by them. Next, he contacted Randall Coate, the British information officer reputed to have links with the rebels. Coate, again depending on conflicting accounts, either demanded that Polk leave his office or encouraged him by offering to help. 6 A few days later Polk vanished, and Coate was transferred to Oslo, Norway, and his secretary to Australia, a fact lending some credence to the subsequent conspiracy theories that have continued for more than half a century after the Polk murder. 7. One theory blamed the communists, arguing that they killed Polk to embarrass the Greek government. Another accused the right, who could have had Polk killed because of the negative articles and reports on the corrupt practices of government officials, or had him murdered in order to blame the KKE. Another theory placed the responsibility on the British, who may have had Polk assassinated in order to stop his negative reports, thus keeping the Americans from pulling out of Greece. Yet another theory points the finger at a British mole working for the Soviets who wanted Polk dead to blame the right wing. Elias V. Latas and Zach Metger posit that Polk was killed by Americans or Greeks to prevent the journalist from exposing their participation in a criminal organization involved in drugs, guns, and US aid dollars. They also argue that Muscoundis knew the identity of the criminals and the nature of their illicit activities, but looked the other way because he needed them for information and preferred to blame the murder on the communists to spare the government any embarrassment. 8. In the course of his inquiries, Polk met with several other journalists as well as British, American consular, and UN officials. On one occasion, at the bar in the Mediterranean Hotel, Helen Mamas, a Greek-American and stringer for the Associated Press, introduced Polk to Statopoulos and a Greek liaison officer with the United Nations Special Committee of the Balkans, UNSCOB. After a few drinks, Polk, Mamas, and a few others went on to dinner. Later Statopoulos called Mamas to get the exact spelling of Polk's name as well as the names of the other American correspondents. Statopoulos did so in order to report the visit of the foreigners in the newspaper Macedonia, a professional courtesy common among journalists in Thessaloniki. 9. At 11 p.m. on Saturday, May 7, Polk and the others left the restaurant, at which point Polk headed down a street toward his hotel. Later, the hotel porters testified that they had seen Polk return at 1 a.m. Leaving his room very early the next day, Saturday, Polk dropped in on an acquaintance at the American consulate and went on to visit Randall Coate at the British Information Office. In the afternoon he telegraphed his wife, Rhea, and told her to expect him in Kavala on Monday or Tuesday. At 7 p.m. he had a drink at his hotel bar with Gerald Drew, the American delegate to UNSCOB, and his wife. The hotel staff noticed that Polk left the hotel at 11 o'clock that night, returned 15 minutes later, and departed again at 12:45 a.m. That was the last time anyone ever saw Polk alive. A week later, the Americans' bloated body surfaced in Thessaloniki Bay, plunging the Greek authorities into a fruitless search for the culprit or culprits responsible for killing Polk. The list of suspects who, directly or indirectly, may have had some link to delivering Polk to his murderers was a long one. From the outset, however, the Greek authorities as well as the American officials in Greece and in Washington preferred communist culprits. Any other conclusion placed U.S. policy in Greece in jeopardy or at the very least would have caused considerable embarrassment to the Truman administration. It would have been difficult for Washington to explain to the American public that the Greek government, the beneficiary of U.S. largesse, was responsible for or even indirectly associated with the death of an American journalist. The news of George Polk's death also brought the distant Greek Civil War directly to America. The impact of radio news, which had emerged in its own right as a new form of media during World War II, added considerable intensity and drama to an otherwise obscure event. The killing of this American journalist put a face to the conflict, which for most people in the United States was as impersonal as it was remote. Americans became outraged. Howard K. Smith, from CBS, reported that Polk's death was deliberate execution, planned to be spectacular, planned to intimidate. If the murderers are not discovered, an invisible but inevitable pressure of intimidation will rest on every American correspondent abroad. 10. The Greek government quickly attributed Polk's murder to the communists, and thus absolved itself of any responsibility. Greek officials, however, underestimated the public outcry in the United States, and the failure to produce the killers provoked accusations of cover-up. The American Overseas Writers Association, led by Walter Lippmann, offered a $10,000 reward for any information on Polk's murder and acquired the services of William Donovan, the former head of the wartime OSS, to undertake a separate investigation. Donovan, with much aplomb, traveled to Greece and intimidated, cajoled, and flattered the representatives of the Greek security services as well as the police. Afterward, he announced that they were handling the case satisfactorily. 11. It was only when George Marshall announced that he was going to Greece to look into the situation himself that the Greek authorities produced Statopoulos. On August 14, 1948 at 2:30 in the afternoon, two nondescript men approached Statopoulos while he was waiting to board the trolley. One of them tapped him on the shoulder and demanded, "Your identity card." Statopoulos, realizing that the men were plainclothes police, complied instantly. After scrutinizing the document, one policeman said, "Come to the security service for an identification check." 12. Statopoulos could hardly refuse. He was held and questioned for months, and in addition, the security service arrested his mother and his two sisters. Their crime was suspicion by association. Almost 6 weeks later, Statopoulos was sitting tied to a chair in Muscoundi's office and staring into a blinding light. He could barely follow the major as the policeman slowly circled him like an animal closing in on its prey. He kept repeating, "You are involved, you are involved." Then in a soft voice the major intoned, "I will save you." Ignoring his prisoner's denials, the major continued to hover, resuming the chant, "You are involved, you are involved," and then in a hush he whispered in Statopoulos' ear, "I will save you. I could have had you disappear any time when you were returning home late at night, but you are fortunate that your mother has had a son killed in the war." 13. Statopoulos, the victim, and Mouscoundes, the tormentor, performed this ritual for weeks. Afterward, the major's assistants subjected Statopoulos to further interrogation, which in the parlance of the General Security Service meant torture. The interrogation varied from day to day and was inflicted according to the whim of each inquisitor. Statopoulos was compelled to stand for hours and then made to suffer sleep deprivation. Subsequently, he was tormented with hunger and thirst, followed by severe beatings with truncheons and knuckle dusters. Occasionally, Mouscoundes got physical with Statopoulos, forcing him to stand with his back against a wall and then grinding down on his toes or kneeing him in the groin. On other days, Statopoulos would be hung upside down in his cell. Later he was subjected to electric shocks applied to the soles of his feet. 14. Astonishingly, the tormentor knew that Statopoulos was innocent. Mouscoundes had fabricated the evidence that implicated the unfortunate journalist. Yet in the turbulent and brutal environment of the Greek Civil War, which had begun its third phase 2 years earlier, guilt or innocence was not germane. The word ethnophron, which translates as nationalist-minded, encapsulated how the right labeled itself. More precisely, it defined people in black and white terms as either godless communists or ethnocrofrons. In this politically charged climate, individuals, when challenged by the authorities, had to prove that they were not communists and to demonstrate their nationalist-minded credentials. If individuals were lacking nationalist-mindedness, they could face prison, and if exposed as communists, they faced prison and possibly execution. The communists were equally adamant in punishing those refusing to accept a Marxist alternative and inflicted torture or death on those refusing to embrace the dictates of the KKE, since they did not have the ability to maintain prisons. Whenever the insurgents captured soldiers or civilians, the KKE gave them the option of joining the communist forces or execution. Statopoulos could establish he was nationalist-minded by admitting to the murder and serving the interests of the Greek state. "You have an obligation to the fatherland to confess," demanded Constantine Rendes, Minister of Public Order. 15. Sacrifice for the fatherland was the relevant issue. During the course of the Civil War, the ultra-Greek right usurped patriotism as an absolute virtue exclusive to itself. The minister, anxious to see a speedy end to the Polk affair, had made a snap visit to Thessaloniki to confront Statopoulos. Unfortunately, the victim refused to spare the fatherland further difficulties by confessing to a crime he did not commit. For his impudence, Mouscoundes and his aides devised new, and more imaginative, techniques of persuasion. They forced him to strip and proceeded to yank slowly the hair on his chest and back, one at a time. This painful exercise was only a prelude to another, and much more excruciating, torment. Using wire, they tied his wrists to his elbows and his knees to his ankles, then his arms to his legs. Afterward he was laid out on the floor his cell. In a short time, Statopoulos began to struggle against the binding in response to intense pain, but the movement only made it worse, and soon his cries reverberated in the corridor. 16. He passed out, and when he finally came around, disoriented and terrified, he lost his courage. He agreed to confess that he had lured Polk to a secret meeting with 2 communist assassins who shot the American on a small boat in the harbor. The investigation, confession, and subsequent trial did little credit to the Greeks, the Americans, or the cause of justice. On April 21, 1949, a jury that deliberated for less than 3 hours found Statopoulos guilty as an accessory to murder after the fact. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, although he received a pardon 12 years later. 17. Someone had to answer for the death of George Polk, and the Greek state had to be absolved of any and all responsibility at all costs. Polk had challenged the veracity and integrity of the Greek government at a time when American-Greek relations were still fragile but of paramount importance to Greece. By 1948, U.S. military and economic aid was all that stood between victory and defeat for the Greek government forces in the ongoing civil war. To the coterie of old royalist politicians and former Republican Venezuelists, each time George Polk produced an exposé of the corruption and the heavy-handed policies of the Greek government, he negated the cause of anti-communism that often served as a mask for otherwise incompetent and self-serving politicians. Ultimately, the publicity swirling around Polk's murder, the Donovan investigation, and the direct interest of the Truman administration compelled the Greek authorities to force a confession from Stachtopoulos in order to link the death of the American journalist to the struggle against the communist insurgency. In the summer of 1946, the third round of the Greek Civil War had broken out, and by 1947 was turning Greece into a zone of confrontation between the USSR and the United States. At least that was the perception in Washington. In that context, Polk's murder at the hands of the rebels was convenient, as it was symbolic of the communist threat to Greece as well as to the United States. The actual circumstances surrounding the murder of American journalist George Polk may never come to light. Nevertheless, the wider background, the conflict that fueled the civil war in Greece and set the stage for his death, was the onset of the East-West confrontation that was reshaping the post-war world in 1948. In this respect, Polk was one of the first American casualties of the Cold War. Yet Polk was not a soldier. He was a journalist and a civilian, underscoring the fact that the Greek government was incapable of protecting Americans in Greece. This circumstance demonstrated the weakness of the Greek state and the ability of the communists to strike anywhere and kill anyone. A critical factor that made the third round of the Greek Civil War almost inevitable was the failure of the right-wing governments, which became increasingly conservative after 1945, to deal, in a nonpartisan manner, with ordinary people labeled as left-wing. In the aftermath of the December uprising, these regimes could not, or would not, differentiate between the leadership and the hardcore elements of the left-wing resistance organizations led by the KKE, on the one hand, and ordinary Greeks who did not subscribe to any particular ideological agenda, on the other. Moreover, the leaders of the right, by their actions and their failure to contain the ultra-right extremists, compounded this error by driving home the point that anyone not with them was automatically against them. In so doing, they had to invalidate the left-wing resistance as a factor in the war against the Axis. The right needed to negate the efforts of EAMLS in order to discard the success of the left in fighting the Axis and obscure the role of the collaborators, particularly the security battalions, during the occupation. The officers of the armed forces, police, gendarmerie, judges, prosecutors, district prefects, mayors, civil servants, journalists, and others who, willingly or under duress, had served the Axis were vulnerable to charges of collaboration, if not treason, and had been hunted down by the left during the December uprising. Consequently, for these men and women, recognition and eventual institutionalization of the resistance meant that the proverbial sword of Damocles would continue to hang over their heads for the foreseeable future. Hence, while the rest of Europe celebrated the contributions of the groups and individuals who had opposed the German and Italian occupation, the Greek state refused to acknowledge the contribution of the resistance until 1982.18. The persecution of the left during the period of the White Terror, 1945 to 1946, consequently affected a large segment of Greek society and forced many to seek refuge in the communist-led bands forming in the mountains. Rex Leeper, the British ambassador to Athens, understood this and in his 1945 annual report on Greek affairs warned Ernest Bevin, the new British Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, that Greece was becoming dangerously polarized. The right, in a vengeful mood, urged on the police, who were only too willing, to arrest thousands of the left-wing supporters, many of them innocent of anything but socialist sentiments expressed in somewhat intemperate language, others, no doubt, guilty of murders, though even in these cases, owing to the circumstances of the Civil War, it often proved difficult to produce conclusive evidence. A favorite charge, on which many respectable citizens were arrested, was moral responsibility for murders, i.e. in most cases membership, under the occupation, of EAM resistance and local government committees, or of people's courts, which had condemned to death people described by EAM as traitors and by their opponents as peaceful citizens opposed to communism. The courts were not able to deal with the rush of work, and thousands of EAM supporters remained in the overcrowded jails awaiting trial, often for much more than the statutory 6 months. 19. On August 25, 1945, under British pressure, the Greek government introduced a partial amnesty to release those not accused of murder, but it had made little impact. 3 weeks later, on September 17, Vasilios Kyriakopoulos, the Minister of Justice, reported that 16,700 were still in prison, of which 14,252 were awaiting trial, and only 1,949 had actually been set free by the amnesty. 20 Remarkably, although not so for the Times, out of the 16,700 inmates only 2,896 were ever convicted of collaboration. In 1952, the number of collaborators still incarcerated was 1,275 out of a prison population of 28,000. Over the course of 1945, 80,000 adherents or suspected sympathizers as well as members of left-wing organizations faced prosecution. 21 In contrast, members of ultra-right-wing groups, collaborators, and officers who had served in the security battalions were infiltrating the security apparatus of the state, the police, and the armed forces. After the March 1946 general election, the drift to the extreme right was further accelerated by the election in parliament of men who had openly supported the puppet occupation governments. This turn of events facilitated the transition of the security battalions from collaborators to anti-communist warriors. The officers and men of these notorious forces were a living symbol of everything that had gone wrong with the political establishment in the course of the occupation. After liberation, most of the junior officers and men of the security battalions were placed in a detention camp in Goudi, outside Athens, and the more senior officers in Avarov prison. In November, the British had begun to release some of the officers from Avarov prison and brought others to Egypt. According to an OSS report, former members of the security battalions were slowly being integrated into regular Greek army units. An American intelligence report added, EAM's fear, and it is a real one, is that not only will LS be dissolved and disintegrated but that there will be no popular national army in the true sense. Not only are the ex-Soliadhis Gestapo-controlled Greek secret police and members of the security battalions being trained as units, but there is a strong tendency to place royalist and ex-Medixist officers in high-ranking positions. 22. It was the December uprising in 1944 that created the circumstances for the mass release and employment of almost all the incarcerated collaborationists as well as the officers and ordinary ranks of the security battalions. Ultimately, 12,000 of those who had served in the security battalions were enrolled in the National Guard that was formed during the December uprising. In one act, the Greek government destroyed its credibility with most moderate Greeks. At the same time, releasing the security battalions convinced many who had fought in the left-wing resistance that the intent of the Papandreou government was to restore the pre-war political establishment, many of whose members had collaborated. The Greek right was able to succeed because communism was emerging as a new threat. The geopolitical dynamic in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East created the distinct possibility that the Soviet Union intended to continue to expand or export the communist revolution to almost every corner of the globe. Eastern Europe had fallen under communist control, as had most of the Balkans with the exception of Greece. Just 2 years after the December uprising, consequently, the United States inherited not only Britain's responsibilities in the Mediterranean and a little later in the Middle East, but also its role as the patrons of the Greek right. The withdrawal of the British from Greece in early 1947, and the proclamation of the Truman Doctrine a few weeks later, meant that the Americans officially assumed Britain's international responsibilities in these regions. Therefore, U.S. intervention in Greece was not only new, but unpredictable. Greek politicians, after a century of accommodating and ingratiating themselves to the British, were not accustomed to the new superpower, and they were unfamiliar with the quirks and peculiarities of their new protectors. The murder of an American journalist, however, did not portend well for the new relationship. George Polk may have been disagreeable and a thorn in the right-wing Greek politicians, but he was an American just the same. Thus, the Greek regime felt compelled to force a confession from Grigoris Stachtopoulos that put the blame squarely on the communists. The Stachtopoulos family, like hundreds of thousands of other families, had been swept up in the conflagration of the Greek Civil War. This latest round of fratricide was part of the cycle of violence and retribution that had hijacked the lives of Greeks since the occupation. After liberation, a combination of fear, mistrust, desperation, and competition for political control between the left and the right had ignited into the Battle of Athens in December 1944. The toll on the Greek state was high. The fighting stymied efforts to rehabilitate the economy of the country and retarded most attempts at providing a modicum of subsistence for the thousands left homeless and destitute by the earlier ravages of the war. The wreckage, even by the industrial-scale standards of World War II, was overwhelming. In 1948, almost 4 years after liberation, the economic plight of the country and the hardships confronting the population were staggering. Over 2,000 villages that had been destroyed by Axis reprisals and the additional ones devastated by the Civil War remained in ruins. 1/4 of all the structures in the country, 400,000 buildings, were totally demolished. Over 1 million people in Greece were struggling as refugees or displaced persons. The Athens sprawl, characteristic of the congested capital today, is one of the Civil War's legacies, triggered by the influx of hundreds of thousands of homeless villagers and refugees from the interior of the country to the capital. 23 The state had to support 700,000 people, the families of soldiers in the army and those who had been killed in battle. 34% of the Greek population depended on appropriations from the national budget. 24 Simultaneously, a combination of uncontrolled forest fires and foraging for wood to use as fuel in some areas decimated 75% of Greece's forests. State finances were practically non-existent, and Greece was drowning in an avalanche of worthless paper currency generated by the inflationary policies of the occupation authorities. 25 Sadly, liberation had little impact, and the Greek currency continued to plummet unabated. In March 1948, the drachma traded at the rate of 170 quadrillion drachmas to a single American dollar. 26 The cost of living by the end of the Greek Civil War in 1949 would be almost 254 times higher than it was before the occupation. During the same period, according to a report from the British Embassy in Athens, 2,400,000 people were said to be one step from starvation. 27 The cost in human losses was equally appalling. A conservative estimate places the number killed, as a result of the war, at approximately 500,000 and another 880,000 disabled by disease. In other words, out of a population of just over 7 million, approximately 19% suffered a violent death or incurred chronic disabilities. 28 The third round of fighting that had broken out in the summer of 1946 was partly a response to the reign of terror that cascaded across the country in retaliation for the atrocities committed by EAM, KKE, ELIS, and OPLA during the December uprising, and partly because of the ambitions of the KKE to achieve power. Effectively, the period of White Terror from February 1945 to September 1946 created the momentum for the last phase of the Civil War because it left the adherents of EAM, ELIS and the KKE with little choice except to fight or face heavy-handed persecution for an indefinite period of time at the hands of former collaborators. The scale of retaliation by ultra-right-wing gangs against the partisans of the left was widespread and remained unchecked, especially outside of Athens and the other major urban centers. The authorities could not, or would not, intervene in thousands of situations where fanatics of both political extremes indulged in beatings, looting, rape, and murder. The story of Andreas Patrikaios is one example of how the vicissitudes of occupation and the politics of the resistance impacted one family. Patrikios was born and raised in the provincial town of Patras. He graduated from university a short time before the outbreak of World War II. In 1942, like many young men, he went to the mountains to join Elis and fight against the Axis. His legal training, however, was more valuable to the left-wing and communist-controlled organization, and Patrikios was made a judge. In this capacity, he had the task of determining the guilt or innocence of collaborators and those accused of treason against EAM Elis. According to one of his relatives, Patrikios tried very hard to dispense even-handed justice, but often the local Elis leadership overruled him and executed innocent men and women. 29. In the meantime, the Germans and the security battalions constantly harassed Patrikios' family. Soon after the occupation, members of the local right-wing X organization paid a visit to Angeliki, his older sister, on her farm. A couple of them punched and kicked her in the stomach, thighs, and head. They tormented her for hours, until she was unconscious. In the months following the outbreak of the 1946 Civil War, while Patrikios was still in hiding, the ultra-right-wing group also went after Kratitira, his younger sister. This time, they hauled the young girl to the town plaza of Lower Achaia and beat her publicly and then tossed the almost lifeless body to the side of the street. Witnesses to the spectacle cheered and egged on the girl's tormentors. However, some sympathetic bystander afterward provided first aid, thereby saving her life. 30. Patrikios hid in his cousin's house, spending most of the time on the roof, and when it became too dangerous to stay in Patras, he joined his sisters in Athens. They had moved to the capital to escape the persecutions meted out to the families of Elis veterans and members of the KKE. In addition, Patrikios had blood on his hands, because whether he condemned actual collaborators to death or remained helpless as the Elis leadership executed men and women he had found innocent, the relatives and friends of the victims were prepared to exact their own brand of justice if they got their hands on him before the authorities. The KKE, whether through Elis, EAM, or OPLA, drafted professional men and women and exploited their expertise, but also ensured that they committed or participated in extrajudicial murder, assassination, or torture so that they had little choice but to remain loyal to the KKE as outlaw enemies of the government. Many of the men Patrikios judged were members of rival right-wing bands who had refused to join Elis and, as a result, were accused and convicted as collaborators. For months, Patrikios, tired and suffering from tuberculosis, wandered from place to place in Athens. He managed to evade capture by remaining indoors and using the small laundry room in his sister's house as a hiding place. Eventually, due to either betrayal or carelessness, he was arrested. First, he was imprisoned on the island of Zakynthos and then transferred to Avarov prison in Athens. He had to be hospitalized for a few months because of the tuberculosis. He tried to defend himself, and despite his own difficulties he provided legal help to other inmates. Ultimately, it was all to no avail. The military court found him guilty and he was executed a few months before the end of the Civil War in 1949.31. Judging by similar cases, the Patrikios trial itself would have been a mere formality and mirrored identical tribunals across Greece in order to bring communists and traitors to justice. Certainly many were innocent, yet a large number of those arrested were guilty of terrible crimes during the occupation and in the December uprising. What had passed for justice in the small mountain villages that had the misfortune of coming under communist control was at best outright murder and guilt by association. Executions were often accomplished in the most horrific manner. An example of this was the small Albanian villages of Limnes and Gerbisi in the region of Argolida. The Germans had occupied these communities in August and had executed a number of people, including some who were members of EAM. When the Germans left, Elis units swept into Gerbisi and immediately murdered 23 people, including several children. Their crime was that some villagers, sick of the KKE's rule of torture and death, had joined the security battalions, but since they had left with these forces, Elis took its revenge against members of their families. In the nearby village of Lims, EAM and OPLA representatives tortured and killed 24 people. Stylianos Perakis, in his account of the murder of members of his family at the hands of the communists, writes: "The Lims executions were a carefully staged affair, a macabre theatrical performance, directed by Gavros, a senior communist, with the assistance of several other KKE political sick. It started with a meeting in front of the village church during which Papasoti Ryu and the cross-eyed one delivered short but violent speeches, likening to a field full of thorns that needed to be pulled out before being ready for cultivation. This murderous metaphor, showing the schoolteacher antecedents of both Gavros and Papasoti Ryu, was prelude to the arrests and executions that were to follow. The show started with a lynching. The victim was a shepherd accused of having betrayed the executed relatives of village people to the Germans, and the crowd was urged by the political leaders who were present in the proceedings to punish him as he deserved. A mob started hitting the unfortunate man, who was finally shot in the end by a KKE official. The single killing was only an appetizer for the main performance that took place a couple of days later, following show trials in front of a forcibly convened village assembly. A group of victims was escorted to some fields outside the village by an OPLA group, and 19 of them had their throats cut with a butcher's knife, the familiar OPLA trademark. The two executioners were actually professional butchers in civilian life. 32. To some extent, the butchers, grocers, school teachers, and university students had filled the ranks of EAM, the KKE, and OPLA. No doubt Patrikios had served as a judge on similar occasions and willingly or unwillingly stood by and watched innocent men, women, and children executed under terrible conditions and by the most brutal means. During and after the Civil War, the perpetrators of these atrocities were arrested, tried, and convicted, sometimes through due process that included written evidence and the testimony of eyewitnesses. The stage trials, the notion of collective punishment, and the use of butchers that guaranteed a horrific killing aimed at instilling fear were not the individual actions of men deranged by war but KKE policy. In forcing the villagers to engage in stage trials as well as participate in executions, the communists aimed to make the villagers co-conspirators, thus ensuring their loyalty. Another factor was that the reign of terror inaugurated with the arrival of ELUS or implemented by EAM and the KKE's OPLA murder squads in many of the villages throughout Greece forced the local inhabitants to seek protection from the Germans and the security battalions. Under these circumstances, the Germans or security battalions arrived to liberate a village from the clutches of the communists. When the occupation forces left, they often armed the villagers so that they could fight off the ELUS and EAM. Under the perverse circumstances, the villagers sought salvation from the communists often by summoning the hated Germans and security battalions and informing them who were the local EAM and KKE individuals in their village. Consequently, after liberation it was difficult to sort out collaborator and traitor from desperate villager. The KKE and EAM insisted that anyone who worked with the Germans or informed for them had to be arrested and tried as a traitor, while the victims of the communist abuse insisted that members of EAM, KKE, ELUS, or OPLA had to answer for the atrocities they conducted during the occupation and the December uprising. In the absence of swift justice, both right and left took matters into their own hands and dispensed with judicial niceties. A few weeks after the Polk murder, Kenneth Matthews, the BBC correspondent in Greece, witnessed a military tribunal sitting at a women's detention center and by reconstructing the proceedings offers rare insight into the absurd and crude attempts at what passed for justice in northern Greece during the Civil War. Matthews recalled. The general presiding asks the accused, "Where do you come from?" The woman witness, "From Thessalonica." "What is your work?" "I am a doctor." "How long have you practiced in Thessalonica?" 20 years. "Then since you have some experience and are besides a qualified scientist, you will be able to tell us, is Thessalonica a Greek or a Bulgarian city?" The question, like those devised by the inquisitors of the Holy Office, was framed to disclose whether the witness preserved a Greek and Christian soul or whether she was given over to the abomination of communism. She replied, "I don't know." The Bishop of Volos, a member of the tribunal. Kill her, my general. In the name of the religion, kill her where she stands. 33. Denying or merely questioning the Hellenic identity of Greece's second largest city was tantamount to treason. Another consideration is that the authorities in this region exposed to frequent dag intrusions were less inclined to conduct trials at leisure. A large number of women in Thessaloniki and Athens as well as in dozens of small cities and towns went through a similar experience because they were members of the KKE or their male family members were in hiding or had joined the communist forces. Many of them also suffered imprisonment or execution because of accusations from malicious neighbors or duplicitous spouses. Mary Henderson, who served as a Red Cross nurse and had occasion to visit the women prisoners, writes, "As we were leaving the camp, a pretty little woman called Photoni Greek for light grabbed my arm and begged for help. 'I am only here,' she blurted out, 'because my husband wanted to be rid of me. He wanted to be free to marry his mistress, Vromokaritso the dirty girl, so he told the police that I was a communist. I am no communist, just a broken-hearted woman. What should I do?' Her big, black eyes veiled with tears searched for mine for help. How can I prove that I am not a communist now that I am in prison?" As I looked back at Photoni's black, imploring eyes, I longed to be able to help, but how? 34. A great many of the women in prison, especially those from the villages, had no understanding or commitment to Marxism, but had participated in the fighting just the same. In another of Henderson's experiences as a nurse visiting the women's detention center, she recalls how Yekaterina, a young peasant girl, after an incoherent explanation of her symptoms and how she did not want anyone to know, ran into the toilet and a few minutes later gave birth to a premature baby on the Pink Ladies' cloakroom floor. 35. The baby did not survive, and Yekaterina, who had been arrested for hiding a gun under her skirt, most likely languished in a prison for months before being formally charged with a crime. Thousands of young women, like Yekaterina and Photoni, were trapped by the tumultuous events sweeping over Greece in the 1940s and uprooted from the security of the traditional village life. For them, the resistance had been an opportunity to escape the asphyxiating role prescribed for women in both the rural communities of Greece and the large urban centers. They had fought the Axis and afterward the British. Some of them, like Yekaterina, had smuggled weapons or had volunteered to act as decoys during the December uprising so that Ella's snipers could pick off British and Greek soldiers. They paid a heavy price for participating in EAMLS because with the defeat of the left in December 1944, many of these women became displaced within their own country. After breaking the bonds of tradition and religion by abandoning their families, they could not return to their villages. At any rate, it is doubtful that the small and tightly knit communities would have taken them back. In some cases, the shame of prison, suspicion of unacceptable sexual behavior, and pregnancy out of wedlock meant that most of these women were doomed to remain unmarried and thus constituted an unacceptable economic and social burden to their families. Consequently, the third round of civil war in 1946 had offered a large number of these women an avenue of escape from the uncertainties of attempting to reintegrate into mainstream society, this time by joining the communist bands assembling in the mountains. Young men also faced stringent social and economic liabilities as well as the stigma of anti-nationalism and anti-Greek behavior for participating in ELIS. In a society as small as Greece's, in which citizens were categorized and catalogued by the police and security services so that their file followed them the rest of their lives, the labels of communist, anarchist, Slav, Arvanitis, Greek-speaking Orthodox Albanian, traitor, atheist, or any combination of the above had economic as well as political consequences. A bad file barred an individual from employment in the civil service, large companies, and even domestic work. Later on, such files prevented people from emigrating. In the 1950s, and until the collapse of the military junta in 1974, emigration was only possible after a prospective candidate obtained a certificate of nationally correct views from the police. Without this certificate, obtaining employment was difficult. Marriage, baptism of children, and church-sanctioned burials were denied unless an individual produced the document of political and national correctness. In the heat of the moment, thousands of young men, inspired by the prospect of a better future advertised by EAM, had fought the British in the streets of Athens to prevent the return of the pre-war political and economic establishment. For Elis veterans who had battled the German occupiers, the fighting in December was an extension of the resistance. For others, particularly the younger and less battle-experienced men of the Elis reserve units in the capital, the Battle of Athens represented a watershed in the political future of Greece. Almost all the younger men came from the working-class districts of Athens. Some of these foot soldiers of the December uprising may have fought for a new and better way of life, some because they were communists, but many others simply joined to take advantage of an opportunity to improve their present circumstances. Rex Leeper, the British ambassador, lost his housemaid when she went off to find her son who was with Elis, a mere boy who had gone because he was offered food, pay and a uniform. 36. Ultimately, the EAM Elis supporters not only advocated the establishment of a socialist or communist state, rather, many insisted on justice, particularly the arrest, trial, and punishment of the collaborators and a level playing field in addressing the constitutional problem. The KKE's accusation of treason against Greek officials was made plausible by the presence of high-profile collaborators frequently spotted in the streets of Athens. For the most part, they got nothing with respect to the former and very little with respect to the latter. The young men and women who had joined Elis were not party to the KKE's strategy of using terror to secure the loyalty of the villagers or trying to eliminate rivals by accusing them of collaboration. They trusted their superiors and followed them to battle in December, and afterward many had little choice but to flee to the mountains of northern Greece to escape the White Terror. In 1945, the Plastiras government established military committees to select officers for the new army, which went on to appoint 228 who had served with the security battalions and 221 Elis veterans. Despite the apparent impartiality of this selection, succeeding governments between 1945 and 1949 tended to discriminate in favor of officers from the security battalions rather than Elis. In fact, the Greek General Staff, with a few exceptions, placed officers with service in Elis on the inactive list, even those who had held commissions in the Greek army before the occupation. 37. After the end of hostilities in January, the Greek government continued to use former security battalion forces to maintain security in the countryside. The cruel absurdity of this situation was that the personnel of the security battalions, in the guise of National Guard units, now had responsibility for establishing law and order in large areas of Greece that had supported their enemy combatants, EAM Elis. Effectively, the former collaborationist forces were simply given license to settle scores against the left. In September 1945, however, the National Guard was withdrawn from active service and replaced by the reorganized gendarmerie, leaving the former security battalion officers unemployed, with the exception of the 228 already appointed in the new army. This professional setback was only temporary. The outbreak of hostilities in 1946 and the radical changes taking place within the new armed forces created a fresh opportunity for them to gain readmission. During this period, 1945 to 1946, secret leagues and associations honeycombed the officer corps. The structure and membership of most of these groups were shadowy, and some represented only a loose collection of officers with common professional interests. To a great extent, the development of these factions was a reaction against constant political intervention in the armed forces before and after the occupation. The parade of short-term governments in the post-December uprising period only intensified the insecurity of the officers as each regime promoted its favorites. It was a matter not just of professional ego but also of economic survival. Unemployment for officers with a meager pension, a byproduct of inflation, would leave them practically destitute. Former Veneis list officers who had accepted the monarchy and had been readmitted into the armed forces were the most vulnerable group. The Plastiras government had reinstated many former Venizelist republicans at the expense of royalists, but the limited tenure of this regime left them professionally exposed. Meanwhile, many in the royalist faction lost their posts to former Republicans, and they responded by creating their own organizations to protect themselves from forced retirement or dismissal. Beginning early in 1946, ultra-right-wing royalist officers, who favored the king because they believed that monarchy was a safeguard against communism, were gaining control of the military. To enforce their brand of nationalism, these conservative officers created a secret organization, which came to be known by its acronym as IDEA, Sacred Association of Nationalist Officers. IDEA quickly spread its tentacles within the officer corps and infiltrated the general staff as well as the headquarters of the new army divisions. In the summer of 1946, representatives of IDEA took the initiative and persuaded the Minister of Defense to admit into the army officers who had served with the security battalions. The reason, according to George Gerolymatos, the unofficial biographer of IDEA, was that these officers were not only capable professionals, but also fanatical anti-communists. In addition, they had considerable experience in counterinsurgency warfare, first under the Germans and later under the British during the December Uprising. 38. Many officers, however, who had fought with Ellis, were now excluded from the armed forces and bore the brunt of the White Terror, and a year later many of them took up arms and eventually helped to create the Democratic Army of Greece. In response, the Popular Party government of Demetrius Maximos, in collaboration with the military, established 3 detention camps on the islands of Makronisos, Jura, and Trikeri in 1947. There were supplementary detention centers on other small islands, but the first 3 camps were set up to deal with 3 categories of leftists and suspected communists: Makronisos for military personnel, usually officers and men who had served with Ellis, Jura for politicians, and Trikeri for men and women from areas under the control of the communist bands. Makronisos achieved considerably more notoriety than the other 2 prison islands and became linked with some of the most savage treatment inflicted on leftists or suspected leftist prisoners during the Civil War. From 1947 to 1950, 1,110 officers along with 27,000 soldiers passed through Makronisos, labeled the New Dachau by the left. 39. Perhaps more galling for the professional officers, who by fighting for Ellis had compromised their careers in the post-war army, was that in many cases the men who condemned them to these horrible islands had either actively collaborated with or passively acquiesced to the Axis. In 1947, over 10,000 suspected leftists and communists were rounded up in the larger urban centers and placed in the detention centers and prisons on the mainland as well as on the islands. Many men who could have filled positions of responsibility in the armed forces and police services instead were forced to languish in prison or submit to a process of political rehabilitation on Makronisos. According to Artemis Leontis, Greek government officials nicknamed it the National Baptismal Front because they imagined this to be the place where prisoners of the Greek Civil War would wash themselves into more conservative citizens. Philosopher and politician Panagiotis Kanellopoulos called Makronisos the place where Greeks could build new Parthenons, because there, on an island best suited for grazing, prisoners were forced to build out of local materials in a span of 3 or 4 years not only administrative buildings, villas, and a club for their persecutors but also a factory for non-alcoholic beverages, a radio station, a convalescence area, kitchens, water, reservoirs, roads, 6 chucks, 4 theaters were there. Ideological rehabilitation was to take place: arches, statues, bas-reliefs, monuments with shells and mosaics, as well as miniature versions of the Parthenon and Hagia Sophia. 40. The treatment of the inmates, because they had been officers and soldiers, was harsh and designed to break their spirit. The object of the torture, random beatings, mock executions, and mindless daily drudgery was to force the inmates to sign a declaration of repentance, followed by public denunciations of communism. The prisoners who agreed to be saved from the clutches of atheist Marxism could also demonstrate their sincerity by joining in the beatings and torture of fellow inmates who had held out against embracing love of country and religion by rejecting godless communism. Before all of this came to pass, a number of veteran LS officers, the precise figure is impossible to determine, recognized the direction that the 1945-46 governments were taking and joined approximately 5,000 men and some women whom the KKE had sent to safety in communist Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania. During the winter of 1946, small groups infiltrated back into northern Greece and, linking up with bands of leftist guerrillas hiding in the mountains, conducted occasional raids either to secure supplies or to exact revenge against ultra-right-wing gangs. The problem of lawlessness was further compounded as increasing numbers of LS veterans left their homes throughout 1945 and 1946 for the protection of the rugged terrain in parts of northern Greece, in the Peloponnese, and on some of the Aegean islands. Although LS had surrendered an impressive number of weapons as part of the Varkaisa Agreement, an almost equal number were hidden and being used by the leftist bands forming in the mountains for self-defense and for attacking police stations, villages, and other targets of opportunity. 41. Initially, the KKE had not sanctioned the increasing and widespread banditry or encouraged its members to join the bands operating in the mountains. Although the communist press made references to the guerrilla activity of former LS members, the leftist publications suggested that the people who had taken to the hills did so to escape the White Terror in the cities. According to Ole Smith, an expert on the KKE, there is no doubt that the KKE, throughout 1945 and early 1946, held the view that the struggle was political, and thus had to be fought in the cities, by mass organizations, trade unions, and agrarian cooperatives. 42. Certainly, the defeat of LS in the December uprising left the KKE leadership in disarray and the party organization in shambles. According to some estimates, at the time of liberation in October 1944, membership in the KKE had peaked at 400,000, but dropped off to 200,000 after the debacle in December. 43. The critical political problem confronting the KKE in 1945, however, was the first post-war parliamentary election planned for early 1946. The parties of the left as well as the KKE demanded a thorough revision of the electoral lists as a precondition for taking part in the elections. According to Smith's analysis, they did not wish to create the impression abroad that elections could be held in the existing anarchical situation. Since there were no indications that the government would carry out a revision or establish law and order, the center and the left were inclined to boycott the elections. 44. The decision not to take part in the March election, ultimately, proved a serious mistake for the KKE, which in tandem with the increasing scale of violence in the Greek countryside as well as the transformation of the international environment generated the momentum for civil war in Greece. Certainly it played into the hands of Zacharoiatis, as mentioned above, since the communist leader was inclined toward a violent resolution of Greece's political future. Indeed, 1945 had been a defining year for Greece and the rest of the world. At the Yalta Conference of 4–11 February 1945, Stalin quietly reaffirmed to Churchill the so-called percentage agreement with respect to the British and Soviet spheres of influence in the Balkans. Although during the meeting the Big Three discussed the shape of post-war Europe and Asia, Churchill and Stalin disagreed over Poland, but not over Greece, which the Soviet leader continued to accept as part of the British sphere. In a matter of months, all that changed. Roosevelt died in April and Churchill was swept from office in July, leaving Stalin, the only remaining member of the original wartime Allied leadership, to enjoy the fruits of victory as head of his country. Furthermore, when World War II ended with the defeat of Germany in May and Japan in August, the international relations dynamic, forged out of the necessity of war, gradually shifted and deteriorated. The United States and the Soviet Union were rapidly undergoing metamorphoses into superpowers. The Grand Alliance that had achieved so much in the war was quickly unraveling in peacetime, susceptible to new fears and suspicions. By the time Truman and Prime Minister Clement Attlee met with the Soviet leader in Potsdam, July 17 to August 1, 1945, Stalin had become less conciliatory and chided the British over the Greek government's breaches of the Varkaisa Agreement, the document that had ended the December uprising. During the course of the meeting, Stalin surprised the British and Americans by demanding a Soviet presence in the Aegean, with a naval base at either Thessaloniki or Alexandroupolis or in the Dodecanese Islands. Stalin then pressed for a revision of the 1936 Montreux Convention on the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus Straits to facilitate Soviet access to the Mediterranean, arguing that it was no less unreasonable than Britain's control of the Suez Canal. He also demanded that Turkey surrender the frontier provinces of Kars and Ardahan to the Soviet republics of Armenia and Georgia. Meanwhile, throughout Eastern Europe and the Balkans, the Soviets were already imposing communist regimes. Yet, despite Stalin's advantage of position, the fact that the Red Army occupied large parts of Eastern Europe and the Balkans, he would just as quickly retract these claims in the face of opposition from his Anglo-American allies. Stalin agreed to withdraw the Red Army from Vienna as well as Iran, while failing to force the British out of Syria. 45 Regardless of these compromises, the perception of the Soviet juggernaut gobbling up the rest of post-war Europe was beginning to take hold. After George Kennan's famous long telegram from Moscow in 1946, the notion that the West must contain communism and therefore stop Stalin in Greece and Turkey was the policy consensus of both the Democrats and Republicans in Washington. Greece became a concern because the anti-communists in Washington could point to an actual communist insurgency taking place. Turkey was seen as another domino, one that could set off a cascade of Middle East petroleum-producing countries coming under Soviet influence and eventual control. The domino theory: if one country in a region fell under communism, then the surrounding states would also succumb, assumed considerable clout in U.S. government circles in the 1950s. In the meantime, the boycott of the elections had marginalized the KKE politically, leaving the initiative to right-wing factions to dominate the makeup of the post-war governments and in the process destroy the influence of EAM in Greek society. The increasing lawlessness, moreover, provided the excuse for those regimes to restructure Greece as a centralized and authoritarian state. In addition to reviving Metaxas instruments of repression, such as the use of internal exile and the infamous declarations of repentance extorted from prisoners, they established extraordinary court-martials throughout Greece. These tribunals by summary procedures condemned thousands of people to prison or to the firing squads for crimes against public security. David Close calculates that over the 3 years of the Civil War, these bodies sentenced over 2,000 people to be executed, and several thousand more to be jailed for offenses as trivial as the reported slandering of prominent public officials. 46 other scholars have estimated that the number of those condemned to death during this period reached as high as 7,500, with 3,000 to 5,000 political prisoners being executed. 47. The legal framework that facilitated the imprisonment and execution of captured communist insurgents, as well as their supporters in the cities or those suspected of sympathizing with the guerrillas, was established by the newly elected Populist Party government on June 18, 1946, a few months after the elections. The first article of Resolution C on extraordinary measures concerning the public order and security, passed by the Greek Parliament, imposed the death penalty for those who intended to detach a part of Greece from the whole of the country. 48. This was clearly directed at communists because of the KKE support for an autonomous Macedonia. On December 27, 1947, the government put forward Compulsory Law 509 to address security measures of the state, the regime, and the social order, and the protection of citizens' liberties. 49. Effectively, this legislation banned all leftist parties and organizations and imposed the death penalty on those who were seeking to apply ideas, which overtly aim to overthrow the regime or the established social system by violent means, or aim to detach a part from the whole of the country. 50. The consequences for ordinary Greeks trapped in the maelstrom of the civil war could be catastrophic. The police used their new authority to hunt down anyone suspected of supporting the rebels and established a wide-range network of informants. The owners of newspaper kiosks, who by law had to be disabled military veterans, or their offspring, were a good source of local intelligence and could categorize individuals simply by indicating if they purchased left or right-wing publications. The authorities could also coerce the proprietors of coffee houses to inform on their customers or lose their license. The burden of arrest and punishment fell primarily on the KKE members and left sympathizers in the cities and towns, who could easily be identified by the kiosk and coffee shop owners, by malicious neighbors, or by those who had suffered at the hands of the left during the occupation and the December uprising. Proof of guilt or innocence was at the discretion of the local extraordinary court. For example, Kola Eleftheria was accused of recruiting guerrillas under the pseudonym of Maria. The only evidence against her was the accusation of a member of the gendarmerie who was alleged to have collaborated with the Axis forces during the occupation. The court found Eleftheria guilty and sentenced her to death on May 1, 1947. 5 days later, she was executed. Although the 24-year-old Eleftheria was a member of the KKE, her complicity in aiding the insurgency is not certain. Accusation was sufficient if it was aimed at a member of the KKE. Others were catapulted into the chaos of post-war Greece not because of ideology, but through happenstance. 3 such examples were Leo, Kostas, and Andreas Katsiouris from the small village of Lidouri in the Peloponnesus. The lives of the 3 brothers were indelibly changed by occupation and civil war. By the economic standards of the times, the Katsiouris family was prosperous. Their father had followed the well-trodden path of many Greeks at the turn of the century and migrated to the United States to seek his fortune. He eventually ended up in Vancouver, Canada, and his monthly remittances enabled the family to live comfortably and build a large house. The boys received their primary and secondary education, but their studies came to an end with the Axis occupation. In the winter of 1942 to 1943, Andreas and Kostas left the village, along with other young men, to take part in the resistance. Kostas joined Elis and Andreas was trained by EAM to be a teacher. Leo, 4 years younger than Kostas, remained behind. I didn't join the partisans, I was young, slim, I didn't have the stamina to go there, to the mountains. While Kostas was crazy already from high school. 51 Leo, however, often risked his life taking food and water to the local Elis units hiding in the nearby mountains. Kostas took part in numerous firefights against the Germans and was wounded in August 1944. 4 months later, Leo was conscripted for military service and was assigned to the 9th Infantry Division. Kostas was studying law while recovering from his wound in Athens. After the outbreak of the White Terror he could not bear the prospect of arrest, the accompanying beatings, and internal exile, so decided to make his way to the communist bands in the mountains. Andreas was caught and sent to the infamous Marconissus prison island. Thanks to a sympathetic officer, Andreas was quickly released from captivity. After reaching the mainland, he was seized by a right-wing gang and shot. For over a year the family did not know Andreas' fate. They received letters from acquaintances claiming to have spotted Andreas, but the young man had been buried in an unmarked grave by the side of the road. For the duration of the Civil War, Leo and Kostas were fighting on opposite sides and under different conditions. Kostas was made an officer in the DAG and given responsibility for recruitment and training. Leo, along with 600 other men, was assigned to a special battalion for suspected leftists. They were often given the thankless task of walking over suspected minefields or were committed to particularly dangerous missions. One time they sent us to the Albanian border, recounts Leo. Our battalion incinerated a village and killed a bunch of Albanians in a guardhouse. Then we built some defenses on high ground in order to outflank the partisans returning to their hideouts in Albania. But we failed and we couldn't go any further and the Albanians attacked us. 400 out of 600 were killed. During this time, Leo was fully aware that Kostas was across the line, high up in the rugged mountains intersecting Albania and Greece. When we reached the Albanian border, you could see a lot of people, partisans walking on the Albania side. But I knew from my mother that Kostas had joined the Democratic Army of Greece and where he was located. Every now and then, our mother received a letter from Kostas which was sent from the front to Yugoslavia, then to my father in Vancouver, and finally to my mother in Athens. While Leo, Kostas, and Andreas were caught up in the politics of civil war, their destinies were increasingly shaped by circumstances unfolding in London, Washington, and finally Moscow. By 1948, Greek society was divided into distinct political fault lines. A minority of the population were staunch supporters of the KKE, and another minority were the followers of the extreme right. 52 Most people identified with the moderate left or right, although their political sympathies shifted according to the hardships faced or the acts of the government authorities and those of the communists. The aftermath of the death of George Polk revealed that no one was safe. The arrest, torture, and imprisonment of Stakhopoulos made a mockery of law and signaled that anyone with a left-wing affiliation during the occupation was vulnerable to persecution and in some cases death at the hands of the state or by a right-wing paramilitary group. Arrest, trial, imprisonment, and execution were at the whim of local authorities. Justice was meted out and determined by political attachment. Often mere accusation was tantamount to indictment and led to summary punishment. In this respect, the communists and the Greek government officials shared a fanaticism that allowed little room for collective or individual ambiguity. Neither side, accordingly, held the moral high ground at least until the KKE decided to commit to Macedonian self-determination and subsequently was censured for agreeing to surrender Greek national territory. Chapter 8. From Insurgency to Civil War. In times of peace, sons bury their fathers. In times of war, fathers bury their sons. Croesus to Cyrus. At the higher elevations, the mountains of northern Greece and the Peloponnese, deep ravines and jagged cliffs scar the landscape, leaving an impression of desolation and loneliness. This inhospitable landscape has for generations hosted bandits, rebels, and revolutionaries, offering them shelter from conventional forces seeking their destruction. The safety of the mountains, however, is not enough. The barren peaks and dank caves provide protection, but little else. Survival depends on sources of food and supplies and the ability to replenish weapons and ammunition. Historically, outlaws have preyed on the small hamlets and tiny villages that dot the foothills, extorting or taking whatever supplies they could pilfer from the hapless villagers. The period of the 1940s was not an exception to these activities, whether carried out by guerrilla bands fighting the Axis during the occupation or desperate men escaping the White Terror that engulfed Greece after liberation. Between the winter of 1945 and spring of 1946, sporadic clashes between small bands of Elas and the gendarmes expanded the reign of lawlessness that plagued the Greek countryside and imposed greater misery on the local inhabitants. By the summer of 1946, the increasing scale of violence outside of Athens and the other large urban centers caused the country to drift toward civil war. The traditional date for the outbreak of the 1946 to 1949 Civil War is 30 to 31 March 1946, the night before the national election, when a communist band descended from their mountain hideout into the small town of Litokoro on the eastern slopes of Mount Olympus. 33 Elas men carried out the raid. These rebels had sought refuge on Mount Olympus to escape the persecution of the White Terror. A large number of them were from Litokoro and knew the lay of the land, so they were able to slip into the town unnoticed. During the course of the attack, several buildings were razed, including the police station, and 9 people were killed, 6 soldiers and a gendarme, along with 2 civilians. The communists captured another 7 soldiers and gendarmes, but shortly afterward they let them go. 1 Perhaps this was a message that the communist leadership sent to the government in Athens in response to the general election scheduled on the same day. The raid was meant to frighten the Greek government into making concessions. 2 By the spring and summer of 1946, communist guerrilla bands began crossing the Yugoslav border back into Greece and raided isolated Greek army and gendarme outposts as well as small villages. Food was their primary objective, yet over the summer the raids penetrated deeper into Greek territory, bypassing the Greek National Guard detachments deployed to protect northern Greece and the countryside of the Peloponnese. Under the best of circumstances, it was a difficult task to patrol northern Greece. Even the most ruthless efforts of Greece's recent occupiers, the Italians and Germans, had failed to contain the resistance fighters. The guerrilla bands would attack government positions and then quickly withdraw to their mountain hideouts. The frontiers of northern Greece extended over 600 miles of rugged terrain, most of which were unguarded and, to a great extent, unguardable. Even during the Ottoman period, it was impossible for the Sultan's armies to maintain security over this region, and the authorities could provide safe passage for mule trains and other commercial travelers only by essentially coopting the local bandits to serve as a regional militia. 3. Initially, the communist bands that infiltrated into the mountainous regions of Greece, like the Greek bandits of the Ottoman period, were independent of a central command, and their success relied on the skill and daring of the men who led the insurgents. Testament to the unique role of the leaders was that most independent guerrilla units were known by the name of the commander. Right-wing groups persecuting communists outside the large cities and towns also followed this custom. In August 1946, however, the Central Committee of the KKE appointed Markos Vafiadis to command the guerrilla forces that were forming into various bands and to bring them under the control of a single command. 4. Fig. 11. Elas Guerrillas. Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs, photo exhibition of the Diplomatic and Historical Archive Department. Like Zacharyadis, Vafiadis came from Asia Minor as a refugee in 1923. In his teens, as was the case with many young Asia Minor refugees, he joined the KKE and ended up in prison because of his communist activities. During the occupation he served with Elas as a representative of the National Liberation Front. Although not a soldier by training but a political commissar, Vafiadis was a gifted amateur and learned a great deal from Euripides Bakirges as well as from actual combat operations. 5. He gained valuable experience in guerrilla warfare operations in which he displayed remarkable ability. This experience served him well when he took over as head of the Democratic Army of Greece, DAG, as the guerrillas were renamed as they came together under the KKE in 1946. August was late in the season to organize and implement insurgency operations in the arid mountainous regions of northern Greece. Vafiadis had limited time to secure sufficient food supplies and ammunition to sustain a guerrilla campaign throughout fall and winter. Food shortages would remain a serious challenge for Vafiadis guerrilla bands, as in order to maintain their mobility they either had to live off the land or extort supplies from the local villagers. 6. Map 3. Greece 1946 to 1947, Democratic Operational Areas. Map by Costa D. Gikas. Zacharyadis and most of the KKE leadership remained in Athens, and only joined the communist forces in the mountains sometime during October 1947, possibly anticipating or vainly believing in a mass urban uprising leading to an orthodox communist revolution. At the very least, Zacharyadis believed that a sufficient upheaval would occur to enhance the KKE's influence in a new government, which would include a significant number of communists. 7. Vafiadis, meanwhile, arrived in bulks in September 1946 and assumed command of the communist forces with the rank of general. Vafiadis acted very quickly to establish his authority over the various guerrilla bands. He overhauled the KKE's intelligence network deployed throughout Greece and organized political and insurgent training for both officers and other ranks. Clandestine cells called Yevka were a critical asset for the insurgents, supplying intelligence, recruits, and logistical support as well as funds, depending on their location. The Avtoamina, meaning self-defense, was an extensive network outside the main urban centers that provided the regional communist bands with information, coordinated supplies, identified recruits, and served as couriers to both the guerrillas and DAG units. 8. Each Yevka cell ranged from 6 to 8 men and women and operated directly under a particular DAG regional headquarters. 9. The members of the Yevka represented the hardcore support base of the KKE in Greece and served as its primary intelligence organization. Individual Yevka cells were responsible for specific areas that included several villages. They responded to requests for supplies and information from communist bands or DAG units prior to attacks in a particular region. The Yevka coordinated the DAG static formations of 50 to 60 lightly armed men of the local popular civil guard. Units of the civil guard occasionally accompanied larger DAG formations and manned, for example, field kitchens as well as carrying bulky supplies. The IFCA also took over the tax collection that in the period of resistance was the task of ELUS and the ETA, and during the Civil War handled the disbursement of funds to DAG and other KKE units. The cells operated in cities and towns in addition to the villages of northern, central, and southern Greece and in some of the islands of the Aegean. 10. The IFCA and AFTO Amina were the intelligence and logistic backbone of the communist insurgency and crucial to the success of the insurgents' hit-and-run tactics. 11. A major responsibility of the IFCA cells was to liaise and coordinate the self-defense or AFTO Amina in each region under communist control. At its peak, the AFTO Amina included approximately 50,000 active participants and approximately another 250,000 sympathizers. 12. Some of the AFTO Amina members also worked for OPLA, a secret KKE organization of assassins that murdered individuals condemned by the KKE. Later, the DAG continued to expand intelligence gathering locally and nationally and, after 1948, established a centralized intelligence organization. 13. The KKE military leadership created and attached intelligence units to battalions and larger formations that conducted reconnaissance and interrogation of prisoners in the field. Remarkably, the DAG forces also developed the ability to intercept the signals communication of the government army units. From 1947 onward, the communist intelligence units had been able to intercept Greek National Army communications by taking advantage of frequent security lapses by careless government army operators. From 1947 to 1949, the communist forces succeeded in the Peloponnese to a great extent because they had advance information of the location of government army formations and gendarmes as well as tactics and deployments. This advantage in intelligence enabled the DAG bands to ambush the GNA, while avoiding disastrous pitched battles with superior Greek army units. 14. The communists enjoyed additional support from a significant part of the Greek population, but they, beyond endorsing the left in private, feared taking part in any public demonstrations and were reluctant to become directly involved with the insurgency. On December 27, 1946, the KKE decided to rename the guerrilla bands the Democratic Army of Greece and to arrange these forces into a formal military organization. This was a deliberate move to abandon Stalin's policy of gradualism or simply to bring further control over the disparate bands operating in northern Greece and the Peloponnese by imposing command and control and military discipline. By establishing the DAG and appointing a commander in August 1946, the KKE wanted to place the disparate bands operating in and out of Greece under the direct control of party authority. Although Zacharoiatis, like most communists of the period, believed that revolution would take place in the cities, the establishment of the DAG underscored the KKE leaders' shift in strategy to a mountain war. Over the late summer and early fall of 1946, the KKE formally established the General Command Headquarters of the DAG at Bulks, under Vafiatis, which later oversaw the regional commands in the Peloponnese, Rumeli, Epiros, Thessaly, Central and Western Macedonia, Eastern Macedonia, and Western Thrace. In October, Vafiatis announced the creation of a mobile headquarters in the field. The larger part of the command center remained in Bulks, but Vafiatis required an operations headquarters nearby, and when possible, in Greece to coordinate the DAG units. 15 When Vafiatis assumed command in the late summer of 1946, however, the KKE forces had a complement of only 4,000 men and some women. The new commander, accordingly, confined the activities of the guerrilla bands to eastern Macedonia. Zacharoiatis soon directed the IFCA cells to begin recruiting former ELUS members, and by October 2000 new recruits arrived. The addition of reinforcements over the course of the autumn enabled Vafiatis to extend the activities of his forces and to initiate hit-and-run tactics, striking from eastern Macedonia to targets across northern Greece. Small, mobile guerrilla units began attacking unguarded villages for supplies and, in a short time, he expanded their area of operations as far south as Larissa. One large raid against Diskati, near Mount Casia, in Thessaly, and other villages resulted in the death of 120 people, forcing the Greek government to declare martial law throughout northern Greece. In late fall, Vafiatis intensified the pressure and increased the number of raids, both to impose the will of the KKE and, more important, to secure food for the winter. 16. Fig 12. Ellis, the left-wing resistance, encouraged young women to join its ranks. During the Civil War, many young women were press-ganged into the Democratic Army of Greece or volunteered because of their association with Ellis. Greek Ministry of Foreign Affairs, photo exhibition of the Diplomatic and Historical Archive Department. The food problem plagued the communist forces throughout the Civil War and was a factor in Vafiatis' strategy. Lack of adequate supplies often left guerrilla units starving for days. When they could not find villages from which to requisition essential foodstuffs, they resorted to eating rations abandoned by the Greek National Army, which often had been exposed to the elements for days and led to many cases of food poisoning. In one extreme case, in March 1947 in Thassos, guerrillas were forced to find sustenance from their dead comrades. 17 Vasilios Bartsiotas admitted his concern as to what effect hunger had upon the fighters, and that during the course of battles the government forces, using megaphones, often called out to the DAG fighters, "Come to us. We have white bread and you are hungry." 18. Food was not the only scarcity, for as late as July 1949 a report by KKE to their communist allies claimed that over 50% of the DAG soldiers lacked uniforms and footwear. The problem by 1949 had been compounded by the transition of the KKE guerrilla units into a conventional army. Charles Schrader points out, larger conventional units were less able to sustain themselves off the countryside, which in any event was so devoid of resources as to constitute a desert in many of the mountainous areas of Greece. 19 During the first 2 years of the Civil War, the KKE was able to sustain, to some degree, the DAG guerrilla units. Through a combination of extorting, looting, even purchasing supplies, the insurgents had enough food, ammunition, and other necessary provisions. Once the KKE transformed the guerrilla forces into a conventional army, logistical support became an acute problem. The concentration of some units did not make it easier to supply the DAG, since the communists, when operating in Greece, lacked a secure line of communications with their bases in Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania. The small villages in northern and central Greece could not supply large insurgent forces but only small communist bands. Despite the efforts of the IFCA and Avtoamina, supply and manpower shortages dogged the DAG units throughout the Civil War. 20. In some cases the DAG bands could count on the support from friendly villagers, and this was one of the reasons why the government decided to adopt a program of forced resettlement of these villagers to cities in 1946. The objective of the policy was to deprive the DAG from securing food, clothing, fuel, and medical supplies and, most important, deny them access to manpower from the villages within the range and influence of the insurgents. The government implemented the resettlement in areas most exposed to recruitment by the DAG, particularly northwest Greece and including parts of Epiros, Macedonia, and Rumeli, as well as central Greece. In effect, people became passive weapons of the Civil War, because these small communities were a manpower resource for the guerrilla bands, and losing this asset worsened the logistical problems of the communist forces. By the middle of February 1948 the combination of refugees and displaced persons reached over 485,000 and in January 1949 exceeded 666,374.21. Many of these individuals begrudgingly accepted leaving their homes and way of life, while some joined the guerrillas. The government authorities relocated many of the refugees to Athens and Thessaloniki. In a country of limited resources and devastated by war, these cities had the resources to provide some support for them. The new refugees added to the urban sprawl set in motion by the 1.5 million Asia Minor refugees dumped on the urban centers in 1922 to 1924 that eventually made Athens home to over half of the population of Greece. While the resettlement inflicted hardships on the uprooted villagers, the program did have an effect and further limited the DAG's supply chain. Demetrius V. Latas, a senior DAG commander and part of the KKE leadership, lamented that by 1949, the greatest difficulty which our troops faced during enemy operations was hunger, as a result of the evacuation of the peasants and their concentrations in towns. 22. In addition to foraging for food, Vaffiatis guerrillas frequently took hostages, executed the local village police as well as pro-government individuals, and in a short time cast a pall of fear throughout northern Greece and the Peloponnese. For those who supported the insurgency and the KKE, the arrival and departure of the guerrilla bands in a village exposed them to certain persecution by their neighbors and more than likely arrest by the authorities. In October 1946, in one of the largest raids of the insurgency at the time, 400 communist guerrillas took Nyasa with the help of a fifth column of communists from inside the town. Communist strategy throughout the fall of 1946 was for the insurgents to quietly infiltrate or capture a village by surprise attack, kill the gendarmes and locals identified with the government, and then quickly withdraw after looting supplies of food. They also took hostages and encouraged young men and women to volunteer in the DAG, and if encouragement failed they press-ganged the hapless recruits. Until the fall of 1947, the communist forces restricted their campaign to essentially a series of guerrilla raids. This may have been the case because Gerolymatos believed there was hope for a political settlement with the regimes in Athens, or because Stalin had declined to authorize the KKE to launch a full-scale offensive. 23 Certainly the lack of significant logistical support and manpower precluded any overly ambitious military operation. By the early fall of 1947, the KKE had ascertained that it was no longer possible to reintegrate the left within the legal framework of the Greek political system. 24 On 11 to 12 September 1947, the Third Plenum of the Central Committee of the KKE decided to abandon all attempts at a negotiated end to hostilities. 25 The KKE leadership declared in an October edition of Rizaspastis: the armed struggle of the Democratic Army of Greece constitutes the only imperative response that the people and Greece have to give to the foreign occupiers and their local underlings. Outside this struggle there is no life and no honor for Greece and the people. This is why the primary obligation for each Greek patriot is to give all his might so that the work of the DAG succeeds, with the solid conviction that the more strong and determined and victorious the people and the DAG in their struggle against the sacrilegious occupiers and their local slaves, so much the more will they force them to accept the democratic solution for the Greek issue that EAM suggests. 26. The KKE leadership during the course of this meeting adopted Operation Limbs, Lakes, which proposed that the DAG liberate Macedonia and Thrace with Thessaloniki as the main base and capital of the communist region in northern Greece. 27 The KKE imagined that to accomplish these aims they would organize a fully equipped army of 60,000, along with an air force and navy. They assumed or hoped that the Soviet Union and its communist allies would provide the weapons, heavy artillery, warplanes, and naval vessels. 28. Indeed, as early as February 1947, the KKE had made the decision to develop offensive operations for the newly established Democratic Army. 29 On May 20, 1947, Gerolymatos had met with Stalin in Moscow, and subsequently the Soviet dictator gave the KKE permission to proceed with the civil war. More important, Stalin authorized the communist states in the Balkans and Eastern Europe to provide material support to the DAG. 30. Prior to 1947 the Greek communists had to keep faith with Stalin's policy of gradualism, and without substantial military aid from the communist bloc they had enough resources only for sporadic raids and small skirmishes. Although Stalin had given his blessing to Gerolymatos' pleas for authorization to advance the insurgency to full-scale civil war in May 1947, he did so strictly unofficially. The Soviet dictator refused to recognize the KKE's provisional government, established in December 1947, and did not allow the KKE to join the Communist Information Bureau created in September 1947 in response to the Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan. Stalin was only prepared to request that Albania, Yugoslavia, and Bulgaria covertly supply and support the Greek communists. Yugoslavia alone, however, provided immediate support as well as bases and medical assistance to the DAG, 35,000 rifles, 3,500 light machine guns, 2,000 German heavy machine guns, 7,000 anti-tank guns, 10,000 mines, and clothing for 12,000 men and women, in addition to medical supplies, medical care, and access to bases. 31 The basic uniform of the DAG was British battle dress, greatcoats, and boots. Some Dag fighters wore British uniforms, and many were also carrying British weapons and equipment. 32. After the Varkiza Agreement, the Yugoslavs permitted the KKE to use an army camp outside the village of Bulks to settle communists fleeing from Greece and later for training and as a rearguard home base. 33 Initially, Bulks was a refuge for hardline LS fighters from the frontier areas. It also included a large number of Slavophone Macedonians who refused to accept demobilization and return to their homes as stipulated by the Varkiza Agreement. During the course of the Civil War, the camp was more than a training center. It became an autonomous, extraterritorial mini-Greece, with language schools, media, police, hospitals, and even its own currency. In effect, it included Dag troops but also families and community infrastructure. 34 The administrative board declared itself an autonomous government and went so far as to print its own money. The village afforded training facilities for medical personnel as well as other professionals. In 1946, there were 14 professors, 43 teachers, 32 agricultural engineers, 6 physicians, 18 officers, 25 musicians, 300 cooks and waiters, and 320 shepherds. Equally important, the KKE operated an educational facility for officers under the guise of a school for general education. The school offered a variety of military courses and as early as 1947 about 600 individuals had completed training and went on to join the Dag forces in the field. 35 The KKE also operated a separate school for Communist Party members in which 30 to 40 students attended courses in semi-annual cycles. 36 The Yugoslavs, however, were careful to downplay the role of Bulks as a military training center for the Greek communists and in general did not permit journalists access to the village. 37. Bulks offered the Greek communists and LS refugees a communal life and the opportunity to practice collectivization, yet one that kept them segregated from ordinary Yugoslavs. The inhabitants of Bulks were not permitted to leave the village, and any who slipped out were arrested and returned or consigned to prison. Kenneth Matthews, a BBC reporter who had visited Bulks, accused the KKE leadership who ran the commune of corruption and claimed that they lived quite comfortably while most of the inhabitants were overworked and barely had enough to eat. Many KKE leaders had cellars that held scarce supplies of sugar, chocolate, tobacco, and other luxuries intended for general distribution but instead reserved for their own personal consumption and the black market trade. 38. The official explanation by the Yugoslavs for the termination of the Greek Communist Bulks commune was announced in the editorial in Belgrade's Borba on September 5, 1949. The publication offered a history of the Bulks community and exposed, with embarrassing details, the fraud of the KKE leadership uncovered by the inspection of a state commission. The commission based its exposé on the testimonies of dissatisfied and harassed inhabitants who had disagreed with the policies of Zacharyadis and the KKE. Although 800 Greeks remained at Bulks, presumably because they had supported Tito, the commune experiment came to an end. 39. Bulks was a small and revealing insight into how the KKE would organize a future Greek communist state. In the meantime, the communist insurgency had brought little besides death and misery to Greece. The civil war not only pitted Greek against Greek but also distorted the geographical distribution of Greek society. Hundreds of thousands, communists and non-communists, fled or were forced by the authorities from the countryside and exposed village communities to the larger urban centers. Overnight shanty towns, reminiscent of the Asia Minor refugee dwellings, sprung up in Athens and other cities. Many other displaced people built shacks with bits of wood and old iron along the side of roads and railway lines, barely surviving on a meager government dole waiting on the promise of better times. 40 Many towns doubled in size and the authorities could not keep up with the arrival of so many desperate refugees. When the wealth that came with American aid flowed into Athens to mitigate the problem, much of it lined the pockets of unscrupulous politicians and seedy businessmen. After 1947, the new money transformed the capital into a city of taverns, bars, and dance halls catering to the nouveau riche while creating a much greater chasm between the fortunate wealthy and the poor. Initially, This atmosphere proved a boon to the KKE since these shady practices proved that communism was a proper antidote to capitalist corruption. The opulence and excesses of one part of the population encouraged many to join the KKE underground. Occasionally, in the outskirts of Athens, grim reminders of the war came with the appearance of severed heads left on the local square. The perpetrators alternated between right-wing bands and communist guerrillas seeking vengeance or exacting punishment to terrorize their enemy. By the middle of November 1947, the Greek government had to admit that it only had intermittent control of the region north of Mount Olympus. For his part, in January 1947, Vafiatis claimed the DAG held 100 villages. Later in the year, he established his Greek headquarters in an area that was adjacent to a spot near Lake Prespa where Albania and Yugoslavia converged, a section of territory that included the Grammos and Vitsi as well as other mountain ranges. It was a wild terrain, craggy, desolate, easy to defend, and extremely difficult to assault. The Communists held this ground, except for a few short intervals, until the end of the Civil War. 41. Vafiatis maintained these raids throughout the winter, and his guerrillas displayed remarkable mobility despite the adversity of cold, snow, and limited supplies. In the process, the Communists secured the loyalty of the local villagers, by intimidation if necessary. In a war of hit-and-run tactics, the guerrillas had the ability to make their presence felt in the remote villages of northern Greece, a constant reminder that the Communists would return while the Greek army remained in static defense of larger towns and cities with the occasional sweep by the National Guard. Many of the rank and file of the reconstituted National Guard included a significant number of former members of the collaborationist security battalions, who often escalated the savagery of the fighting. During the occupation, the security battalions, armed and trained by the Germans, set out to destroy the left-wing resistance represented by Elis, which led to mutually inflicted atrocities. 42 After liberation, the officers and men of the collaborationist forces were imprisoned. During the course of the December uprising, most were placed in the reconstituted National Guard. The use of former collaborators in the National Guard units, in addition to brutalizing the fighting, further undermined the government's credibility and increased the draw of the Communists. The former security battalion officers and men cloaked in the uniform of the National Guard exacted vengeance and inflicted extensive hardship on those who had served with Elis as well as their relatives, particularly in the countryside. Not only did the National Guard units consequently fail to check the raids of the insurgents, but their very presence drove many of the former left-wing resistance fighters or their relatives to join the rapidly expanding communist bands. By March 1947, through a combination of volunteers and press-ganged conscripts, Vafiatis was able to field an army of 13,000, which included a number of women with some degree of training. 43 The fate of women in the guerrilla bands and the DAG was particularly tragic. Some endured sexual exploitation. Many more could never go back to their villages since these very conservative communities did not welcome the return of those who had strayed from traditional society. A diary of Major Kronos, an officer in the Democratic Army, indicated that his battalion of 212 included 14 women. 44. In April 1947, the Greek National Army, GNA, launched its first major counteroffensive. The plan called for several divisions to sweep through central Greece to the Yugoslav-Albanian border. 45 Afterward, Greek government forces were to secure the border and intercept future guerrilla infiltration from their bases in Yugoslavia and Albania into Greek territory. The offensive lasted for several months, but it lost momentum and eventually fizzled out. Because of superior DAG intelligence and mobility, the Communists were able to evade and, on occasion, counterattack the incursions of the government forces. Field Marshal Papagos, who eventually was given command of the Greek armed forces, writes: "Despite their losses and numerous defections, the communist bands succeeded in refilling their ranks through compulsory recruiting of peasants. They also retained their fighting spirit. In June 1947 they actually attacked a significant urban center with large forces. That attack failed, but it was another proof that the numerous military operations undertaken against them had neither destroyed their fighting ability nor curbed the warlike disposition of their leaders. The result of the 1947 operations was disheartening. 46. A major problem of the GNA was that the army commanders had to acquiesce to the demands of the politicians and keep substantial forces in place to guard areas important to their supporters. Under these circumstances, it was difficult and often too late to move GNA units and use them against communist incursions. During the Axis occupation, the resistance and Britain so had destroyed most of Greece's transportation infrastructure. Another factor was the rigid command and control of the Greek general staff. The high command was often under considerable political pressure, rigid, and over-centralized. Divisional commanders could not move any of their formations without permission from the general staff, which further undermined initiative and curtailed mobility. 47. The GNA leadership at all levels lacked leadership experience in commanding battlefield units. The British military observers commented in a report that, there is practically no training on the BN battalion, Khoi company or PL platoon level, and no attempt is made to rehearse or practice an operation which may be contemplated. The result is that units usually blunder into battle without taking the most elementary precautions. 48. As a result, GNA officers lacked confidence and assumed that simply repulsing a communist attack was sufficient. Rarely did they seize the initiative and pursue the defeated insurgents. Compounding these drawbacks, most senior officers had little confidence in their units and the men commanding them. As a British report mentioned, few commanders will order any form of deep patrolling because they feel that a patrol would be incapable of looking after itself once it had made contact with the bandits or had arrived in the vicinity of a band. More than one commander maintained that, even in broken, wooded and hilly country, the infantry were unable to draw up to less than 2,000 yards of a band without artillery support. 49. In addition to these shortcomings, the GNA intelligence on the guerrillas was woefully inadequate, usually 6 to 24 hours late. In regions exposed to the communist incursions, it was impossible for the Greek army units to obtain any information from the frightened villagers and shepherds. 50. They knew only too well that once the GNA forces left the area, the communist bands would return and punish those who offered information. The villagers, instead, focused on survival. They often collaborated with the guerrillas or, when not afraid of KKE retaliation, with the GNA and exploited circumstances for their benefit. In some villages, the guerrilla bands paid the locals to plant mines, who conveniently reported the location of the mines to the Greek army for reward. 51. Until the GNA was able to hold the terrain after expelling the communists, the cautious locals refused to openly take sides. After the dismal results of the 1947 offensive, the Greek National Army established static defense perimeters adjacent to the major population centers and awaited the arrival of American military aid. In addition to serious morale problems and the lack of mobility, the GNA faced a major geographical challenge in containing, let alone defeating, the communist guerrilla bands. The communists themselves, according to Casolas, best described the problem in an article that appeared in the May 1947 issue of Comp. Greece has approximately 25 mountain ranges on the mainland, exclusive of the islands. If we visualize a radius of 20 kilometers from the center of each mountain complex, we have a periphery of approximately 120 kilometers. Thus we have a total front line of 3,000 kilometers. This will require huge forces on the part of the enemy. 52. In the summer of 1947, the writ of the Greek government was limited to Athens and its surroundings. Northern and central Greece and extensive parts of the Peloponnese were exposed to frequent incursions by Dag forces, resulting in the communists retaining control over much of these regions. The Greek army lacked the manpower and firepower to defend Greece's frontiers, let alone protect the inhabitants of the countryside. Before the arrival of the Americans, British advisors to the Greek army treated the problem of communist guerrilla bands as an internal police matter and refused to authorize the use of regular troops against what they described as bandits. 53 The British preferred to leave the counterinsurgency operations to the National Guard and the gendarmes. The frequency and intensity of the communist raids, however, eventually forced the British advisors to concede that the insurgency was no longer a matter of banditry, but a full-scale civil war that required the commitment of the regular Greek army. 54. One reason for the British failure to treat the conflict as a civil war was poor intelligence. Most of the SO officers who had served in Greece with the resistance bands, and had a thorough knowledge of the dynamics of the left-wing forces, had been rotated out of Greece immediately after liberation. The officers who replaced them had little knowledge of the country and its people. Certainly they had only sparse information on Elis and the self-contained societies of the small mountain villages wherein the DAG drew its recruits. The British officers who replaced the SO did not understand the political schism in Greek society and the inability or unwillingness of the Athens political establishment to compromise with the center-left that represented a substantial percentage of Greeks. Making matters worse, the limited number of troops forced the British to keep their forces in and around the major cities and towns, thus inhibiting their ability to collect tactical information. As mentioned above, Woodhouse, the head of the Allied military mission in the Greek mountains, cited an instance of British amnesia regarding the resistance and revealing the ignorance of the British with respect to the situation of occupied Greece. Accordingly, the confluence of events led to the outbreak of violence 2 months later. He cites that when the Greek government of national unity arrived in Athens in 1944, Scobie's adjutant invited Woodhouse to participate in the victory parade. When Woodhouse inquired where the guerrilla leaders were to be placed in the parade procession, the response was the guerrilla leaders. What it got to do with them? 55 As a result of this attitude, the British initially assumed that the Civil War was only banditry. The question is, would it have made any difference had the Greek army been ordered to fight the communist bands earlier? Certainly, in 1946 and early 1947, the Greek army lacked the manpower and was poorly trained and equipped to combat the insurgents. The problem was the inability of the Greek government to deal with the political crisis in 1944. The Greek National Army in 1947 was in a poor state of affairs. A short while after liberation, the Greek government of national unity, with British cooperation, brought to Greece the Rhymai Brigade and the Sacred Company from the Italian front. 56 The former was a mountain infantry brigade and the latter was an independent battalion, an elite formation that consisted of officers that had fought alongside the British Special Air Service, SAS, in North Africa. Both units had seen action during the December uprising, and their arrival in Greece in part precipitated the outbreak of the 1944 crisis. Most of the officers in these units had little empathy with the resistance fighters, and considered just about all members of Elis to be communists, despite the fact that many Elis commanders had been commissioned in the Greek army as junior officers prior to and during the Greek-Italian War, and some volunteers had come from the ranks of senior officers cashiered during the purges of the Greek officer corps in the 1930s. Because of ideological polarization, relations between the officers of the GNA and the conscripts, who represented a wide spectrum of political allegiances, remained uneasy in the first couple of years of the conflict. The conservative officer corps had links with and often collaborated with clandestine right-wing organizations that terrorized individuals and groups suspected of communist or even of Republican leanings. Officers who had contacts with left-wing organizations or the KKE, however, faced summary court-martial and internal exile. 57 For example, General Euripides Bakirges, who at the beginning of the occupation agreed to work for the SO as Prometheus I, was exiled to Akarita, a small island in the Aegean, and in 1947 his body was discovered in a remote part of the island, shot in the heart. He was one of those who had made a significant contribution to the Greek resistance, but Bakirges had also been a commander in Elis, and later was chairman of PEEA. For these actions, he was condemned to internal exile. The officers of the Rhymai Brigade and the Sacred Company had contempt for men like Bakirges as well as for guerrilla warfare. Both units had experienced war in North Africa, and the Sacred Company also fought as special forces. Their war was one of commando-style raids against specific military targets. The campaign waged by the DAG units was, instead, a guerrilla war that offered few unique targets. The larger communist forces struck quickly and then retreated into safe havens of Yugoslav or Albanian territories, while the smaller bands fell back to their mountain hideouts. Fundamentally, both guerrilla bands and special forces rely on surprise and hit-and-run tactics. Accordingly, they are not equipped to capture and hold territory. For the insurgents, this meant the inability to establish a foothold in Greece, consequently forcing them to operate from Yugoslavia, Bulgaria, and Albania or from remote hideouts in the Greek mountains. Special forces faced the same problem. They could strike quickly and effectively against the communist bands, but afterward they had to retreat and thus could not afford the village's permanent protection. Ironically, both sides faced the same dilemma. If the GNA commandos could have attacked the DAG in their Yugoslav and Albanian strongholds, then they could have inflicted serious damage against stationary and significant targets. The fluidity of the fighting in the first 2 years of the civil war obviated the advantage of the elite Greek units, while the poor training and weapons relegated to the regular army made that force ineffectual against the hit-and-run tactics of the communist forces. Meanwhile, the superior KKE intelligence network was able to give advance warning to the DAG units, who simply melted away before the GNA commandos could get close. In the post-World War II era, the British, in organizing the new Greek army, predominantly drew its officers from the elite Sacred Battalion and Rimi Brigade. This decision ensured that the commanders of the new divisions would have strong links to the Crown and ideological leanings far from left of center. These officers had survived the purges of the Greek armed forces in the Middle East in April 1944, but regardless of their royalist credentials, they had little or no experience in irregular warfare, with the exception of commando raids. The lack of mobility, furthermore, made it very difficult for the Greek army to enforce the draft in rural areas, and political interference excluded the sons from well-connected families. As a result, the GNA lost the opportunity to include in its ranks hardy young men from the rural areas of Greece who were familiar with the terrain of the rugged northern regions. Furthermore, the low number of conscripted educated men made it difficult for the Greek army to fill critical technical positions. 58. Initially, the GNA was organized in 3 field divisions, 5 mountain divisions, 24 commando companies, and 3 independent brigades. All the units were grouped in 3 corps and distributed within 7 military districts, which in 1945 to 1946 included approximately 75,000 troops. For the first 2 years of the conflict, however, the communist forces retained the initiative. GNA military doctrine, even after the arrival of American advisors, favored a static defense and relied on special forces and commando units, LOC, to carry the war to the communists by striking behind enemy lines. The raids inflicted some casualties and damage on the DAG, but failed to inhibit the ability of the communist guerrillas to attack villages and even larger towns. The high number of special forces was partly due to the influence of the British and the fact, as mentioned earlier, that a large number of middle-level and senior commanders came from the Sacred Company, later expanded to battalion strength, who were influenced by the tactics of the SAS in the Middle East. Successes for the GNA were few and rarely decisive. One of the reasons was the inability of Greek army commanders to deal with fighting guerrillas, even when on the defensive. According to one British report, when attacked, a commander is usually satisfied if the bandits are repulsed. It does not seem to be realized that a band which attacks or merely opens fire on a defended locality provides the GNA with a valuable chance of destroying it. One defensive layout which was inspected bore a marked similarity to dispositions common in 1915 to 1917. Troops were entrenched in a long continuous line behind barbed wire. There was no mobile reserve and little patrolling beyond the wire. A feature within sight of the position was said to be held by the bandits, but it was admitted that no patrol had been there. 59. British accounts during the first 2 years of the Civil War were unflinching in their criticism of the conduct of GNA commanders. Although cronyism and incompetence were rife in the Greek officer corps and low morale infected the soldiers, the British were at a loss on how to retrain the Greek forces in anti-guerrilla operations. The most recent experience of the British Army in dealing with insurgencies had been in colonial policing, and the situation in Greece was not an uprising against an occupying power, but was metastasizing into a civil war. 60. Perhaps a better comparison is the first phase of the Vietnam conflict, 1956 to 1960. After the Geneva Accords, July 20, 1954, 61 Indochina was divided and the Vietnamese Communists, like the KKE, organized an insurgency partly in response to the persecution and disruption of the Communists and the urgency to save the Communist Party apparatus in South Vietnam. 62 Over a short period of time, sporadic guerrilla raids implemented by the Viet Cong escalated into a full-scale insurgency that spread outside the large urban centers. Like the Greek communists who fell back to Yugoslav and Albanian safe havens, the Viet Cong could strike and then fall back to the safe haven of North Vietnam. 63 Ultimately, the United States was dragged into both conflicts, except that in Greece the Americans did not commit ground troops. American advisors in Vietnam faced the same problems with the South Vietnamese military as the British had with the Greek National Army. A major difference was that the U.S. government had at its disposal considerable economic support for the war in Vietnam, while the British had emerged victorious from World War II but faced serious financial constraints. By early 1947, the British, after expending their economic resources to defeat Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, were financially exhausted and could barely maintain their rapidly dwindling colonial commitments. The Labour government of Clement Attlee that had replaced Churchill's in 1945 could not resuscitate the British economy as well as wage a new struggle against Soviet encroachment in Europe and the Middle East. The spectre of a long, drawn-out competition with the USSR was simply beyond Britain's capabilities in economic or military terms. As a result, a message was sent by the British Embassy to the American State Department on February 21, 1947, dramatically altering America's role in Greece. The message announced the end of British aid to Greece and Turkey and expressed the hope that the United States would step into the ensuing vacuum. This, and subsequent messages from the British, conveyed the impression that if the United States did not assume Britain's place, the entire Middle East and Greece would shortly fall to the Soviets. 64. President Truman, already profoundly concerned by the escalating civil war in Greece, agreed that urgent action was necessary. The Truman administration, consequently, formulated an intricate and far-reaching aid scheme for Greece and Turkey. Although this plan included military assistance, Truman's vision of aid to Greece and Turkey was based on economic and financial support, which he saw as fundamental pillars of democracy. Truman's legislation covered authorization for the president to transfer to Greece military and other supplies, to procure for Greece military and other supplies, to detail military and civilian personnel of the United States government, and to train Greek personnel. A mission was to be sent to Greece to oversee the expenditure of American funds and, in addition, to assist the Greeks in the planning and execution of reconstruction projects, improvements of public administration and agricultural recovery, control of wages and prices and programming the sale or other disposition of government-purchased supplies. Although the initial financial allotment was to cover the period up to June 30, 1948, the authority granted with respect to the foregoing is not limited as to time and may, therefore, continue in effect after the date 65. Fig. 13. President Truman sent the battleship USS Franklin D. Roosevelt to Greece and Turkey as a representation of American power and an indirect warning to the Soviets. U.S. Navy National Museum of Naval Aviation. Such a massive peacetime aid program was unprecedented and represented a fundamental change in American foreign policy. As Truman put it, should Greece and Turkey fall to communist and totalitarian forces, it would undermine the foundations of international peace and hence the security of the United States. 66 Truman recognized this critical turning point in America's foreign policy. It means, he said, the United States is going into European politics. 67 Secretary of State George Marshall echoed the significance of this new responsibility to students at Princeton University in 1948. You should fully understand the special position that the United States occupies in the world geographically, financially, militarily, and scientifically, and the implications involved. The development of a sense of responsibility for world order and security, the development of a sense of overwhelming importance of the country's acts, and failures to act in relation to world order and security, these, in my opinion, are great musts for your generation. 68. The Truman Doctrine was described in broad terms as a remedy to problems created by the withdrawal of Britain from the international stage. In this respect it could be applied to countries other than Greece and Turkey in the future. Greece and Turkey represented, in the Balkans and the Middle East, respectively, key spheres of Western and American influence, which were now vulnerable to communist pressures. As a result, these countries were the focus of the Truman Plan at its outset. The Truman administration expressed various motivations for altering its international policies and forming the new doctrine. These included, a new policy in support of self-determination, fears that increased communist influence in the Balkans could shift the international balance of power, and, strategically, the need to take a more interventionist role internationally, and to protect American interests in the Middle East. In essence, Truman was putting into practice George Kennan's idea of containment, to stop communism from spreading regionally. The Truman administration's internal papers prior to the announcement of the doctrine primarily focused on the communist threat as the mitigating factor in extending aid to Greece and Turkey. Some members of the government recommended stressing this threat to Congress and the public to gain their support, but in the end much of the anti-communist rhetoric, which had been written into drafts of Truman's public announcement, was removed from the final speech. 69. Having conceived of a line of action, the Truman administration was faced with the challenge of convincing the Congress and the American public that aid to the remote countries of Greece and Turkey was necessary to American security. In 1947, Congress had a Republican majority and was antagonistic toward the Truman administration in general, and toward excessive expenditure in particular. On February 27, 1947, Truman called a meeting with several senators and members of the House to announce his plans. Secretary of State Marshall spoke first and was followed by Undersecretary Dean Acheson, who felt Marshall had not made a strong enough impression. Acheson described the situation as being at a point where a highly possible Soviet breakthrough might open 3 continents to Soviet penetrations. Like apples in a barrel affected by one rotten one, the corruption of Greece would affect Iran and all to the east. 70 The impact of these speeches was powerful enough to sway the group, which urged the president to address Congress with the same frankness they had heard from Marshall and Acheson. 71. Once Truman and his advisers had gained the support of these influential congressmen and senators, the group made a combined effort at concocting a persuasive argument with which to win over all of Congress and the public. It was decided that an appeal from Greece would be key in engaging the humanitarian and charitable instincts of Congress and the American people. Such an appeal was indeed presented, but it was written by the State Department, in tones most likely to charm American citizens, and then given to the Greek charge d'affaires, Paul Ekonomouguras, to be signed by the Greek government and returned to America. 72. A complex campaign was launched to engineer the perfect speech with which to approach Congress. For this address, Truman and his advisers decided to stress the preservation of democracy as the primary motivation for the aid plan, even though neither Greece nor Turkey had in place what could be considered a strictly democratic government. The Truman administration wanted to avoid underlining the threat to petroleum in the Middle East, to avoid seeming cynical, and to avoid belaboring an anti-Soviet message, to avoid instigating war with the Soviet Union. 73 Thus, the focus was on freedom, democracy, and self-determination, and the appeal, ostensibly from the Greek government, was cited as the motivation for Truman's plan to provide aid. 74. On March 12, 1947, Truman made his historic speech to Congress, announcing, "I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures." 75. Such ambiguous references to armed minorities, communist guerrillas, and outside pressures, the Soviet Union, were code terms that framed the situation for Congress without explicitly antagonizing the Soviets. Initial congressional reaction was influenced by frugality and caution. Some members accused Truman of attempting to divide the world into spheres of influence, others of being aggressive, and still others of being intemperate and reactionary. 76. Truman's legislation finally passed 3 months later. Ultimately, the American perception of the Greek and Turkish situation centered on the notion of the domino effect, in which Greece and Turkey's fall to the communists would cause a chain reaction of Soviet expansion throughout the Middle East. Marshall had poignantly expressed this fear in his February 27, 1947 presentation to Truman and his advisors. "Our interest in Greece is by no means restricted to humanitarian or friendly impulses. If Greece should dissolve into civil war, it is altogether probable that it would emerge as a communist state under Soviet control. Turkey would be surrounded and the Turkish situation would in turn become still more critical. Soviet domination might thus extend over the entire Middle East to the borders of India. The effect of this upon Hungary, Austria, Italy, and France cannot be overestimated. It is not alarmist to say that we are faced with the first crisis of a series which might extend Soviet domination to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia." 77. The petroleum motive, mentioned above, must also have preoccupied the Truman White House. Military demands for oil had vastly increased during the war, and America was undergoing a general shift toward the use of oil and natural gas. In response to the threat of oil shortages, Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes urged that nothing must be left undone in the effort to secure overseas oil for the United States. 78. In 1947, after congressional approval of Truman's request, the administration had to decide exactly how they were to step into Britain's place, how deeply involved to be, and through what methods. The policy the president outlined, which became known as the Truman Doctrine, resulted in committing millions of dollars to be sent as financial aid, as well as American advisors, to Greece. On May 27, the first group of American military advisors arrived in Greece as part of the U.S. Army Group Greece, USAG. It was their responsibility to make recommendations regarding the management of the Greek General Staff, the Greek Army, and the Gendarmerie. The Truman administration considered but decided against direct American military involvement, fearing that such a presence would give substance to the communist charges of American aggression. 79. The official U.S. line was that American military advisors were not to engage in fighting or actively command Greek troops. Their position, like that of the OSS in Athens before them, remained ambiguous, despite the clarification of American policy toward Greece. When General William Livesey, director of USAG, briefed the first 20 American officers going into the field, he told them, "Go out among the troops and see what is going on. You are not armed and you take the best cover you can and see what you can, but don't get involved in the combat." 80. Regardless of careful instructions and stringent intentions, stories of Americans participating in the fighting soon seeped into the U.S. media. 81. In February 1948, United Press correspondent Dan Thrapp reported from Thessaloniki that Colonel Augustus Renier, the commanding officer of a U.S. Army detachment, personally led a Greek platoon up a mountain slope under heavy machine fire. Renier apparently said that he took the lead when the Greek major commanding the battalion was hesitant about pushing his troops forward in the face of heavy fire. Renier reportedly asked the Greek major, "Will you go forward if I do?" To which the major responded, "Sure, pal." Renier then led one platoon to the topmost mountain peak south of the lake, though he had to hit the dirt off an 82. Before CBS correspondent George Polk was murdered, he reported to the U.S. Embassy in Athens that he had been told by an American colonel in Thessaloniki that U.S. military advisors were leading Greek troops because their commanders from the brigade level up were not worth a damn. Response to this allegation was described by journalist Konstantin Poulos as half a dozen feeble denials, a brief flurry of censorship on the part of the American mission for aid to Greece, and Colonel Renier's transfer out of Thessalonica 83. Even with the largesse of U.S. military assistance, the Greek army was unable to crush the insurgents quickly, while the communist forces, by their very survival and presence, could claim victory. The new Greek army and its commanders could not match the mobility and coordination achieved by the smaller communist units. This problem was further compounded by the low morale of the conscripts, many of whom deserted at the first opportunity. In fairness to the general staff, the Greek National Army, with the exceptions of the Rhymai Brigade, Sacred Company, and the National Guard, existed solely on paper in January 1946, and the few units that could be organized were hastily deployed in July of that year. According to the official history of the Greek army, which was only made available after 1998, most of the new recruits were considered communists or sympathetic to the left. Also, many of the new units had been infiltrated by KKE cadres and could not be trusted. 84 As a result, most of these soldiers lacked the will to fight, and when in combat they did not trust their officers. Communist control of the countryside meant that the conscripts in the new national army came from the poorer areas of Greece's cities and towns and resented that the sons of professionals and wealthy Greeks managed to avoid military service. The U.S. advisors, commented Larry Cable, found that the GNA in 1948 consisted of a bewildering hodgepodge of 6 different types of infantry, field and mountain divisions, commando groups, the territorial static defense formations of the National Defense Corps, paramilitary gendarmerie, and local irregulars. 85. While reorganizing and training the Greek army, however, the Americans had little choice but to employ at first the British-trained special forces to maintain some semblance of offensive operations. The units, as was the case under British supervision, undertook long-range patrols and raids, but could do little against the DAG in its mountain strongholds. 86 A post-war assessment was critical of the development and the use of Britain's special forces. It is doubtful if the functions assigned to the commandos were of such a nature as to warrant the maintenance of special units, with the concentration of effort and dislocation of morale that such a course of action entails. To a degree, the effectiveness of the commando was achieved at the expense of the infantry units. 87. Larry Cable contended that the analysis overlooks that commando units undertook limited offensive operations until the Greek army was trained and ready to commit to battle. Although effective at raiding enemy territory and achieving limited successes, the Greek commando units were less effective against the DAG's mountain strongholds. 88 The communist bands, when hiding in their mountain redoubts, were well entrenched and almost impossible to surprise. The GNA commando units were lightly armed, in contrast to the DAG defenders who could deploy some artillery, heavy machine guns, and mines to defend their positions. Equally relevant is that the officers of the Greek Special Forces had acquired their military experience in North Africa, a region with vast expanses and few mountains and towns, while taking part in battles against conventional forces. Regardless, even when successful, the commandos, lacking the numbers and lightly armed, had to withdraw, and the communists re-established their forces in a region after the GNA commandos abandoned it. The Rhymai Brigade, the one unit in the Greek army with considerable expertise in mountain warfare, lost many officers to the new divisions organized in 1946 to 1947. The U.S. Army developed an antipathy toward elite units during the Greek Civil War because American military leaders believed that commandos and other special forces used up considerable logistical support in proportion to the results they achieved. 89 The large number of commando units in the Greek army also meant that these forces included the best junior and non-commissioned officers. This concentration deprived the regular army of experienced and motivated commanders. Another possible consideration for the American bias against commando units was the failure of the predominantly British Special Forces to capture some of the Dodecanese Islands in the fall of 1943. During the course of the ill-fated campaign about which the Americans had serious reservations, the British forces were accompanied by commando units that liberated some of the islands, but fared little better than the regular British troops against the German counterattack. A critical factor was local German air superiority and their ability to react very quickly after the Italian surrender on 8 September 1943.90. Commandos were skilled in hit-and-run operations, reconnaissance, and sabotage behind enemy lines, but were ill-prepared to hold the territory they had captured. Raids by Greek commando units provided the Greek government and its American advisors with short bursts of small offensive operations, yet did little to offer ongoing security for the inhabitants of the countryside and mountain villages that remained vulnerable to communist attack after the commandos withdrew. Resolving this issue was part of the key to winning the war. Unlike the British, the U.S. military had limited experience with commando operations during World War II. For the British, until America and the Soviet Union took part in the global conflict, commando raids were one of the few avenues for offensive action against the Germans. Overall, the military strategy of the United States in the war, in contrast, focused on engaging the Axis in large battles in order to effect maximum destruction of the enemy's forces. Complementing that strategy was mass bombing aimed at obliterating Germany's industry. The few American experiences in the use of special forces, as in the stalled Anzio operation in Italy, had limited and disappointing results. 91. Until the Americans retrained the Greek military, the order of battle of the Greek army was based on traditionally organized divisions, in 3 corps along with the independent commando units. The field army was under the tactical control of the Greek General Staff, which, in turn, received its orders from the Greek Supreme Council of National Defense, a body that included political as well as military membership. The political leadership was less inclined to commit the Greek army in a full-scale offensive against the elusive Dag than to protect the large cities, towns, and harbors. As a result, the static deployment of the Greek forces, and its cumbersome command structure, made it difficult to respond quickly to Dag incursions. In order to respond to or take initiative against communist attacks, local commanders had to wait for orders, and by the time they received instructions, the enemy had vanished behind the Yugoslav or Albanian borders. Ironically, the organization of the Dag, like the Greek National Army, eventually abandoned small commando-style guerrilla units in favor of conventional-sized forces in response to political events in the Balkans and as a last-ditch effort to achieve a decisive military victory. According to D.G. Cusolas, the Dag went through 3 stages of evolution. 92 During the first phase, March, September 1946, the KKE forces consisted of small groups of 7 to 10 men armed with older weapons and a limited supply of ammunition. The bands were instructed to move quickly, strike at small targets, and group together before a major offensive operation. In the second phase, October 1946 to March 1947, the guerrilla bands were increased to 70 to 100 men and some women and led by a military commander as well as a political officer, commissar. They were armed with rifles and some automatic weapons, and the detachment in each area was placed under the supervision of the regional KKE party organization. In the final period of the Greek Civil War, 1948 to 1949, the Dag units reached brigade strength of 700 to 1,300 men and women, battalions of 200 to 400, platoons of 20 to 60, and battle groups of 10 to 30. In September 1948, the brigades were increased to divisions. 93. The 3 phases indicate a progression of organization culminating with the transformation of the Dag by 1948 into a conventional army. It remains an open question if that had been the intention of Zachariadis from the beginning or a response to events beyond his control. There has been considerable debate over the disagreement between Zachariadis and Vafiadis regarding the strategy of the Dag. According to some scholars, Vafiadis advocated an ongoing guerrilla war, while Zachariadis and his followers preferred an escalation from guerrilla to conventional battles. 94 The abandonment of the hit-and-run tactics by the Dag and the Tito-Stalin split have been the traditional explanations for the defeat of the Communists in the late summer of 1949. The same scholars blame Gerolymatos for the change in tactics and the subsequent defeat of the Dag. 95. Ole Smith, one of the few scholars who had access to the KKE archives, did not reach the same conclusion. Smith argued that Gerolymatos had intended to mobilize fully all the human resources of EAM and Elis and commit them to full-scale battle as early as 1946. The KKE still had control over the members of EAM and Elis, in Smith's view, while the Greek government was in disarray and lacking a substantial military force. According to Smith, Gerolymatos ordered Vafiatis to bring 20,000 former members of Elis to Yugoslavia where they were to be armed. In July 1946 the KKE had at its disposal around 30,000 weapons hidden in Greece, which, in addition to the 20,000 that could be procured from Yugoslavia, could have armed a force of 50,000 men. 96 Smith goes on to hypothesize, thus there can be no doubt that in the summer of 1946 Gerolymatos gave orders to raise an army of a strength never actually attained by the DSE, DAG, and moreover of a size that would have settled the outcome of the civil war in favor of the left in 1946. The weak government army would have been unable to cope with the virtually resurrected Elis in 1946. 97. Smith posits an intriguing argument. The Yugoslavs had the resources to arm 20,000 men, but even with contributions from Bulgaria and Albania they could not supply an army of 50,000 men without significant support from the rest of the communist bloc. It was not only a matter of rifles, bullets, and rations, but maintaining the flow of supplies for an indefinite period. To be effective, an army of 50,000 would have also required heavy weapons, as well as transportation, medical support, and a well-trained officer corps. Nevertheless, it will remain an open question since the KKE failed to come close to fielding a force of such size. The reality is that Gerolymatos and Vafiatis, regardless of their differences over tactics and strategy, oversaw a guerrilla campaign that was transformed into conventional warfare, but without the necessary number of troops or firepower to win. It may be that after the KKE sided with Stalin, Gerolymatos correctly deduced that it was only a matter of time before the Yugoslavs would terminate their support, but the KKE could still count on aid from Bulgaria and Albania. Throughout 1948, Gerolymatos expounded his view on guerrilla warfare in a series of pamphlets, speeches, and articles claiming his ideas were in sync with Mao Zedong's. 98 The theory is that a guerrilla war of attrition made sense only if the communist insurgency spread to the towns and cities. The DAG, however, with the exception of raiding and holding for short periods a significant number of villages in northern Greece, was not able to extend the civil war to Greece's urban centers. The one possibility was external intervention, but Gerolymatos must have come to the conclusion that the Soviets would never intervene directly to aid the DAG. Stalin was not willing to permit any of the communist bloc countries to recognize the KKE's provisional government. In addition, the inability of the DAG to capture and hold a large town was a major setback for the KKE. The failure of the KKE to secure a place on Greek soil to establish a government guaranteed that neither the Soviet nor any other communist regime would ever have recognized what was effectively only an insurgency. The alternative was an indefinite guerrilla war, but that was not possible because the United States was pumping military supplies into the country and helping to expand and train the Greek army so that it would contain and eventually destroy the communist forces. The Vafiatis strategy of an ongoing guerrilla war, consequently, was not a long-term option at least once the United States intervened. Guerrilla warfare was an effective strategy insofar as it could have forced the parade of Greek governments before the spring of 1947 to seek a political accommodation with the KKE. Unfortunately for the KKE, the British kept supporting the Greek state until the Americans stepped in, and the Communists could not achieve early decisive victories such as the capture of a major town that would have given them considerable leverage in opening negotiations with the regime in Athens. The only viable option for the Communists in 1948 was either to give up the struggle or to risk everything in a conventional battle, which if victorious may have forced the Americans to abandon Greece. As unlikely as this latter scenario was, it would not have brought about a complete victory, but one in which the government in Athens would have been forced to come to some terms with the KKE at the Soviets' insistence because they were not ready to confront the Americans. The United States, however, had too much invested in Greece, and a defeat in that country would have undermined American interests around the world. Until 1948, the Communists held the upper hand in a conflict that had spread throughout the countryside and in many of the Aegean islands. In the Peloponnese, the Communist bands controlled not only the villages and mountain areas but also an extensive web of clandestine networks that could influence or intimidate the residents of the region. Despite being hampered by logistical difficulties, the DAG forces could attack when and where they chose, while the Greek National Army units failed to leave their defensive positions and counter-attack the Communists. Yet the war had reached a stalemate. The Communist forces could not capture a large town and the GNA was not able to defeat the Democratic Army or defend the Greek countryside from Communist incursions. Time, however, was on the side of the government forces. American intervention provided the Greek National Army with considerable firepower and training, in the process raising morale and bringing a younger generation of senior officers to command the new divisions. The Communists, for their part, were in the process of completing the transformation of their guerrilla bands into a traditional military force and committing them to a conventional battle. The KKE leadership had come to believe that such a strategy would bring the war to a conclusion. In that respect both sides had the same goal. Chapter 9. The Cauldron of Battle. Gramos and Vitsi. God is high above, and Russia is far away. Serb proverb. 3 years of civil war devastated Greece and gutted the country's economy. Greek society could ill afford a new conflict, having suffered mass destruction in World War II during the Axis occupation. The impact of the civil war on most of the population was catastrophic. Entire rural communities were the targets of raids by the Democratic Army of Greece and as a result their inhabitants lived in a constant state of trepidation. Other villagers had fallen victim to the government policy of resettlement and joined the hundreds of thousands of internal refugees and displaced persons in the large cities and towns. For the vast majority of Greeks there did not seem to be an end to the war in sight. Everyone was directly or indirectly affected by one facet of the conflict or another. For those on the left, the ever-present potential of arrest and languishing in prison or in camps was constant. For the unfortunates in the isolated rural communities, the arrival of the insurgents held a different set of horrors. When a DAG unit took a village, after the initial fighting, the village mayor, gendarmes, or police not lucky enough to have escaped faced summary execution. The locals not only lost part of their supplies, but the able-bodied young men were rounded up and taken as volunteers in the DAG. Some fortunate few could surrender to government forces at the first opportunity, and those not able to escape faced seemingly endless treks across mountains and every kind of deprivation. During the course of 1948, Marcos Vafiadis' strategy of raids on towns, conducted by insurgents now mostly wearing uniforms, had proven successful but not decisive. They were a reminder, however, that the civil war was not over and underscored the inability of the Greek National Army to maintain security as well as law and order. Although the GNA, with massive American material support, was quickly becoming an effective fighting force, it remained handicapped by an officer corps of uneven quality and by inept political leadership. The strategy of the GNA was to advance from south to north and in the process destroy the bulk of the DAG forces. Toward this end, the Greek General Staff had launched a series of operations, which so far had achieved some success but failed to achieve decisive results. Meanwhile, over the same period, the DAG managed to strike at towns with ease and quickly vanish in the mountains, demonstrating that it remained a formidable enemy. Hit-and-run tactics achieved minor victories and sustained the morale of the insurgents, however, they were not instrumental in securing ultimate victory. After 1947, Nikos Zachariadis' strategy was to try to capture a town in the hope of securing a permanent foothold in Greece and use it as the capital of the KKE's provisional government. The most significant such effort was the attack on Karditsa, a town on the plain of Thessaly. Under normal circumstances Karditsa had a small number of inhabitants, but by December 1948, it had swollen to 50,000 with the arrival of thousands of refugees from nearby regions. 1. The operation was the responsibility of General Costa Karageorgis, a former journalist and a gifted commander in the DAG. Karageorgis established his headquarters in the upland plain of Nevropolis, a location that had served Elis during the occupation. 2 Karageorgis forces included 2 divisions, each consisting of 2 brigades, 3,000 men and women, a cavalry brigade, a battery of 3 mountain artillery, and a unit of the DAG's officers' school. Karageorgis command totaled 6,000 combatants, and by the limited resources of the DAG the force represented a significant commitment of manpower and weapons. In contrast, only 1 GNA battalion and 1 company with a complement of 915 officers and other ranks defended the Karditsa garrison. 20 posts, manned by units of 5 to 7 men and located 5 to 6 miles from the center of the community, ringed the town. The defenders could also count on support from 2 battalions stationed nearby at Trikala and Safades, in Thessaly, respectively, and another from Larissa. 3. Karageorgis' plan was to isolate and destroy or simply bypass the outposts. The DAG force was to advance against Karditsa from the northwest and south, where the foothills of the Agrafa, the southernmost part of the Pindus range, offered cover for the first wave of attackers. On the evening of December 11, 1948, the first wave of insurgents advanced, and by the morning they were on the outskirts of the town. During the day of December 12, DAG units pinned down the garrison in a few fortified buildings. Other communist forces collected supplies and press-ganged recruits, in effect the only practical outcome of the operation. Karageorgis decided to hold Karditsa for another 24 hours, but communications proved a problem and he lost control of the situation. The DAG brigade in the northern part of the town got the order too late and withdrew in the early morning of December 13 and was followed later in the day by another brigade after a skirmish in the town. By this time the beleaguered garrison was beginning to receive reinforcements from other parts of Thessaly, including armored units from Larissa. 4. Karageorgis' force was now vulnerable. Burdened with looted supplies and forced recruits, it had become a slow-moving target, and with clear skies was exposed to air attack. Despite these liabilities, Karageorgis managed to escape with a large part of his force, losing about 600 men and women, by reaching the hills of Agrafa. As had been the case through the civil war thus far, the GNA senior leadership's lethargic response to a communist incursion enabled the DAG to get away. The garrison suffered 200 killed, wounded, and missing. The civilian population, however, paid a steeper price in casualties, with 150 dead and wounded and over 1,000 men and women taken by the DAG. 5. Woodhouse describes the attack on Karditsa as a combination of Zachariadis' order of battle and the tactics of Vafiadis guerrilla warfare applied to a conventional military operation. 6. It was a guerrilla action because the attack was hit and run despite the intent to capture and hold a town, and conventional because the DAG units were organized and deployed in regular military formations. Except for the human and material loot, the success at Karditsa achieved little strategic advantage for the communists. By the end of the year both sides resembled 2 punch-drunk boxers, one heavy and slow-moving and the other leaner and faster, and neither one with the power to deliver a knockout blow. The communist strategy remained the same: to capture an isolated town in order to claim Greek territory and a place for a KKE provisional government, and in the interim continue to wage a campaign of skirmishes and raids. The DAG hit-and-run successes, however, were not a demonstrable yardstick of victory. Zachariadis had decided to transform the DAG into a conventional force and abandon guerrilla tactics to fight a positional battle. Furthermore, time was running out for the insurgents. Although the DAG was still resilient and mobile, at a tactical level much of its achievement relied on the local overt and covert AFTO-AMINA support units. Just after the limited success of the insurgents in Karditsa, the communists were soon to face a new GNA that overcame the sclerotic chain of command and fought the DAG units in the field while waging a relentless war against the KKE support infrastructure. In December 1948 the GNA High Command decided to conduct a holding action in the north and concentrate on clearing out the communist forces in the Peloponnese as well as in central Greece. Decisive action was necessary because senior commanders in the GNA feared that without significant victories, the Americans would be less inclined to maintain their massive economic and military support. The first step in winning the confidence of the Americans was the success of Operation Pigeon, December 1948 to February 1949. The operation represented a single coordinated effort by GNA forces that resulted in the complete destruction of communist units in a particular engagement and region. On November 23, 1948, General Thrasyboulos Tsakalatos, 1st Army Corps commander and one of the more competent field commanders in the GNA, had been ordered by the Army General Staff to proceed with his corps to the Peloponnese and eliminate the communist bands operating in the peninsula. 7 The Greek general was convinced that to succeed with his mission it was imperative to secure the cooperation of the locals both in the towns and in the villages. He knew, however, that the people of the region would not cooperate with the government authorities until the GNA demonstrated that it could ensure the security of individuals and groups who collaborated with the government forces. 8 General Tsakalatos was fully aware that the DAG and its supporters in the towns and countryside had an extensive network and the ability to intimidate the non-communist residents of the Peloponnese. Although the 1st Army Corps included almost 20,000 men confronting DAG units, which totaled no more than 3,500 men and women, the Communists enjoyed superiority in intelligence and mobility with the support of the Avto-Amina informants. 2 dramatic kidnappings in the autumn of 1948 underscored the extent of Communist control over the region and the helplessness of the government forces to maintain security. In October a BBC correspondent, Kenneth Matthews, was captured in Mycenae, and in November DAG guerrillas in Tripolis took an American civilian engineer, Francis L. McShane. Matthews was kept for 1 week and McShane for 11 days. Both men were given a tour of Free Greece, which did little to impress either one of the communist claims of total victory. The kidnappings, on the other hand, demonstrated to the victims the sway of the insurgents in the Peloponnese. 9 The abductions were evidence that the DAG units could easily move about the peninsula with impunity. An extensive web of communist networks provided the DAG with recruits, supplies, money, and intelligence on the movements of the GNA. Remarkably, according to Tsakalatos, the Peloponnese KKE was able to intimidate the local police forces and army units by threats as well as pressure from influential individuals within the political establishment in Athens. The Greek general does not say who these influential people in the capital were, only that they were well placed. The KKE networks, according to Tsakalatos, extended to Athens and Piraeus, and the communists had access to supporters in key government positions. He claims, as a result, that the military, civil, and police authorities were afraid to mount any significant operations against the DAG or the KKE support organizations. 10 The peninsula, on the other hand, offered an ideal battleground for the GNA. It is connected to the mainland by a narrow bridge, which gave the advantage to a superior force if it could isolate the region from the mainland Greece. Consequently, Tsakalatos, on his own initiative, decided that in order to destroy the DAG units he had to isolate the Peloponnese and eliminate the regional KKE networks. He implemented a series of security measures designed to sever the Peloponnese and its population from the mainland. Individuals coming to and from the region had to present special passes issued by the police authorities. All ports, shipping vessels, and cargo were placed under close scrutiny, and passengers as well as their luggage closely inspected. To ensure complete surprise, Tsakalatos ordered the arrest of all suspected communists in the Peloponnese, and on the night of 27 to 28 December apprehended approximately 4,300 to 4,500 individuals. 11 To accomplish this operation rapidly and with complete surprise, the general deployed almost all 20,000 men of the 1st Army Corps. In another step to guarantee total secrecy and avoid political intervention in his plan, he had ensured that all the telephone lines between the Peloponnese and Athens be cut just before the arrests. He even went so far as to establish a 500-meter cordon sanitaire extending from the door of the Corps headquarters, making it impossible for anyone to approach the building before undergoing careful scrutiny by armed guards. Gerolymatos does not offer any explanation of how he knew who was a supporter of the insurgents. One assumption is that the police and gendarmes had lists of possible suspects, and under the circumstances suspicion was sufficient grounds for arrest. The arrests, because of their scale and speed, also included some innocent individuals who were merely sympathetic to the left and not necessarily part of any KKE organizations, in addition to some conservatives who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Gerolymatos was made aware of this and writes that he understood, yet refused to delay the operation by implementing any screening procedure for fear of tipping off the KKE. Constantine Rendes, the Minister of War and representative for Corinth, in particular, complained bitterly that many of his supporters had been rounded up and sent to the prisons on the islands. Gerolymatos was certain that despite the political fallout, no Greek minister was prepared to take responsibility for the return of the prisoners to the Peloponnese in face of American pressure. 12. For many of the KKE cadres, the knock on the door came as a complete surprise. Dusk comes early in December, and the arrests, by taking place in the darkness, enhanced the mood of anxiety and fear. Lulled by a sense of false security, the KKE activists and sympathizers expected that the communist network of spies and informants would give them advance warning of any potential threat. At the very least, the unfortunate communists counted on the hope that the reign of fear the DAG had inflicted on the region would have led many locals to warn them of imminent danger. Yet the almost simultaneous arrests made it impossible for the communists to have any advance inkling of the GNA's plans. All with a few exceptions were trapped. By the afternoon of December 28, half of those arrested were transferred to the prison islands of Makronissos and Trikeri, and the remaining 2,000 confined to detention camps in the Peloponnese. 13. The arrests gutted the KKE organizations in the Peloponnese, cutting off the DAG forces from supplies, recruits, and information about the movements of the National Army and Gendarme units. 14. Gerolymatos launched the operation against the DAG guerrilla groups immediately after destroying the KKE networks, and particularly the Afto-Amina, in two phases. The 1st Army Corps with 11,000 men confronted about 4,000 DAG fighters organized in bands ranging from 30 to 100 guerrillas. Until December 1948, the strategy of the communists was to attack at a time and place that gave them the best advantage and then withdraw into their mountain hideouts. 15. The Afto-Amina had provided the DAG bands with all manner of supplies and timely intelligence on potential targets and when to fall back in the face of superior government forces. After the mass arrests, the DAG units faced battle without knowing when and where the enemy would strike. In the first phase of the sweep, the 9th Division reinforced by the 72nd Brigade advanced against the guerrillas in the north and northwest of the peninsula, with particular concentration along the Gulf of Corinth. Government naval forces secured the northern coast of the Peloponnese, thus preventing both reinforcements and supplies from arriving as well as stopping the communists from escaping across the Gulf. Until the GNA and Royal Greek Navy sealed the north coast, the Gulf was the primary access route for the DAG guerrillas to their command center in central Greece. Reinforcements and military supplies were ferried to the DAG units in the Peloponnese by small fishing boats. A month prior to Operation Pigeon, for example, the DAG attempted to reinforce the communist bands in the Peloponnese, but in the Gulf of Corinth the Greek Navy captured the vessel carrying 1,500 rifles, 100 machine guns, and over 1,000 landmines as well as other explosives. 16. In the second phase, on January 3, 1949, Gerolymatos' forces advanced along a north-to-south axis, driving the communists away from their strongholds and deployed mountain commando units that ambushed the DAG bands. By the end of February, the GNA had taken most of the insurgents out of action, 679 killed, 1,601 captured, and 628 surrendered. 17 Only a couple of hundred guerrillas escaped temporarily, and within a few months the gendarme and army commando units hunted them down. The significance of the GNA victory in the Peloponnese was underscored by the fact that the Dag leadership ordered the assassination of Gerolymatos, whom they held responsible for the demise of the Dag guerrilla bands in the region. 18. Operation Pigeon demonstrated that the Greek National Army, when properly led by commanders like Gerolymatos and without interference from the political leadership in Athens, could easily defeat the communist insurgent units in the field. Equally significant, the GNA victory indicated that the insurgents could be readily overcome once they lost the support of the regional communist networks, such as the Avto-Amina. Furthermore, destroying the Dag guerrillas in the Peloponnese secured the southern flank of the GNA, thus enabling the government forces to concentrate on central and northern Greece. The mass arrests of the communists and others demonstrated that the KKE's hold over the countryside and the villagers was in large part based on the ability of the insurgents to coerce the local population through an infrastructure of informants and execution squads. 19 The resort to fear and intimidation by the KKE in 1948 also speaks to loss of popularity and sympathy for the communists. The GNA, by focusing on the elimination of the communist networks, also sent a strong signal to the residents of the Peloponnese that the government could impose law and order as well as security beyond the large urban centers. To defeat the insurgency throughout Greece, the GNA had to apply the lessons of Operation Pigeon to the rest of the country. A major drawback, however, remained the unwieldy general staff. The American military advisors constantly faced a situation in which Greek commanders lacked initiative and refused to pursue the enemy. To a great extent, nepotism and political expediency were factors in the appointment of officers even at the battalion level. The chief of the Greek General Staff, General Demetrius Giantzis, was a metaphor of everything wrong with the GNA. He was an elderly officer in poor health and easily dominated by the palace, particularly when King Paul succeeded King George in 1947, and whoever was head of the government in Athens. He was congenial and kowtowed to every demand or suggestion by General James Van Fleet, the head of the American mission to Greece, but lacked the influence and energy to enforce the general's recommendations. Van Fleet, at the instigation of the palace, contrived to secure a dramatic change in the leadership of the military and, in turn, concentrate the direction of the war in the hands of a single commander-in-chief with authority over all the armed forces. 20. On January 21, 1949, Field Marshal Alexandros Papagos, the hero of the Greek army victories against the Italians, agreed to assume supreme command of the armed forces. Papagos enjoyed the confidence of the military and, as the only field marshal in the Greek army, outranked all the other generals. The field marshal, however, had conditions for accepting the job, which included replacing the large and unwieldy National Defense Council with a smaller organization that would be responsible more for overall military strategy than for day-to-day operations. He demanded complete control over planning, order of battle, the right to make appointments, command of the Navy, Air Force, and Gendarmerie in addition to the GNA, the freedom to launch operations, no interference from the Allied military missions, strict censorship, and the imposition of martial law throughout the country. King Paul agreed and also gave Papagos considerable authority over economic matters. Almost immediately after Papagos assumed command, he announced that he had no confidence in the government. Papagos' proclamation triggered a political crisis, and Themistokles Sifili, the prime minister, immediately resigned. Several attempts by a variety of politicians to form a new coalition government failed. The minuet of government making went into motion as soon as Sifili tendered his resignation. Alexander Diomedes, the ex-governor of the Bank of Greece, agreed to head a new coalition with George Papandreou and Sophocles Venizelos. Diomedes, however, could not secure parliamentary support, so Sifili once again formed an administration with most of the same politicians, only with different portfolios. As had been the case in the 1930s, the army once again intervened in the political arena and set a dangerous precedent for the future. The politicians had made government a game of musical chairs and accomplished little. The notion that the officer corps was the guardian of the state was not a new concept, the Greek army had taken over the country in 1922, 1925, and 1935 under the pretense of exercising the sacred right of the military to intervene and preserve national interests. The belief that the military were the custodians of Greece re-emerged in the last year of the Civil War and quickly became the dogma of the officer corps. An important addition to the raison d'etre of the army's conception of stewardship was the imminent threat of Slavic communism. Subsequently, three pillars emerged to form the anti-communist Greek state: the army, the palace, and American intervention, all of which coalesced and underwrote authoritarian regimes until the collapse of the junta in 1974.21. In the meantime, Papagos, after assuming command of the army, purged the officer corps of incompetent commanders and with the help of the Americans and the palace neutralized political influence over the military. In time, the reforms improved the morale and discipline of the Greek army. The GNA had the advantage of superior firepower over the DAG, and with energetic and offensive-minded officers it was better prepared to fight the communist forces in 1949. The field marshal was not a gifted strategist, nor did he bring any new ideas on how to defeat the insurgents. In fact, neither was necessary. The army needed a steady hand and a shield from political interference in the conduct of the war. Papagos, because of his past victories and his German imprisonment during most of the occupation, had not participated in the resistance and the events immediately after liberation and thus was untainted. Equally important, Papagos had quickly gained the support of the American advisors in Greece. He had developed a close working relationship with General Van Fleet, which gave the field marshal additional freedom from the country's political leadership. On meeting Papagos for the first time, Van Fleet commented, "I liked the man instantly." Papagos was all soldier, an erect man with striking hazel eyes, a classic Hellenic face, and strong views about how to defeat the communists, views that coincided with mine. 22 As the American largesse in funds and military hardware was keeping the Greek state from economic collapse and the insurgency at bay, the attitude of the American advisors such as Van Fleet was critical. Under these circumstances, U.S. military and diplomatic advisors exercised considerable and increasing influence over the conduct of the war and Greek affairs generally in the decades following the conflict. Van Fleet proved to be an exceptional commander who used American military aid effectively in re-equipping the GNA. He established a series of training centers that prepared Greek officers to lead their troops in battle. Equally significant was his influence on the order of battle, organization, and equipment of the Greek army. Under Van Fleet's direction, the Greek army's standard field division was designed for mountain warfare and armed with machine guns, pack artillery and light mortars. Tanks were limited to mopping up operations, and a small number of motorized vehicles accompanied the GNA divisions. Most of the rest were assigned to supply units in the rear areas. Without the impediment of tanks, trucks, and heavy artillery, the GNA divisions were not restricted to roads and could expand their range of operations. Horses and mules carried supplies and ammunition to the fighting forces in the field. Interestingly, Van Fleet opposed the use of air mobile units carried to battle by helicopters, as the United States would use in the Vietnam War. 23 In large measure, the Greek army that took the field in late 1948 to 1949 was the work of Van Fleet and the other American advisors. Perhaps the best tribute to Van Fleet's contribution to the GNA was the decision by the KKE to order his assassination. In February 1949, the Greek Security Service arrested 12 DAG guerrillas, who had been part of a group of 18 sent to Athens to kill the American general. 24. Until 1949, three problems confronted the Greek government and the American advisors. The first was the low morale plaguing the conscripts of the GNA and lack of aggressive spirit of many of their commanders. The appointment of Papagos and his purges of incompetent and lackluster officers addressed the first. The second problem was the challenge confronting a conventional army fighting guerrillas who could strike and then melt away into the safe havens provided by their Balkan communist allies. Mobility, concentration of force, and firepower as well as battles of encirclement held the prospect of annihilating the DAG. the reorganized and retrained Greek army was in a position to undertake this strategy successfully in 1949, more so than it had been in the previous years of the insurgency. Third was the failure of the Athens regimes to protect the countryside communities from DAG raids. The IFCA organization not only acted as the eyes and ears of the KKE and its forces, but also could intimidate the village authorities as well as anyone suspected of assisting the GNA. Initially, the Greek government tried to rely on an alphabet soup of acronyms representing various right-wing groups that had sprung to life after the December uprising in 1944. Almost all of these organizations were primarily interested in seeking revenge and meting out retribution against communists and those who had sided with the left during and after the occupation. Except for terrorizing their neighbors, these right-wing extremists were of little use in defending the villagers. 25 In the fall of 1947, the Greek government established the National Defense Corps, NDC, to address the vulnerability of the countryside. The NDC was organized into regionally based battalions composed of ex-servicemen and older classes reservists yet led by regular army officers. The American advisors agreed, but despite promises to deploy the NDC as a local guard and defend the villages, the GNA committed these units in mobile operations for which they were unsuited. 26. In 1948, after American pressure, the NDC was redeployed as a static defense force. Concurrently, the Greek government organized a new militia, the Home Guard, to replace the paramilitaries. The Americans supplied 50,000 small arms, and the new units, trained in counterinsurgency and exclusively under the control of the GNA, assumed responsibility for defending the villages dotting the countryside and the Greek mountain ranges. Thus in 1949, for the first time since the beginning of the Civil War, the inhabitants of the countryside would trust the government for their safety while becoming disenchanted with their treatment by the DAG. The communist failures in 1947 and 1948 to secure a large town as well as the military reverses in the Peloponnese made the DAG less tolerant, and its needs increased particularly as larger formations required more food rations. The constant requisitions of supplies and the forced recruitment of young men and women as well as the brutal treatment of villagers lost the KKE the moral high ground it had enjoyed in the early days of the conflict. To some degree, even in regions where the local population was sympathetic to the communists and the insurgency, the Greek government had emerged in 1949 as the lesser of two evils. During this period, however, Gerolymatos was less interested in winning the hearts and minds of the Greek people than in achieving a conclusive military victory. Toward this aim, the KKE leader was completing a political and military reorganization. By the summer of 1948, Gerolymatos had assumed absolute control over the party and the direction of the war. Vafiatis, Gerolymatos' military rival and former head of the DAG, had been removed officially on February 4, 1949. To maintain morale and avoid dissension in the ranks, the communist leadership announced that Vafiatis was relieved for reasons of health. The same fate befell Andreas Tsimas, a pro-Tito senior member of the KKE leadership, and eventually Karageorgis, the successful DAG commander, was dismissed and soon condemned as a traitor for supporting Vafiatis. At the beginning of the year, Gerolymatos was master of the KKE's policy and military strategy. The communist leader, in the meantime, had become hostage to the Macedonian National Liberation Front, NOF, which was quickly emerging as the representative of Bulgarian interests. 27 In effect, this association further tainted the KKE as a vehicle of Slavic communist machinations in the Balkans. By the end of 1948 the Civil War had reached the second of three stages in the conflict. From 1946 to 1947, the Communists waged an effective guerrilla war in the Greek countryside against small and medium-sized urban centers. In late 1947, the insurgents began the actual transition of the guerrilla bands into the Democratic Army of Greece in order to wage a conventional war. A year later, the transition was still in progress and the DAG operated at times as a conventional army, while still using guerrilla tactics. Between the summer of 1948 and early 1949, the DAG had completed its transformation into a traditional military organization, but still faced serious challenges in securing manpower and supplies. In the winter of 1949 the problem of reserves was acute. The DAG was losing 4,000 men per month and only finding 1,000 replacements, of which only a small percentage were actual volunteers. 28. The DAG had suffered its first serious losses during the first round of the major battles of Grammos and Vitsy Mountains in 1948, yet succeeded in repelling attacks by the substantially larger GNA forces. In April 1948, the GNA had begun an offensive in south-central Greece and then wheeled northward to advance against the communist positions in the Grammos Mountains. During the course of the fighting the Greek Air Force pounded the DAG defenses and on June 20 used napalm for the first time in the Civil War. Despite severe losses, the DAG units managed a skillful retreat from the Grammos into the safety of Albania. In August the communist forces once again advanced into Greek territory and re-established a network of strong defenses in the Vitsy Mountains. The GNA, under strong pressure from the Americans, attacked the DAG fortifications repeatedly from August 22 to September 14 and, notwithstanding its advantage in numbers and firepower, failed to defeat the communists. In early October, with the onset of winter snow and cold in the Greek mountains, the GNA terminated its offensive. 29. In late 1948 and early 1949 the communists were still able to bring the war to remote and isolated towns. The DAG leadership continued to conduct raids and avoid major skirmishes. During the winter of 1949, guerrilla warfare was the way to secure a constant flow of supplies and recruits, and there was always the possibility of capturing and holding a small remote town in the mountains. Gerolymatos used this period to finalize the transition of all the DAG units into conventional military forces, and until the process was complete, the many DAG formations were deployed much the same as they had been at the battle for Karditsa, a combination of conventional order of battle and guerrilla tactics. Toward this end Gerolymatos had ordered Karageorgis forces to advance through the Pindus Mountains in order to capture Karpanisi, a strategic town located on the road between Larissa and Agrignan. Karpanisi is the highest rural town in Greece and one of the most isolated. Located in the heart of the southern Pindus range, it is encircled by mountains, including the formidable Velichi. Communication between Karpanisi and Lamia, the nearest large town, was by a single motor road easily vulnerable to ambush. The geography of Karpanisi made it very difficult to defend or relieve, as had been the case at Karditsa. It was impossible to hold all the heights surrounding the town without a large garrison. The GNA troops were barely able to defend Karpanisi itself. This was an ideal place for the communists to capture and establish their government within Greece. On January 5, 1949 Karageorgis forces reached the area of Karpanisi. On the evening of 19 to 20 January the DAG force of 3,000 to 6,000, more likely closer to the lower figure, quickly overwhelmed the garrison of 1,400 government soldiers. Karageorgis employed the same tactics he had used at Karditsa, but casualties had reduced his units and the forced recruits had only 2 weeks training. 30 Despite these drawbacks the insurgents held the town for 18 days. 31 This was the longest period the communists held an urban center during the entire Civil War. The DAG forces spent that time pillaging, executing government authorities, and eventually burning part of the town. On January 29, 1949, the 1st Army Corps, led by General Gerolymatos, launched a counterattack from 2 directions. Part of the corps advanced northeast from Agrignan and the other moved west toward Karpanisi. The attempt failed, and it was the first time in the war that the insurgents held a town successfully against the GNA. It was not until February 9 that Gerolymatos' 1st Army Corps finally forced the DAG to abandon the town. A convenient snowstorm enabled the DAG to pull out of Karpanisi quickly and intact. Karageorgis nevertheless conducted a fighting retreat over the course of a month, dividing his forces into 3 columns, one heading north toward the Agrafa Mountains and the other 2 moving west separately until all 3 columns reunited and advanced to the mountains of Vardisia. The communists took 500 hostages and forced 1,500 others to join the DAG. On this occasion, the government forces arrived too late to save the victims of the DAG, plagued as usual by poor intelligence and planning that gave the advantage to Karageorgis forces. 32 Despite Karageorgis' achievement, this was the last major DAG initiative in central Greece. Although a tactical success, the attack on Karpanisi was not decisive, and beyond the looting and abductions it only demonstrated that the DAG forces were little more than guerrilla units preying on remote communities. It gave considerable fuel to the government propaganda that the insurgents were not an army or a political entity at all, but merely bandits carrying on a tradition of hostage-taking, abductions, and extortion that reached back to previous centuries. The other narrative emanating from Athens was that the KKE and DAG were Moscow's creatures pursuing the goals of the Slavo-Macedonians and the Bulgarians, Greece's historic Balkan rivals. Significantly, as the DAG pulled back from southern Greece, it had to rely more on Slavophone Macedonian forced recruits as well as volunteers to fill the shrinking ranks of the DAG units. By 1949, Slavophone Macedonians represented almost half of the DAG, which gave the government propaganda more than a ring of truth. In the winter and early spring, however, the DAG was still a potent force and continued its sporadic raids in northern Greece. On the night of 11 to 12 January, DAG units attacked and captured Naousa and held it for 5 days. A few days later, on January 15, the insurgents advanced on Florina. 33 The operation was the brainchild of Zacharyadis, with the ultimate aim of eventually taking Thessaloniki and with it northern Greece. This was the first occasion that Zacharyadis had direct command of the DAG, and it was an opportunity to demonstrate his military ability. The consensus among historians of the Greek Civil War is that Zacharyadis was an incompetent military leader who was prepared to seize the first opportunity to achieve martial glory. Although Zacharyadis had assumed the overall direction of the war, he left tactical control of the DAG to seasoned commanders such as Georgios Gougias, who had replaced Vafiadis as commander-in-chief of the DAG. Gougias had commanded large Elos units during the occupation and had taken part in the insurgency from late 1945.34. Georgios Gougias had tactical control of the attack against Florina and led the 10th and 11th DAG divisions, totaling 4,000 men, as they advanced on the town in the early hours of February 12, 1949. Preceding the attack, an artillery barrage of almost 1,500 shells dropped on the defenders. The leading brigade of the 11th Division penetrated the southern approaches to the town, while another brigade seized the nearby hills and blocked the access routes. That was the extent of the DAG advance. Although the winter snow slowed the government relief forces, the GNA division was well equipped and well trained. More important, it had access to air support. The Royal Greek Air Force struck the DAG units with rockets, bombs, and napalm. The effect was devastating. The communist advance stopped and the insurgents fell back with heavy casualties. A few days later, GNA reinforcements arrived and drove the DAG units from Florina and out of the surrounding mountains. On February 15 the DAG units began to fall apart, and shortly afterward the rout turned into panic as the insurgents fell back and scurried up the Pisodari Gorge. The battle for Florina was an expensive defeat. The DAG losses included 799 killed, 1,500 wounded, and 350 captured or surrendered. In one brigade, 400 men suffered frostbite and their commander was killed. The 425th Battalion, 18th Brigade, 11th Division, lost 25% of its strength in the first 3 hours of the battle. The GNA, for its part, suffered significantly lower casualties, 44 dead, 220 wounded, and 35 missing in action. 35 In his post-mortem of the battle, Zacharyadis concluded, "We lost the Battle of Florina on account of inadequacy in war technique and lack of leadership all along the line." 36. On this occasion, the GNA had advance warning and easily managed to beat back the DAG. At the end of February, a small band managed to gain a temporary foothold in Larissa and a day later was forced to retreat. In March, communist units attempted to attack Arta, and during April they launched several abortive raids in central Macedonia and the Chalkidiki Peninsula. By the end of the month, however, the Communists terminated their activities in this part of Greece and concentrated their forces in their stronghold in the northwest along the Albanian frontier. Van Fleet summarized the GNA victory. The defeat of the guerrilla forces at Florina was the first successful operation against bandit attacks on large villages. I consider the operation very successful, first, because plans had been drawn for the defense of Florina, second, orders were issued and obeyed, third, the training paid off, fourth, morale of the GNA and Greek civilians was improved. 37 Two critical ingredients for the GNA victory were access to good intelligence and air power. 38 The attack against Florina was the last assault on a large defended town by the DAG and the final offensive outside the Communists' stronghold in Gramosvici. The advantage now passed to the Greek National Army, which held the initiative until the end of the civil war. By June the GNA had cleared central Greece of DAG bands, and the survivors were no longer active guerrillas but fugitives. 39 After 3 years of war, the KKE was politically divided. It had failed to establish a foothold in Greece, and as a result of keeping faith with Stalin it had severed relations with Yugoslavia, a critical ally and an important source of supplies as well as a base of operations adjacent to Greek Macedonia. The losses of the Peloponnese and central Greece forced the insurgents to concentrate in the northwest. The DAG still had the option of crossing the border and regrouping in Albania, but that would have meant resuming a guerrilla war. Gerolymatos, however, had decided otherwise and prepared for a decisive engagement that he could win with strong fortifications. Besides, falling back on Albania was not an appealing alternative. Despite communist solidarity, the Albanians lacked the resources of the Yugoslavs and the DAG would have had to rely upon the Soviet Union through its clients in the Eastern Bloc for supplies. As long as Stalin refused to identify publicly with the cause of the Greek communists, the DAG's logistics were hostage to a long and complex supply system subject to the whims of the Soviet Union's satellites. By the summer of 1949, Gerolymatos had more or less completed the transition of the DAG into a conventional force, while conducting some limited hit-and-run operations. The KKE leader had ordered a series of minor actions in Greek, Eastern, Macedonia and Thrace. On May 5 two DAG brigades, about 1,000 men and women, captured the village of Neon Petrici and held it for 24 hours. 10 days later on May 15 another brigade numbering approximately 700 seized the village of Metexades and this time was able to hold it for 3 days until GNA forces drove the DAG out. On June 20 a DAG unit captured a Greek army frontier post in the Belais Mountains and once again the GNA forced the communists to withdraw. Despite the KKE siding with Stalin, the Yugoslavs had permitted the Greek communists limited access across their border and had continued to supply the DAG with food and ammunition as well as use of camps and hospitals. Perhaps, as Edgar O. Balance suggests, Tito thought that this magnanimous attitude might win the KKE over to his side, and it can only be wondered why he was so patient for so long and did not clamp down on Greek insurgent activities sooner. 40 When the KKE leadership, however, announced openly that they supported Stalin and that the Greek communists agreed to accept a Bulgarian-controlled Slavo-Macedonian state that would include the Greek province of Macedonia, it was the last straw. On July 10 Tito officially closed the Yugoslav-Greek border. This was a major setback. In addition to the loss of supplies and bases, at least 4,000 DAG fighters were interned by the Yugoslavs. 41 Stalin consequently ordered Bulgaria and Romania to increase supplies and provide the DAG with bases and hospital facilities. The KKE suffered a further setback in early July when the GNA advanced against the DAG brigade defending the Kaymak-Chalin mountains that extended eastward from the Monastir Gap to the Yugoslav border. In 7 days the GNA drove the communists from their defenses inflicting over 400 deaths, while the survivors escaped across the border to Yugoslavia. The GNA victory drove a wedge into the DAG, separating the main army that operated in the northwest frontier along the Greek-Albanian border from the communist forces in the Belais Mountains in the northeast that protected access to Bulgaria. In effect, the DAG was now forced to wage battle from 2 widely separated bases, which meant a duplication of supplies and communications. 42 Over June and July, the DAG constructed strong defenses in the northwest frontier around the Vitsi Massif that could also serve as a jumping-off point for offensive operations into Greece. The area encompassed approximately 250 square miles, with Albania in the west and Yugoslavia in the north. Steep mountains strewn with rocks and cut by valleys with thick forests marked the region, which proved to be a natural defensive terrain. The Communists built concrete emplacements for their artillery, which they covered with barbed wire and reinforced with machine guns. Now, for the first time in the war, the Greek army confronted static communist forces along a broad front of approximately 40 miles. 43 The Greek army and security services carried out extensive sweeping operations, arresting thousands of communist sympathizers and suspected informers throughout the countryside, severing the DAG from sources of intelligence and local support. 44. The DAG had about 7,000 troops concentrated in the Vitsi bastion and another 5,000 in the south positioned along the Grammos mountain range. An additional 3,000 reinforcements were located in close proximity to the main force, a total of 15,000 men and women. The Greek army, thanks to massive American aid, was able to field over 160,000 troops in 8 divisions and 2 independent brigades. The 1st Corps with 3 divisions was assigned the task of clearing the Vitsi mountain range. The 2nd Corps, also consisting of 3 divisions, was to capture the Grammos mountain range, and the 3rd Corps, which included 2 divisions and 2 independent brigades, was assigned the task of eliminating the Beles Mountains pocket. The GNA managed to advance quickly and attack before Zacharyadis could deploy all his forces. On August 5, 1949, the 3 divisions of the 2nd Corps attempted a diversionary attack against the communist defenses in the Grammos in order to mask the primary offensive aimed at Vitsi, but after 1 week of fighting they made little progress. 45 Thick woods, in particular, made it difficult for the GNA units to move forward quickly and provided the insurgents with natural cover. On August 10, the main offensive of the GNA spearheaded by the 1st Corps struck the communist forces in Vitsi in a 3-pronged attack. The fighting was bitter and the communists clung grimly to their positions along the mountainsides and in the valleys, but the superior firepower of the Greek army eventually dislodged and finally overwhelmed the insurgents. Although the GNA killed and captured over 2,000 rebels, their victory was not complete because a large number escaped to Albania and Bulgaria. A few managed to cross into Yugoslavia even after Tito had closed the border and only because local Yugoslav officials had some empathy for their former communist allies. 46 However, the Yugoslav authorities interned the DAG refugees. On August 19 the 3rd Corps, supported by substantial air power, advanced against the DAG brigade in the Beles Mountains and in 3 days captured the communist stronghold. Only 65 DAG soldiers were killed, with an equal number of wounded and prisoners. The rest, about 1,000 insurgents, slipped across the frontier into Bulgaria. The survivors succeeded in escaping because Bulgarian troops provided cover, and even during the fighting Bulgarian artillery had supported the DAG unit. 47. The Grammos stronghold, however, continued to stand, and on August 25 the 2nd Corps of the Greek army launched a fresh offensive, this time supported by 51 Curtis Helldivers armed with cannons, machine guns, and rockets and able to drop napalm bombs on the DAG positions. The insurgents fought stubbornly and, using the advantage of the terrain and camouflage, at first repulsed the Greek government forces. The rugged Grammos mountaintops provided excellent cover for the defenders and almost insurmountable obstacles for the attackers. Greek soldiers, on both sides, hunted each other on the barren hillsides and in the thick woods almost to a stalemate, but eventually the firepower of the Greek army, and their sheer numbers, prevailed. Greek National Army artillery pounded the communist positions, and the Helldivers machine gunned the defenders. Where bullets and soldiers could not reach, napalm incinerated any lingering opposition. After only 1 day, the insurgents began to give way, and the government forces captured several of the heights. On August 27, Mount Grammos fell to the GNA, the rebel forces began to disintegrate, and soon about 8,000 insurgents were fleeing across the border into Albania. The Yugoslavs had already closed the border to the Greek communists, and the Albanians now began to restrict their movements as well. Only the Bulgarians were prepared to continue to support the insurgents. Despite the defeats at Grammos and Vitsi, Zacharyadis was prepared to resume the struggle in the form of a long guerrilla war, but Stalin intervened and ordered the Greek communists to declare a ceasefire. The Greek Civil War had by the early fall of 1949 become a dangerous luxury for the Soviets in their overall policy toward the West. In early October, a flotilla of small boats, chartered by the British Secret Service, carrying 26 Albanian freedom fighters, landed on the coast of Albania with the aim of overthrowing the country's communist regime. Little came of it. Upon reaching the shoreline they were ambushed and most were killed. 48. Similar attempts by parachute drops had also failed, and years later Kim Philby, the notorious communist mole in Britain's intelligence service, hinted that he had betrayed the operations to his Soviet masters. There is little doubt, however, that Stalin was unsettled by the Anglo-American efforts to undermine the Albanian regime and assumed that was in response to Albania's support of the Greek insurgents. The Tito-Stalin split also left Albania, the sole Soviet ally with access to the Mediterranean, isolated. Furthermore, the Soviet dictator was becoming increasingly apprehensive over American maneuvers to encourage a Greek-Yugoslav-Turkish anti-Soviet Balkan Pact. 49. On October 16, 1949, the insurgents' radio station announced a temporary halt to the fighting in order to prevent the destruction of Greece. The voice of the KKE then proclaimed that the Democratic Army of Greece had not given up, as it was forced to back down only temporarily due to the material advantage of the Athens government and Tito's treachery. A few isolated pockets of resistance continued throughout the fall and the Greek Civil War sputtered to an end. A little later, Soviet ships steamed into the harbors of Albania and collected the remnants of the Democratic Army. Among them was Kostas Katsiouris, who would remain in exile for almost 20 years. He was one of the lucky ones. Many others spent the rest of their lives in the remote parts of the USSR and were returned to Greece only after the first socialist Greek government, PASOK, declared a general amnesty in 1982.50. It is estimated that as many as 158,000 people lost their lives as a direct result of the civil war. Losses in the Greek armed services and the Democratic Army of Greece were 11,000 and 38,000 killed, respectively. Soldiers and guerrillas were not the only casualties or even the majority. Some 700,000 people, approximately 10% of Greece's population, either fled from their homes or were forcibly relocated by the Greek authorities in order to deny the communists both recruits and supplies from the mountain villages. 51 Most did not return to their small communities and remained in Athens, creating a permanent shift in Greece's urban-rural population distribution. As a result of this relocation, Athens has become a sprawling metropolis that comprises almost 50% of the population of Greece. Close to 50,000 Greeks were condemned to exile, and almost 28,000 children were abducted or forced to flee Greece with the communist forces to Balkan and Eastern European communist states. Eventually, only 10,344 were repatriated after the war. 52 The rest faced a dreary life in the orphanages of Eastern Bloc countries. Victims of the conflict nursed their enmity against their opponents for years afterward. Did the KKE have any chance of victory? David Galula, a French military officer who influenced the development, theory, and practice of counterinsurgency warfare, provides the best analysis. In 1948 Galula was a member of the United Nations Special Committee on the Balkans, UNSCOB, and had the opportunity to observe the Greek Civil War. Later he studied the war in Indochina and took part in the French campaign in Algeria, during which he was able to apply successfully his theories of counterinsurgency warfare. 53 As a theorist, observer, and practitioner, Galula concludes. The 1945-50 communist insurgency in Greece, a textbook case of everything that can go wrong in an insurgency, is an example of failure due, among other less essential reasons, to the lack of a cause. The Communist Party, the EAM, and its army Elis, grew during World War II, when the entire population was resisting the Germans. Once the country was liberated, the EAM could find no valid cause. Greece had little industry and consequently no proletariat except the dockers sick of Piraeus and tobacco factory workers, the merchant sailors, whose jobs kept them moving about, could provide no constant support. There was no appalling agrarian problem to exploit. The wealthy Greek capitalists, whose fortunes had usually been made abroad, were an object of admiration rather than hostility in a trade-minded nation. No sharply fixed classes existed. The minister of the navy might well be the cousin of a cafe waiter. To make matters worse, the Greek communists were perforce allied to Bulgaria, Greece's traditional enemy, to Yugoslavia, which claims a part of Macedonia, to Albania from which Greece claims part of Epirus. With national feelings running as high as they do in the Balkans, these associations did not increase the popularity of the Greek communists. 54. Galula adds, with respect to the tactics of the Greek communists. Using what forces they had at the end of the war, taking advantage of the difficult terrain, withdrawing into the safe asylum across the satellites' borders when necessary, the communist insurgents were able to wage commando-type operations but not true guerrilla warfare. In fact, their infiltrating units had to hide from the population when they could not cow it, and their operations lasted generally as long as the supplies they carried with them. The Alasik was obliged to enlist partisans by force. Whenever the unwilling recruits found the political commissar behind their back less dangerous than the nationalist forces in front, they deserted. 55. The forced recruitment of young men and women in particular cost the KKE the support of most of the villages within the DAG's areas of operations. The policy of press ganging exposed the underlying weakness of the communists' insurgency. The dilemma of the KKE leadership was that without press ganging recruits it would not have been possible to transform the guerrilla bands into a conventional army. The commander of the DAG concluded by the middle of 1947 that willing volunteers represented only 10% of the Democratic Army. 56. The continuing manpower shortage also forced the insurgents to rely more and more on female recruits, which by 1949 made up 20 to 25% of the DAG forces and as much as 90% of the personnel in the administrative and logistics units. 57 Without forced recruitment, the DAG would have lacked the manpower to take the field as a conventional army. One important consideration is that insurgents failed to attract large numbers of volunteers from the cities. The KKE supporters in Athens and in the other cities and towns could not be convinced to join their comrades in the mountains and take part in the fighting, perhaps because they did not believe there was a chance of victory. 58. The manpower shortage effectively reflected the lack of confidence for the KKE to assume control of the Greek state. The unpopularity of the communists intensified further when in 1949 the KKE proclaimed the self-determination of the Slavophone Macedonians. The post-mortem of the DAG must include Zacharyadis, the man who directed the political and military fortunes of the KKE during the course of the Greek Civil War. Zacharyadis, remarkably for the impact he had on the country, did not know Greece very well. He lived in Athens for only short periods, and for part of that time he was confined to the claustrophobic world of Greek communists languishing in prison. When not incarcerated, the KKE leader lived in the narrow working-class districts of Athens and Piraeus. These areas represented only a small part of Greek society and gave him a distorted impression of the Greek people and their interests. Greece was a society of small entrepreneurs, shopkeepers, small farmers, fishermen, and a limited number of professionals, mostly teachers, civil servants, engineers, architects, military officers, and lawyers with a handful of university professors. Low-paid teachers and academics lured by Marxist ideology gravitated to the KKE and gave the party a handful of educated cotters who tried, but failed, to incorporate into the party's platform the justification for waging war and killing fellow Greeks. Until the very end of his life Zacharyadis essentially remained an outsider from the mainstream of Greek society, thus hindering his understanding of Greek social and political dynamics, which threw off his timing. He miscalculated in 1940, by underestimating the pride of the Greek people in defeating the Italian army. He published a letter supporting the war and then a second letter, under pressure from the Comintern, condemning it as a fascist conflict. Although he lacked formal military training and experience in guerrilla warfare during the occupation, Gerolymatos had understood the strategic conundrum confronting the KKE and the DAG. A protracted guerrilla war had little appeal unless it led to a political settlement on the KKE's terms leading to a socialist state. The alternative was a long, drawn-out insurgency confined to the Greek mountains with little chance of military victory. The Vafiatis notion of an indefinite guerrilla war, consequently, made little sense, especially in the aftermath of the Truman Doctrine. U.S. support, on the scale that the Americans poured money, arms, and advisors into Greece, meant it would only have been a matter of time before the reinforced and retrained GNA would have eventually destroyed the communist forces, especially when the GNA transformed into battalion and division-sized formations. 59. Perhaps as significant as the problems of logistics and firepower, Gerolymatos misunderstood his idol. Stalin had agreed to sign Greece over to the British in October 1944 and ultimately stood by that agreement in December 1944. When the United States replaced Great Britain in Greece, the geopolitical dynamic of the region did not change and Stalin faced the same strategic and tactical dilemmas. Perhaps the Balkans was not the place where Stalin wanted to confront the United States. In the words of the historian Simon Montefiore, Stalin was determined to test American resolve in Berlin, not in some obscure Balkan village 60. The Soviet dictator was certainly opportunistic, and if the Greek communists had achieved complete victory he may have afforded them diplomatic recognition. The Truman Doctrine, in contrast, raised the stakes for Stalin. Greece was no longer the concern of Britain's declining empire, as it had come under the protection of the most powerful state to emerge out of World War II, the United States. Stalin was not prepared to challenge America in Greece, particularly without significant naval forces in the Mediterranean. Without Soviet intervention, or massive infusion of war material from the Eastern Bloc countries, the Greek communist insurgency was doomed. Gerolymatos' misfortune was that Greece's location in the Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean was vital to the Anglo-Americans and not vital to the Soviets, at least for the foreseeable future. At the same time, broad-based support for the KKE was a short-term byproduct of discontent and disappointment over the failure of the immediate post-war governments to address the economic crisis and the backlash from the suppression of the broad-based EAM resistance movement followers. Hundreds of thousands of EAM supporters had felt cheated by the return of the inept pre-war political establishment after liberation. Disappointment turned to anger when the ranks of the Greek resistance watched the spectacle of collaborators picking up their lives with only the minor inconvenience of waiting to resume their vocations between the German withdrawal and the conservative regimes following on the heels of the British Army. Anger turned to hatred in response to the White Terror. Such intensity of feelings subsided during the course of the Civil War, leaving only the memory of past wrongs for future generations. The KKE's call for civil war did not inspire the large number of EAM followers to fight and die in the Greek mountains for the communists. This, ultimately, was the greatest misjudgment of Gerolymatos and the KKE leadership. Epilogue. A war of extermination on the part of the poor against the deadly poor. Joyce N. Locke. A fundamental question that has to be addressed in a history of the Greek Civil War is whether the fratricide was inevitable. There are essentially two narratives of the Greek Civil War, and both are filtered through an ideological lens. There is the narrative that the left-wing resistance was betrayed and persecuted by the reinstalled politicians of pre-war Greece and the British, leaving the followers of EAMLS little choice but to fight. Then there is the story of the right, which claims that the communists who dominated the leadership of the left-wing resistance had planned all along to seize power after liberation. Part of the left-wing narrative also alludes to class differences and a clash between the collaborators, who were welcomed back into the state system by the Papandreou government of national unity, and those who had fought the Axis powers. The left-wing narrative underscores the point that almost all who collaborated were individuals from the pre-war establishment and the members of Greece's middle-class professionals who had staffed the civil service during the occupation. In fairness, many had kept their jobs in order to survive and operate the essential functions of the state machinery. The most conspicuous, for example, were policemen, who continued to provide a modicum of law and order, albeit under the jurisdiction of the occupation authorities. Some chose to assist the Italians and Germans and hunt down resistance fighters, while many more covertly facilitated the work of opposition groups in the cities and towns. Yet they hardly constituted a majority of the middle class. Hundreds of professionals also joined the ranks of the left and right-wing resistance, which did not label any particular organization according to class. To understand the social dynamics, one must realize that in the 20th century Greece lacked, and continues to lack, the distinct class divisions prevalent in other European countries. At one end of the social spectrum are wealthy groups that make up a plutocracy rather than an aristocracy, and at the other end are a highly unionized working class and small-scale land farmers. The groups that were least organized and most susceptible to economic downturns or cataclysmic events were the small entrepreneurs and professionals. During the course of the Axis occupation, these groups faced repression and quickly tumbled into the chasm of insolvency and instant poverty. An untold number from this part of society died of starvation or as the fodder of reprisals. Some survivors joined the left, and others, because of fear or greed, worked for the occupation authorities. In effect, they gravitated to the polar extremes that had come to divide Greece in the 1940s. In 1944, and during the course of the occupation, Winston Churchill was determined to bring back the Greek king to his throne because he believed that a monarchy could restore legitimacy to the war-torn Greek state. After 1947, the Americans reached the same conclusion, only in their case they assumed that a monarchy was the best guarantee of preventing the communists from taking control of Greece. The Greek left and many from the center-left, however, rejected the monarchy because they believed that the crown and the pre-war political establishment were devoid of any legitimate authority to govern Greece. King George II had been reinstated on the throne in 1935 after a rigged referendum, and a year later sanctioned the equally illegitimate regime of Yanis Metaxas. Although carelessly described as a dictator, Metaxas relied on neither a mass-based party nor the power of the military, but was a Greek strongman leading the government at the sufferance of the king. In December 1944, the communists tried to exploit the anti-monarchist and anti-Metaxas sentiments of the Greek people as well as their hatred of collaborators in order to force the British-backed government of George Papandreou to concede a greater role in the government for the left. The attempt failed, but it did facilitate the return of the pre-war political leadership as well as enable a number of collaborators to reassert their control of the state. During and in the aftermath of the 1944 December uprising, when Greek government forces fired on unarmed leftist demonstrators, both sides engaged in terrorist activities, cementing the political schism and adding an element of blood feud that practically guaranteed another round of fighting. Although the road to perdition had started with the emergence of a fragmented and politically charged resistance, civil war was not the inevitable outcome of liberation. Most of the European resistance movements had been plagued by ideological rifts and lacked a clear consensus on the future direction of their respective countries, but their differences did not lead them to armed conflict. The French resistance, for example, had to contend with not only the occupation but also the Vichy regime, a puppet of the Nazis, and, for most of the war, the legitimate government of France. General Charles de Gaulle, however, the leader of the Free French, managed to avoid post-war political confrontation because he had forced the Allies to accept him as the representative of France and, eventually, the leader of the legitimate government. Indeed, de Gaulle's aloofness and arrogance, though they infuriated the Allies, set him apart from the other leaders of governments in exile. After the liberation of Paris, de Gaulle faced a divided French people and a powerful communist movement. The Communist Party of France, as was the case with the KKE, had orders from Moscow not to make a grab for power. This was hardly known to all the Allies, let alone to the post-liberation governments. Certainly, there was the unknown factor that the rank and file of the communist resistance fighters was not a disciplined army and led by their regional leaders might easily have taken matters into their own hands. De Gaulle had to convince thousands of armed men and women to stand down and turn over the administration of France to his appointed representatives. Instead of alienating those who had had a hand in liberating France, the general invited them to join the French army and channel their energies toward the fight against the Germans. 1 De Gaulle offered the resistance fighters recognition and the opportunity to continue the war or resume civilian life, in effect, marginalization from the main French armed forces with honor. 2 In so doing he avoided the showdown that confronted the Greek government of national unity in December 1944. De Gaulle, as was the case with Greek and other European governments in exile, feared that insurrection against the Germans would lead to chaos. The liberation of Paris in August 1944 by its citizens was exemplary, but to de Gaulle it set a terrible precedent that could inspire other resistance groups to seize French cities and towns. His stature as the leader of the Free French and his charisma enabled the general to assume power, but it was precarious until he could re-establish the institutions of pre-war France, the army and the civil service. In both cases de Gaulle had to address the failure of many French officers to join the resistance and the fact that thousands of civilians had collaborated with the Nazis and Vichy. He dealt with the problem of the collaborators and saved the dignity of France by proclaiming only a handful behaved badly under the German occupation, the rest could look each other confidently in the eyes as patriots. 3 In actual practice de Gaulle moved swiftly to punish collaborators, and over 160,000 men and women were accused of collaborating with the Nazis. Of these almost 120,000 were tried, and 94,000 were found guilty and either imprisoned, 24,000, or deprived of their rights, 50,000. Approximately 1,600 were executed, but Marshal Pétain, the head of the Vichy regime, although condemned to death, served a life sentence. 4. Unlike de Gaulle, Prime Minister Georges Papandreou lacked international and national political stature and was completely beholden to the British as well as to King George II for his authority. Furthermore, he had to contend with Greek royalist officers who envisioned a new Greek army purged of republicans and leftists. The officers who had followed the king into exile and enlisted in the Greek forces in the Middle East had little respect or sympathy for the Greek resistance. Those who disagreed with the monarchy were weeded out from the armed forces of the Greek government in exile over the course of the war, so that by liberation the military was small in number but cohesive ideologically and loyal to the monarchy. Almost immediately after the liberation of Greece, those appointed to organize the army by the government of national unity decided to exclude any officers who had taken part in the left's resistance or who had a history of Republican sympathies. This discrimination deprived these men of their dignity and also of their livelihood. In so doing, the government lost control over a body of well-trained and well-armed men vulnerable for recruitment by the communists. At the same time, the Papandreou government failed to arrest the collaborators and bring them to justice, giving the communist-led EAM a powerful political issue with which to undermine the legitimacy of the government. The communists, for their part, and although they had their instructions from Moscow to support the government of national unity, instead chose violence and attempted to seize control of Athens in December 1944. They failed and set the stage for a final and much more destructive confrontation that lasted from 1946 to 1949. In the weeks and months following the end of the occupation there had been a brief moment of celebration. Sadly, neither side could understand or forgive the other. Instead, Greek society plunged once again into the historic conflict over the constitutional problem of how to or who should govern the Greek state. Unlike previous struggles for control of the state, this outcome had dire consequences for the losers. In effect, political divisions overshadowed the social and economic challenges of a country with limited resources and a dependence on external partners for its security. The center-left and right looked to the West for patrons to safeguard Greek territory, while the communists preferred to bring Greece within the Soviet sphere. The demonization of the left, which continued after the end of the Civil War and was intensified by the onset of the Cold War and its anti-communist paranoia in the United States under McCarthyism, directly affected U.S. allies such as Greece, which had been one of the main inspirations for the Truman Doctrine. In addressing the U.S. Congress in 1947, President Harry S. Truman had promised substantial help to countries struggling to remain free of communist influence. Like their American patrons, the successive Greek governments gave no one on the left the benefit of the doubt, nor did they treat avowed communists leniently. To some extent the communists played into the hands of the right. As John Karpazillos observes, when the Radio Free Greece KKE broadcast from Bucharest announced the end of hostilities on October 15, 1949, less than 2 weeks later on October 28 the DAG's leadership proclaimed that the Democratic Army did not surrender and we have our guns at the ready. 5 The guns at the ready phrase, notes Karpazillos, was to haunt the Greek left for decades, inspiring the suppression of left-wing dissidents on the grounds of a potential communist insurrection from the north. The American legacy in the Greek Civil War was the conviction that the success of the anti-communist struggle in Greece could be replicated in other troubled regions. The United States emerged from the Greek Civil War victorious in its first indirect showdown with the Soviet Union. The confrontation, however, was a matter of perception. Stalin had little interest in Greece and even less inclination to challenge the United States in the Balkans, but American policymakers were convinced that they had stayed the fall of the first domino to Soviet communism and aggression. Further opportunities to halt Soviet intervention and expansion presented themselves in the Middle East and in Asia. Howard Jones writes, America's experience in Greece provided a glimmer of a policy that would later become known in the 1950s as nation building. 6 After North Korea attacked South Korea in 1950, Truman declared, Korea is the Greece of the Far East. If we are tough enough now, if we stand up to them like we did in Greece 3 years ago, they won't take over the whole Far East. 7. The stalemate in Korea further reinforced the notion of a worldwide communist conspiracy, with countries such as Greece serving as frontline states in a new global conflict. In 1952, Greece and Turkey were admitted to NATO, and in the fall of that year the Americans established military bases in both countries. The formation of the Greek anti-communist state was complete and another legacy of the Civil War. The U.S. bases became a symbol of America's commitment to fighting communism not only on the battlefield, but also within the social and political fabric of individual states. Accordingly, the Greek example served as a model for America's intervention in Central and South America, in the Middle East, and, perhaps most dramatically, in Vietnam and later in Iraq and Afghanistan. 8 In 1950, Douglas Dillon, the U.S. charge d'affaires in Saigon, wrote in a report criticizing the French failure to contain the Viet Minh that, for the United States, it may eventually become necessary to assume some responsibilities in Indochina as in the case of Greece, the threat of spreading communist political contagion east and west, should influence our action. He went on to recommend the limited use of U.S. force and are going as far as we did in Greece and farther than was ever announced we could go. 9 In the same year Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, even before the Korean War, connected the situation in Asia, and particularly Southeast Asia, with that in the Middle East and Greece. He concluded that the fall of Greece to the communist rebels would have resulted in the encirclement of Turkey and ultimately the Soviet domination of the Eastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. 10. In 1957, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, claiming that he understood the lesson learned from the Greek Civil War, agreed to expand the U.S. role in Vietnam. Henry Cabot Lodge Jr., the American ambassador to the United Nations, also proclaimed, "We of the free world won in Greece, and we can win in Vietnam." 11 The Greek-Vietnam nexus, however, was not confined to the Republicans. According to John F. Kennedy's speechwriter Theodore Sorensen, President Kennedy at times compared the Vietnam War to the long struggles against communist guerrillas in Greece and Asia. 12 Likewise, in his memoirs President Lyndon B. Johnson considered the Truman Doctrine in Greece part of America's international inheritance and his justification for committing additional U.S. forces in Vietnam, stating, "In 1947 the British were able to pass on to us their responsibilities in Greece and Turkey. In 1954 the French knew they could transfer the problem of Southeast Asia security to our shoulders." 13 For American Cold Warriors, the U.S. experience in Greece, a successfully fought proxy war against communist guerrillas, became, to a degree, a model for involvement in Vietnam. The failure of the United States in Vietnam is complex and beyond the scope of this study. 2 decades of war in Vietnam caused 58,178 U.S. deaths and, in the process, triggered social and political upheavals whose aftershocks continue to reverberate to this day. The American presence in Greece and in Southeast Asia, however, are differentiated by the willingness of most Greeks, despite later anti-Americanism, to welcome U.S. intervention in their civil war. Critical to the American experience in Greece was the absence of active U.S. combat troops. As a result, any anti-Americanism that remains in Greece is superficial because there is no memory of direct killing of Greeks by Americans. The sentiment is based more on the perception that the United States was responsible for the Colonel's junta, 1967–74, as well as the Turkish invasion of Cyprus in 1974. There is little doubt that the Truman Doctrine saved Greece from slipping into the Soviet sphere, and Greece thus escaped decades of economic and cultural stagnation. Yet America's grand strategy of Soviet containment in the Balkans held back and distorted the political evolution of the Greek state. Indeed, after Greece became a member of NATO in 1952, the role of the armed forces was to act as a tripwire to alert the alliance of a sudden Soviet attack against southeastern Europe. Beyond that, the Greek army was to guard against an internal communist threat, which gave the military a political role in the management of the country. The Cold War threat also conveniently dovetailed with the memory of the 1946–1949 communist insurrection and was exploited by the conservative regimes in Athens to suppress legitimate dissent in the name of Western security. In the years after 1949, the KKE remained an outlaw organization, and ultra-right-wing gangs tormented anyone suspected of leftist activity. Greek schools and universities excluded from their curriculum any course on the resistance or the Civil War. Greek history came to an abrupt halt with the glorious victories of the Greek army in Albania in 1940–41. References to the 1946–49 period described the conflict as the Bandit War and as part of Bulgarian, Yugoslav and Albanian plots inspired by the Soviets to destroy Greece. The execution of Nikos Baloyanis, a key figure in the KKE, on charges of espionage in 1952 brought into focus the fear of another attack by the DAG and the determination of the victorious right to exact revenge on the communists for the civil war. 14 Baloyanis captured the sympathy of many Greeks and even the international community by becoming the face of thousands of communists and leftists who were either marching to the firing squad or languishing in prison. Pleas for clemency from a range of disparate individuals, including Jean-Paul Sartre, Charles de Gaulle, Charlie Chaplin, Pablo Picasso, 159 members of Britain's parliament, and thousands of ordinary people, fell on deaf ears. 15 Ironically, the only member of the military court who voted to commute the death sentence was George Papadopoulos, later one of the more prominent colonels in the junta. The trial of Baloyanis attracted international sympathy for an individual communist, while also exposing the fissures within the Greek Communist Party and its leadership. Just before the execution, Nikos Plumpidis, the leader of the KKE's underground organization, wrote a letter to the authorities offering to turn himself over to them if they would commute Baloyanis' sentence to life imprisonment. The party's leadership in exile denounced the letter as a forgery on their clandestine radio broadcast and thus consigned Baloyanis to his fate. 16 In recent years, sources suggest that the execution of Baloyanis may have served a useful purpose for the KKE Secretary General, Nikos Zachariadis. According to Eli Papas, Baloyanis' wife, Zachariadis' condemnation of Plumpidis was politically responsible for the death of Baloyanis, the sacrificial lamb. She further claimed that the man with the red carnation, as Baloyanis was known, was more popular than the KKE leader, and that Zachariadis may have felt threatened by individuals who had the stature and popularity within the party to displace him. Furthermore, this course of events was convenient for Zachariadis, for Baloyanis' plight drew attention away from his own mistakes, particularly his decision to have the KKE stay out of the 1946 elections. 17 To what extent her charges are true is buried in the former Soviet archives in which the Zachariadis KGB file remains classified. It took several decades after the war's end, but changes became perceptible in the political landscape. The Greek electorate in the 1960s supported moderate politicians and began to edge toward electing center-left coalitions. These tendencies alarmed the monarchy and the army, both of which maintained independent relations with the United States, and plans were set in motion to preempt the election of a government that appeared too far from the right. Ironically, the man who elicited such fears was centrist politician George Papandreou, the man who defeated EAMLS and the KKE in the December uprising. In April 1967, the army seized control of the state and imposed a military dictatorship. For 7 years, the military junta applied all the instruments of fear and repression against the left and the moderate right. The prison islands were once again filled to capacity, the torture chambers were reactivated, and a web of informants spied on Greeks at home and abroad. For most Greeks, the cruel legacy of the Civil War began to dissipate slowly after the collapse of the junta in 1974, accelerated by the election in October 1981 of PASOK, the first socialist party to rule Greece, and by the recognition of the resistance a year later. During the 1990s, the schism between the left and the right blurred. In 1989, an ecumenical government that also included the conservative and communist parties breached, albeit temporarily, the barriers of mistrust, fear, and hatred that had polarized Greek society since the occupation. The shadow of the Civil War, however, continued to linger, and occasionally emotions flared up in response to events in the Balkans. The breakup of the Yugoslav Federation in 1991 and the establishment of a so-called Macedonian Republic, across the border from the Greek province of Macedonia, caused waves of hysteria in Greece and throughout the Greek diaspora. The overreaction to the breakup of Yugoslavia and the exaggerated fears of a Balkan conflagration spilling into Greece were, to a great extent, a reflex reaction rooted in Slavophone Macedonian participation in the Civil War. The scars of the Civil War overlay a series of fault lines and other divisions that occasionally inflamed political passions, whether as reactions to authoritarian rule or to economic hardship. Two recent examples from contemporary Greece, which is currently in the throes of a severe economic crisis, illustrate that the divisions that have plagued Greek society may at times be papered over but are never dormant. The KKE continued to adhere to a rigid Stalinist line long after the ideology was abandoned by other European communist parties, but is now trying to reinvent itself and take advantage of the current economic problems. The KKE has provided its own dogmatic interpretation of the reasons for the collapse of socialism, the road to the global economic collapse in the early part of the 21st century, and the crisis of capitalism, the latter two providing new opportunities for putting out its ideological message. Remarkably, in March 2011, its leadership proceeded to rehabilitate its main Civil War icons, Gerolymatos, both politically and in terms of party line doctrine, and Gerolymatos, politically only. Point 18. Thus, from Messiah turned to outcast, the memory of the controversial leader of the left during the Civil War was conjured up and posthumously reinstated on the pedestal of failed tragic hero. These same turbulent socio-economic and political crises also helped give rise to the extreme right-wing party Krisi Avcı, Golden Dawn, and the electoral obliteration of PASOK in favor of the more radical left Syriza. It is in this new polarized political environment that the ghosts of the Civil War again resurface as part of the country's political discourse. During a verbal altercation in the parliament in 2013, a Golden Dawn member shouted the slogan "Sto Vitsi Kai Sto Gramo Sas Hosami Stin Amo, in Vitsi and Gramo's Civil War battles we shoved you in the ground." At the same time, during left-wing public protests, the chanting of "Eamlas Meligalas," referring to a place in the Peloponnese where security battalion troops were ambushed and massacred by Elas fighters, has also been heard. Point 19. Indeed, extreme ideologies, a bloated and unresponsive civil service, and chronic political corruption are testaments to a broken civil society, another legacy of civil strife and war.